stopped asking for forgiveness. Cause you should know only fools tread with the angels. Fear to go, but you keep trying to get too close. Save myself by turning into stone. So save your judgment cause you just don't know. But some things never change, never change. Oh, they say I should feel guilty and change my ways, leaving crumpled bodies in my wake. Swear I didn't mean to make them break. Swear I didn't mean to make them break. But they're so delicate and so mundane, and they keep coming like a moth to a flame. Oh, some things never change, never change. You'll break your back to make me feel again. Suffocate to make me breathe again. Lose your mind from endless pain. Some things never change, never change. Oh, redemption never came. You always want what you can't have, and what you have you can. But still my heart, the moment I laid eyes on it. Oh, how do you know how you will feel when everything changes? This fear, where will I go? Where will you be? How will I know the one for me? Oh, how do you know? You always want what you can't have, and what you have you can. But still my heart, the moment I laid eyes on it. Oh, how do you know how you will feel when everything changes? This fear, where will I go? Where will you be? How will I know the one for How do you know how you will feel when everything changes? felt so alive in my life. 'Cause you make me come to life every time I'm free. Oh, and I'm loving all that you do. Can't you see that I'm crashing right into you? That I'm crashing right into you. I'm free. Oh, and I'm loving all that you do. Can't you see that I'm crashing right into you? Yeah, I'm free falling. Can you hear me calling, calling for you? Yeah, I'm free falling. I'ma keep on falling, falling for you. I'm free. Oh, and I'm loving all that you do. Can't you see that I'm crashing right into you? I've never felt so alive in my life. 'Cause you make me come to life every time I'm free. Oh, and I'm loving all that you do. Can't you see that I'm crashing right into you? That I'm crashing right into you. I'm free. Oh, and I'm loving all that you do. Can't you see that I'm crashing right into you? Yeah, I'm free falling. Can you hear me calling, calling for you? Yeah, I'm free falling. I'ma keep on falling, falling for you. I'm free. Oh, and I'm loving all that you do. Can't you see that I'm crashing right into you? That I'm crashing right into you.
And welcome in everyone to Ekuso's second annual Winter Invitational 2021. I will be your host and play-by-play caster for the evening. I am Schnecky IRL, joined in again by the one and only Tristan Cass, and of course, yours truly, the owner, founder, and CEO of Ekuso, Faith.
Hey guys, just wanted to tell you a little bit about Ekuso to give you an idea. Basically, we're the intersection of, I guess, esports, sport, entertainment, virtual education, youth development, and video games. So you don't typically hear those two things associated with one another, but we're here to change that. And essentially, what we are is everything that I wish that I had growing up. And so, words are cheap. You guys didn't come here to watch me talk about that. Tristan and Schnecky didn't come here to cast that. So, we have a special video prepared for you. It's not perfect, much like the rest of us, but it's our story. It's who we are. and I hope you guys enjoy it. So we're gonna.
When I was younger, I had a lot of trouble making friends. I have ADHD, and so I was really lonely. And so what I did is I turned to my computer and did what every lonely kid does. Get online, start gaming. A lot of people do it mainly just for the fun of it, or just a distraction, or maybe ranking up. But for me, when I'm gaming, I'm at my most peaceful, and I'm just immensely calm. It helped me make friends, learn how to socialize better, and it just bolstered up my confidence in general. Watching kind of your protagonist overcome challenges, and it made me feel I could overcome my challenges. Now I hope I can make other people feel the same.
Bullying took away some of my happiness and confidence I had in doing several things. One thing esports has given me back is confidence and also a new purpose.
Very passionate individual. Well, you have a very good leader in Ryan King, and it looks like it's that leadership that has that core fundamental for their team.
The purpose esports has given me is bringing people together and forging bonds with each other.
What I got most out of esports was the ability to work better with a team. I was the youngest player and my teammates had no idea. I was afraid if they found out that they wouldn't take me as seriously because I was younger than them.
He's burning down though, and No Name puts himself on the board.
But it gave me a boost of encouragement when I won the first tournament. When I won, I realized it wasn't about my age. It was about my strategy and my ability to think ahead.
For me, one of my biggest struggles has been social anxiety, which for me, and probably most cases of people, is not being able to talk to anyone. Esports has been like an exposure to my fears of talking to other people. And this exposure to my fear, I think, has really helped me get over it.
Wow, Froggy Bunwich, are you kidding me? That damage was absolutely bonkers.
The harder the battle to victory, the more I appreciate the victory. I guess the main thing I'm trying to prove is just that I can.
When I was younger, I always stood in the background, being the emotional and physical support. I never truly felt like I had to step out of the shadows of my peers. Video games had been my only way of showing off my talents and even rise to the same level of others. But now, as I stand alongside my teammates, I'm not just seen as a shadow or simply just background noise. I matter, I'm needed, and I'm here to win.
My name is Tori, but on the Rift I go by Mind Boots. I was marked with names like Freak, Loser, and Idiot, and oddly enough, those are the ones I remember the most because those are the ones that left the biggest mark. That's why I'm on the Rift, to add new marks, ones with progress and strength, instead of sulk and suffering.
In my experience, the biggest struggle I've had is anxiety. It's really easy to focus on the negative, but in our last tournament, I found myself in a leadership position, and we kept winning, and we made it into the finals. Now, I find myself surrounded by teammates with incredible potential, and I'm amazed to find myself to be one of them.
And welcome back in, guys, to the Ekuso Winter Invitational. I gotta tell you, Tristan, if that video doesn't shed shivers down your spine, I don't know what will. I'm so excited for the students today. I think we should start off just by kind of going over today's format here, Tristan. For those of you guys watching, it is a little bit different than the last 2v2 tournament that we had here over at Ekuso, whereas today, each student will be playing a couple of games each on the map called Summoner's Rift, featuring a 5v5 team-style format, which really takes into account those leadership skills that these students have been working on here. But each team will play 2 games each today for a total of 6 games throughout the day.
Absolutely, and when it comes to the Summoner's Rift map, it is wildly different from the last one you guys saw. Howling Abyss, a single lane on the map where all 5 members on each team go to do battle. But this time around, Summoner's Rift, there are 3 different lanes. Each player will go to their own respective lane to play their respective role. Different lanes having different roles and different objectives on the team. There are objectives on the map as well. There's a dragon to slay, giving you each individual buff that stack up to 4, where you gain the soul of the dragon. Whichever respective one spawns on the map, it will make your team so much stronger. There is the Baron, that's on the other side of the map. It will be absolutely crucial for being able to push through the win. And for those of you watching, you'll be able to see it momentarily. We're going to hop into our schedule as well. This time around, we're doing things a little bit differently here. As we have those different schools matching up against each other, you can see it there. At first, we're going to have Team Mirris, Team Sora. They'll be kicking us off. All the schools go through the rotation. And to finish things up, we have the Marvel Avengers Civil War here. Team Monroe versus Team Monroe, baby. We have it all for you today. And Snecky, I am so excited to get into it.
Yeah, you know, I am as well here, Tristan. And one thing important to note here, each of these teams have worked through so much to get ready for today's games. Each team also does have their dedicated team captain really holding down that leadership role to be able to work on what they've been practicing. And again, one of the core beliefs over here at Ekuso is not only, of course, are these students going to have a really good time playing, interacting with each other and against each other in this game, but it also works on those core skills. So I'll be looking out for some of those shot calls and some of those leadership qualities here on today's RIP. But I do want to start off by highlighting today's first 2 teams that will be going heads up. Again, we will be watching Team Sora versus Team Mirris. Team Sora is featuring Andre OG, Willzone, Tachimiro, Mind Boots, and Marigold.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do believe they're heading up against Team Sora, if I'm not mistaken. No, that is Team Sora. They're heading up against Team Mirris, I do believe, which is going to be Dark Sprizer, Froggy Bunwitch, King of Battle, Not Danny, and Little Man Aries. Or as the parents might know them at home, it's Ethan, Evan, Ryan, Danny, and Margaret.
Absolutely. And before we get started with that game 1, we are going to have a quick little video to intro both of these teams, and we're going to get that rolled up. And we'll be back shortly with game 1. All right, and welcome back, guys. What an amazing introduction to these 2 teams. And as we do let these teams get ready for war, per se, I do want to go over with Tristan some of the expectations that we do have here today. As you know, we consistently, tournament after tournament, see these students grow and work on different things on the Rift here. I want to look at some of the things that they've been working on. We've seen during the first of our annual Winter Invitational kind of how some of these matchups versus some of these teams were adding up. We also seen a couple months back how it was during the 2v2 showdown. And now again, Tristan, the teams are in that 5 versus 5 format. What are some of the things we should be looking out for today?
Oh yeah, there's a whole different level of coordination and teamwork you have to have when it comes to Summoner's Rift as compared to the last tournament we saw, where it was just a singular lane. That was mostly about your fighting skills, how well you can do battle with one another. But this is going to be how well you can move across this map. This map is so much bigger than the last one,
Right.
and it's going to be a testament, a culmination of everything that's been practiced over the course of their classes. And with that being said, I do believe we have our founder and owner of Ekuso about to get onto the broadcast with us.
Welcome in, Faith.
Hey guys, what's up? Sorry, I'm having
How's it
some
going?
audio issues.
All good.
It's
So
all good. It's all good. How are you?
Good. I'm glad we have you here again, Faith, as we did have you a little bit earlier on. I think you're the perfect person to kind of allow us to get some insight on what we should be looking for and what these students are looking to display today. Because look, we know there's a dedicated team captain on each team, but again, it's not a solo game, it's a team game. These students are going to be working together.
Yeah. So Team Mirris is kind of, well, I guess let's start with Suicide Team Sora. So Team Sora is more like an efficient killing machine where their comms are super clean, they're very efficient, and they flow like water, right? Mirris is more like a family oriented. They're very close. They're all like close knit. They're close friends outside of the I guess the class, and they'll just like, of course, like Sora loves each other too, but Mirris
Right.
is like, yeah, I've felt the family with them. Yeah.
That's amazing here, and we already start to see where some of those divisions do come out here. When it comes to the bans here, Faith, I would imagine that there's a lot of these characters that you've been having some of these students practice that may or may not be available to them now because of each team banning that champion away. Do we have some backups in mind? I would imagine some of these students also have some backup picks here.
Yeah, so this is actually going to be really fascinating because this is the first time in our inception, or since our inception, that we're including bans in the draft system. So before, you can just pick whatever champion you want, blah, 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 blah. But now we have like an intricate ban system where you can prepare a strategy before the game even begins, which adds, a whole another dimension to the game. So I'm just really excited to see. Honestly, I kind of just taught them the concept and then they apply the concept. So I really don't know what's going to happen, and I'm excited to see.
Yeah, and talking about teams and being close knit, I mean, some of the best teams in League of Legends history have been stories of friends that have been so close knit and so tight outside of the game. They were able to show it through their teamwork. They're all so coordinated, ready to go in with each other, ready to put it all on the line, based off each other's faith. And with that being said, we're gonna see that here in Mirris's coordination and their teamwork. So we'll see if Sora can actually overcome that. You say they're a well-oiled killing machine, and when it comes to League of Legends, that's always gonna be something as an advantage.
Yeah, it's funny because it's weird because I think I mentioned that Mirris is more of a family and Sora is more of a killing machine, but I think the reason why Sora hasn't become a family just yet is because they haven't had enough time to gel. But for example, Mirris they've known each other for years and years and years, so you can build things up. Sora is just like building the roots, and so I'm really excited to see where they go. But yeah, both teams are really scary, and yeah, these are probably the strongest teams in the tournament, just in overall strength. And so yeah, this is gonna be really, really cool. Oh, and one thing that I forgot to mention was actually the students that we work with are almost completely new to the game. And so for those who are experienced league vets, you're not going to see like the best top tier quality LCS Worlds gameplay, but it's going to be really exciting.
Oh, it is better than Worlds here, Faith. And I found it very interesting that you mentioned that it's Sora who's the team that are more like killing machines, where Mirris is more of that family-oriented style. Because when it looks to the team comps that we've drafted so far, when you have Willzone on that Lilia and you have the composition that this team has chose to draft, they have more of that team fight oriented comp. Whereas look at Mirris, you have the Zed, you have the Kane, you have a lot of champions that can solo be that one-man wrecking crew.
Yeah, something I want to point out is actually, so a lot of players in this game have like a specific character that they really fall in love with and that they really, I don't know, just identify with and just like flow with, right?
Right.
And so Mirrors actually got a lot of what we call like power picks, characters that they main. So I'm actually interested to see how Sora plays because either you can either ban their main or you can kind of counter it out, right? And so it seems like Sora went for more of that counter route. So it's kind of like, okay, you can play what you want, but I'm gonna beat you at your own game type of thing. So it's gonna be cool. Yeah.
A lot of confidence being displayed as a result of the picks. And yeah, like you were talking about, Schnecky, it looks like one team just going for the pure team fight. They want to group up, they want to take those 5v5s, but in a map like Summoner's Rift, you don't always have to do that. You can leave someone in a single lane to try and push their way to victory solo. And so we're going to see how these different students want to tackle the issue. That's the beautiful thing about League of Legends. There is not a single solution to the problem. There's a ton of ways you can achieve victory. And I'm sure over your time with them, Faith, you've been able to hammer into them all the different ways, all the different strategies they can utilize to win themselves a game. And we're about to see that come into fruition here.
Yeah, I mean, like last time I was more involved with the duos format just because it's so like the logistics of it were really exciting and honestly very challenging. But this time I'm really happy because I can just be a spectator and just hop off and just watch it. That's what I'm most excited about, to be honest. And yeah, I mean, this is going to be the Clash of the Titans, really. And
Right.
yeah, it's going to be cool. Who do you guys think? Just based off the team compositions, I guess two holistic squads. Which ones do you guys prefer?
Well, look, Faith, one of the things that immediately stuck out to me, and I seen by your reaction as well, is when we got those last two picks for the side of Mirris here, when you have that Yuumi and you have that Kaisa, these are two champions that you really have to work in unison together. And you mentioned this is a team that prides themselves on knowing each other for such a long time, playing with each other and having that gel, being able to mesh in the way that they do, having a Yuumi who's essentially your putting two characters in one. I'm rooting for that bottom lane there, and I want to see how they play together. But I got to tell you, I think both teams drafted very well.
Yeah, yeah. I was actually very surprised that the Yuumi went through with the draft. I did not expect. I mean, if you look at the bans, there's Ezreal, Pike, Talon, and Yasuo. Um, Story-wise, yeah, like from a viewer's perspective, we're not gonna know who those are targeted towards. But in terms of the ban itself, you can tell that that champion pool, in other words, the characters that a certain player will play, was focused around King of Battle. They wanted to ban this guy out. They want to prevent Ryan King from really excelling today. So I mean, that's their plan. Let's see if it turns out. You never know, right?
Right on, Faithful. Before we let you go, I do want to get your expectations really quickly. I mean, you know these teams a lot better than myself and Tristan so far. Have both teams stuck to what was a part of the plan in their coaching and in their training, or have we had a little bit of a diversion during these drafts?
No, I would say that it's pretty solid. Basically, they could have taken it two ways. I expected them to take more of the comfort route, at least Team Sora, but they went for the challenging route. So they're really fighting with fire. They got like, I guess, instead of walking in with I don't know, something consistent, they came in with like a flamethrower or something, which you might get scorched earth, or you might get like, it might blow up behind you. You never really know. So I mean, I think this is gonna be pretty one-sided. I could be wrong, but yeah, it's gonna be good.
All right. Well, thank you again, Faith. And now you get to go to that beloved spectator mode. Well, as you watch this game pan out, thank you again, Faith, for the insight. As me and Tristan now get ready for this game, guys, we do want to announce there is a giveaway going on for an exclusive Ekuso jersey. We're going to have that posted into the Twitch chat in a little while here. So as the game's going or as we're waiting here, make sure to click that link, follow the Ekuso social medias, and win yourself a jersey.
Get that poppin', get that swag. I mean, come on, guys. There's no reason not to. It's free, baby. And those jerseys are looking clean cut as ever. And so, if you want the drip, if you want to be looking fantastic, play how you look, get yourself a high rank. I mean, that's the way to do it. You got to look the part, right? Play for the rank you want, not for the rank you have. That's what they say. But that being said, I mean, hopping into this game, yeah, I'm interested to see. You obviously have one team composition being drafted for the team fighting, for the grouping up, for those 5v5 scenarios, and the other one built to dominate lane, built to split push. And when I say split push, for those of you watching at home, that means you leave a single player on a single part of the map. They try and do it solo. Now, that does take a lot of coordination to do because it's very easy for the other team to group up and start picking you off one by one, ganging up on you and destroying you. But if you can coordinate it with your team, it's a push and pull. If their team tries to gang up on you, you back yourself up to safety. Your teammates get a lot more room to work with. You have to be able to rise with the tide and shift shift back when needed. And so there's a lot of balance that comes to League of Legends, and it comes down to the coordination. This game is oh so complex. For those of you who are just here from a spectator standpoint, there are 1,000,001 scenarios that can arise in each game, and no game is the same. It's all unique, and it's all up to circumstance. So these students have to learn a lot of adaptability. They have to be able to play off the situation at hand, and I am oh so excited to see how they've adapted and molded themselves over the over their time with Faith. And I mean, Faith is one of the best coaches you could ask for if you're a new player. And so you're going to see just a rapid learning from students who a lot of the students never even touched the game before they had a chance to work with Faith here. And the amount they've been able to learn over such a short time, it's just inspiring to see.
Absolutely. And, you know, they say resourcefulness is the best resource here. So I think it's important for us to be looking out throughout the course of this game, Tristan, what these players are really dealing with throughout the course of this game and what they're doing to really adapt to that and move forward, right? It's like life. There's a lot of things that are going to come in front of you, but it's about how you move with it. So as the game starts, we're going to see these players go into their lane phase. And in the beginning, you know, it's one of those push and shove, give or pull games of tug of war, like you mentioned, Tristan. We're going to look for any little type of advantage that a student could get during their lane and see what they can do with that advantage to try to push it for a victory. And I think one thing that's going to be fundamentally important to be looking out for in this game, Tristan, is going to be the junglers. Again, for Sora, we do have Willzone, and for Mirris, I believe we have Froggy Bunwich. Not sure if Danny ended up swapping that role, but we want to be looking out for the junglers here, Tristan, and how they're able to really go around the map as they're that glue for the team that are able to kind of help out whatever lane needs help and work with your strengths and really work with your weaknesses.
Yeah, absolutely. In the jungle role especially. So for those of you watching at home, the jungler is essentially someone who moves in between the lanes. They clear out some monsters that are in between the lanes to gain their experience, to gain their gold. And when it comes to that role, it's very coordination based. I know I've been harping on this point over and over again, but this role is one of the most important in the game for being able to help out teammates, for being able to move around the map and making sure that everyone gets ahead. But you can't do that unless you have clear communication the entire time. And so this role has to be doing a lot of talking. The communications, the microphones between the teammates always have to be lighting up, because you have to be telling them, this guy's pushed up, he's vulnerable, I am strong right now, I can take this guy, we can even get under the tower, we can take him 2v1, he has no vision in the river, he has no eyes on you right now, you are completely undetected. There are so many little different points that you can make to help set up your jungler and make sure that he's not wasting his time by coming for an unsuccessful attack, because every moment you waste in this game is a moment the enemy team can be pulling further and further ahead. And so you want to make sure you're as efficient as possible, especially when you're in that jungle role.
Well, look, and you mentioned the communication part, which I think is absolutely crucial for a thriving team. And I think one thing that's important to note here as well is both teams, again, were dedicated captains. So we have Ryan, King of Battle, the captain for Mirris, and we also have William Willzone, the captain for Sora. So we have a jungle captain for one team and a mid lane captain for the other. And again, Willzone was able to get on his Lilia and King of Battle on his Zed. So I get the feeling that these are the players who are going to be orchestrating for what the teams to do. And with that being said, it looks like we are ready now for game number 1 of the Ekuso second annual Winter Showdown. Team Blue featuring Sora versus Red Side Mirris.
Absolutely. And you can already see the well-versed level 1 strategies here. Now, for those of you watching at home, level 1 is a time to get creative. Because there are no minions for the first minute and 30 seconds, there's nothing to kill just yet to get you that gold on the map, to get you that extra experience to level up. You have a lot of creative freedom in what you can do to try and gain a tactical advantage early on by maybe fighting early, moving around the map undetected to steal away some of those camps when they do spawn. But both these teams defending against it well. You see everyone spread out on the map in the bottom right-hand corner there, because they want to make sure there are no access routes that can be undetected. And as a result of that, everyone gets to protect themselves, everyone stays safe, and both jungles are guarded. Now, that being said, we're going to get right on into this one. The bot lane helping out with Not Danny to help him get a good start on this early camp here. Usually he's going to take a lot of damage playing this champion. It takes some time to ramp up on the Kayn, but with the help of his teammates, he's going to be able to get off to a lightning quick start.
Oh, yeah, and you already see that teamwork really coming in hand here, Tristan. When you have this bottom lane, go and help the junglers. You're essentially signaling, hey, I'll go to my lane a little bit late to make sure you're going to be okay in what you have to do and your priorities there. So helping out the team is definitely what you want to do early. But I do want to take a step back a little bit here and really understand the summoner spells that each team decided to take, because it oftentimes gives a lot of insight into what they're trying to do. Where already we see the bottom, Froggy, Bunwitch having Little Man Ares here take that Ignite Exhaust. We have them wanting to really play around Froggy here on that Kai'Sa, and you already seen the Ignite come out a little bit early onto Mind Boots, meaning they will have that 4-3 summoner spell advantage.
Yeah, perhaps just wanting to try and scare him off the minion wave, being able to try and get that level of advantage early on. It doesn't work. Mind Boots holds his ground, and in fact, he even walks up to try and take a fight for himself. And so there's a lot of confidence being shown here, and we have an early roam. Look at your bottom right-hand corner on the map. The ninja has moved over. Mind Boots in a little bit of trouble here. He's going to try and get away. Exhaust being expended. A lot of damage. Electric Proc coming in. Drops the Ignite. He's burning down, but he should have just enough HP.
Low.
Flash forward. It's going to be so close. First blood to King of Battle. That was beautifully done. And you see the team captain there making the first move on the map.
Orion is holding down the fortress already. You know, I got a couple shivers when Faith said, look at King of Battle got their Zed, and here it is already in action. We do want to see what he has to do with that extra kill now. Again, this is a very good early advantage for Mirris here, Tristan. But again, it's still early on. Mind Boots wanting to get some damage back, but Mind Boots in a little bit of trouble there, and Ari's able to take him back. And that's going to be kill number 2 for Mirris.
Yeah, and that's kind of the hidden strength of the Yuumi there. You think you're playing against one champion in the lane, but if you look on his back, what's that attached to him? It's a little cat there. It's a second player. Gives him a lot of strength and a lot of speed to chase down the second kill. You already see Mirris. This is the start they wanted. This is the friendship right here. You ever watch an anime? Well, the power of friendship. That's going to win you a lot of battles there.
Oh, yeah, and it's one of those things, again, I'm so glad we had Faith being able to kind of highlight some of the players here and what they're looking to accomplish, because it says a lot. And look how in unison they're working together already as King of Battle going top. Tachimuro has to play it safe, is able to survive for now, staying alive under that tower.
And this is the team captain right here. We talked a lot about King of Battle. The reason they're banning him out so heavily is because look at the way he's able to get around the map.
Oh,
His forte is roaming. You see him pushing in the minions mid as quickly as possible. He wants to get these minions into the turret, keep his enemy lane stuck there to try and farm it out, because, I mean, minions are everything in League of Legends. If you don't get your minions, you're not going to level up. You're not going to get any gold. And Andre OG, he's in a bit of trouble here. Here comes Not Danny. You're going to have to flash the W. Well timed on the flash for Andre there to escape the danger, but still, that's a long cooldown. He's not going to have that available for quite some time, and he is very vulnerable now to repeat ganks, to repeat attacks from multiple members.
Now, meanwhile, back at the bottom, we do have Mind Boots and Marigold looking to really get their enemy lead a little bit down. You know, they had a bit of a rocky start early on with King of Battle rotating down there, so now what they want to do is just recollect. It's not about how hard you get hit down, it's about how fast you bounce back up. But already, Not Daniel going to come down. Beautiful condemn from Mind Boots, able to walk out away. Froggy trying to get some damage out, but just look how smooth they're playing together, but how cool and collected Mind Boots operates on the Vayne.
That was very cool and collected. It is very easy to panic there and not use your abilities correctly, but he plays it essentially as best as he possibly could have. He condemns the enemy jungler into the wall, keeps him stunned up so he can't continue the onslaught, and he gets himself to safety in a bad situation. So really great job there to keep himself out of harm's way. That will be transitioned though. Mirris is moving around the map so well to secure these objectives. The first dragon of the game has been picked up, and for those of you watching at home that are unfamiliar, each dragon comes with his own unique buffs, but we have no time for that because right back into the bot lane, here comes the rest of the squad. Marigold takes a lot of damage, but still, the safety of the tower has been provided here. We do have a disconnect though, so we may see a pause come out shortly just to make sure everyone can get back into this game. Pause was no pause coming in. The disconnect was very short-lived. Luckily, Darksprizer was able to get back into the game with quickness. And as you say that, it is the mid lane that's constantly getting pushed in for King of Battle here, though. So he can't roam too often without sacrificing his own experience and gold. So he really needs to be able to balance that out properly when it comes to how much time you spend helping your teammates versus how much you're willing to sacrifice from your own lane.
Yeah, meanwhile, we do have the reconnect from Dark Sprizer. I think Dark was like, you know what, we just got the dragon. Hold my keyboard real quick. I'll be right back. They're going to have that dragon, to have that Leetress. And you mentioned the differences in terms of those dragons here. And the Mountain Drake being a very good one for them to have, as it does give them an extra 4% armor and magic resist here, so they are going to be a little bit tougher to kill now. Not the end of the world here, but a little bit stronger. King of Battle now going bottom again, already level 6. He has the ultimate ability, and Mind Boots able to walk away, but I can't say the same for Marigold. Unfortunately, it didn't work out, and King is still lurking here in the shadows. Tristan, this is looking very scary, and that's the double kill over to King.
That was so well done by King of Battle. The Q flash, he buffered the ability to make sure they had no time to react to it when he flashes forward. King of Battle is playing like such a seasoned veteran right now. You can see why he's the captain of this team. He knows exactly what he needs to do, when he needs to do it, and this man's presence over the map, you would not think he's playing like a mid laner right now. You would think he's a jungler, the way he is constantly interfering in his teammates' lanes, making sure everyone on the squad is being put plenty far ahead, and man, oh man, is it paying off for him.
Oh, yeah, and again, shout out to our sponsors, Apply with Sanity, guys. If you guys are applying for colleges or looking into it, what better way to help than going to applywithsanity.com for your college needs. But as we get back to the game here, the camera, Tristan, does pan back on the junglers. We do have them slowly approaching that level 6 mark, and we all know once they hit that level 6, you're going to have that ultimate ability to have a little bit more impact on the map. And I think it looks like we're going to need some help in the bottom lane for the side of Team Sora.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they've been put in such a tough position because of all the pressure that's been put on them. And I mean, there's only so you can't really even blame Mind Boots and Marigold for this deficit, because they're really just getting they're getting everything in the kitchen sink thrown at them right now, as Willzone wants to make an attack down the mid lane. But you just see King of Battle always staying safe, making sure he's never in a position where he can really take much damage, and just such a veteran to the squad here. Great job by Andre OG to never fall victim to the 1v1 of King of Battle, forcing him to get his kills elsewhere on the map. But King is just doing such a good job of, if you're not going to put yourself in a position to die to my hands, then that's okay. That's fine. I'll make sure you're not able to move out of the lane. I'll make sure that I exert my pressure onto the rest of the map. I don't need to kill you. I can kill everyone else around you. And Mind Boots, he's in so much trouble here. Level 6 being reached for both sides. It's the Kai'Sa dive in deep. One more auto will do it. Mind Boots is in so much trouble, and Marigold has nothing left to do. Just has to try and make it back to the tower. The Ignite drop down. Both the Summoner spells. Little Man Ares will fall as well. Marigold goes down to the hands of Little Man Ares, and Margaret making the initiative there. You can see the calls coming out. It's the coordination down to the jungle. Willzone and Andre OG make their own presence known. Here comes King of Battle. He wants to find one back for himself. All the damage being layered here. Andre OG going to try and cover for his teammate. The ultimate is dropped down. King of Battle, though, he makes it out in time.
Sora trying to bite back, but Mirris is just taking the inch and converting it into a mile here, Tristan. The way Froggy and Ares are able to play together, they are in unison, they are in tandem. This is how it is done in League of Legends. But you did mention we have a lot of resources going down to the bottom half of the map, which does lead a bit of a win condition for Tachi Muro, and that top still doing very well. Be condition that Sora may need in that late game. If you put all your eggs in one basket, sometimes that basket may get a hole. So Mirris needs to be careful for the top lane, because Dark Sprizer having a bit of a bad time.
Yeah, and Froggy Bunwich, Little Man Ares, that combo right there was absolutely gorgeous, as Marigold maybe in a little bit of trouble here. Mind Boot's going to try and take this fight, but just not enough stats. They can't make it happen just yet. They don't decide to hit the gas, but Froggy Bunwich, he's low on mana. Can't really cast the abilities. That being said, not Danny. He's here for the cleanup. Doesn't land the abilities. He's under the tower, taking so much damage. Marigold tries to turn it back. It's going to be a 1-for-1 so far. Under they go. They're not able to finish the job. Little Man Ares now ready for the kills. Mind Boots, he's going to get himself a second double kill for the main. Dark Sprizer now in the top lane in some trouble here, able to walk it out back to the tower.
Wow, Team Sora is not going to lay down and play dead. Look at them fighting their way back into the game here. And something important, Tristan, is there's a lot of gold now on Mind Boots. The late game is going to be super, super strong for Sora. You get some gold on Mind Boots Vayne. You get some gold on Tachimiro. And as soon as the game slowly starts trickling up to the 25, 30-minute mark, you now have a game that is not so one-sided.
Marigold played that so well under the tower. It was not Danny trying to get the dive off, but Marigold just taking the perfect opportunity to keep him stunned up while he couldn't move. He was getting shot to bits the entire time by the tower, and that was really the catalyst for them to be able to turn that one around, get 2 kills onto Mind Boots, who desperately needed the comeback gold to get back into the game. You see objectives being traded off on both sides of the map. Good job of it. King of Battle has such good awareness, situational awareness at all times, knowing that he has the opportunity to try and steal an objective away while his team is on the other side of the map securing their own. Wasn't able to do it. Well done by Willzone there to time the smite just right. For those of you watching at home, junglers have a specific ability to secure objectives, but it has to be timed correctly or you risk losing it altogether. But that case, King of Battle not able to steal away. Marigold, though, isolating the bot lane. Everyone coming for the onslaught. It's going to be close. Back into the tower they go. How long can they keep Not Danny stunned up? Mind Boost condemns him away. It's going to take a few more autos trying to chase him down.
Oh.
One more auto and he does it. It's a 1-for-1 so far. Mind Boost finds himself in a 1v2. So much damage from Froggy Bunwich. It's going to be close. He's trying to make the great escape and they lose him. He shakes him in the dead of night.
Oh, Mind Boots is just doing such a phenomenal job at making sure they are not crumbling under some of the pressure that is being relieved into the bottom lane there. Although Froggy and Aries are very far ahead. Mind Boots, again, I cannot stress enough how good this student is doing at keeping their cool in a bit of a rough situation here. Doing so great at staying alive. We have Marigold also trying to do their best to just get some of the CC out and empower Mind Boots here. But I do want to take a bit of a step back here on that Dragon trade for Rift Herald here. It is still at the 13-minute and 40-minute mark, meaning for the next 20 seconds, if we have Sora release that Rift Herald onto a turret, a lot of gold can be taken, but it doesn't look like Willzone can quite drop it yet. But they're still looking for the bottom lane push.
Absolutely, and you can already see King of Battle on the map. He's moving down towards this fight. Willzone in so much trouble. King of Battle has a lot of damage available to him right now. Nearly finishes the job immediately. One more auto will do it, and Froggy Bun, which is the one to cash in there. King of Battle looking for even more, though. Still has the ultimate available if he so chooses to expend it. Instead, he'll take his kill, he'll take his freebie, and get back to the mid lane. And really just great discipline there to not try and over-force the fight. We've seen that a few times where they move under the tower and Marigold and Mind Boots combined for a great turnaround. It's always advantageous to play proactively, as you see Mirris doing. They're making themselves ensure that they have the numbers advantage. Tachimiro, he's in a bit of trouble here. Dark Sprizer, oh so close. One more auto will do the job. Running for the hills. This Kale's in so much trouble and smashed over the head. It's Dark Sprizer to get that solo kill.
Look at the early bird gets the worm, but it's patience for Dark Sprizer that ends up paying off for him. We had a very big lead from Tachimuro in that lane phase, almost double the amount of minions taken, meaning a lot of extra gold. Dark Sprizer just waited so patiently there, Tristan, for their time to strike it. Bam! You had them get the kill, and now what once was a bit of a weaker spot so far this game for the side of Mirris now has a little bit more gold to bite back.
Yeah, absolutely, and like we were talking about, it's Mirris playing very proactively. You can see it right here. Sora decides to make their own proactive play onto Dark Sprizer. He's in a whole lot of trouble. Not Danny trying to come in to help, but he just can't make it in time, and now suddenly he finds himself in a 1v2, has to flash away. Fantastic play from Sora there. They are bringing themselves, fighting tooth and nail to make sure they can even up this game.
Yeah, meanwhile, mid, King of Battle, this is just the Ryan show. King is just incredible on one of the most mechanically tough champions. King of Battle just doing such a good job here, Tristan, showing how much they've improved. We've seen some of the Zed play on the past 2v2, and to bring that and still play to a T on Summoner's Rift of 5v5 format, just stunning.
Yeah, and Andre OG has been doing such a good job of not dying to King of Battle. His champion is made to get solo kills. Meanwhile, Andre OG, he's a bit more oriented towards the team fights, towards the group ups, and he's been doing such a good job of not falling victim to the Zed so far in the laning phase. The only issue is King has been able to collect kills on other parts of the map. He's been able to gain gold and experience as a result, putting himself far ahead. And with the items he's been able to obtain as a result of it, it's just so difficult for Andre to be able to stay safe now because he's just constantly under this insane amount of kill pressure.
We also see Andre taking that Luden's Tempest, opting for a little bit more damage output as opposed to maybe a more safer route. Remember, we are in the newest preseason for the next season of League of Legends, meaning some of the new items are out. One of them being Crown of the Shattered Queen. We're not going to see it on him, but doesn't look like Willzone has a care in the world at what we're talking about mid, and immediately goes bottom. 2 for the road, 2 are down. Big shutdown over to Sora.
Gorgeous play there, and you can see Sora starting to get more confident as time goes on. They may need to have just found their ground there, and as I say that, you see on the map 2 players moving off. It's going to be hiding in the brush. King of Battle, he's looking for an angle here. The rest of the team grouping around the dragon. There's 4 players strong here though. I don't know if they actually want this fight. Andre OG, you can see him setting up in the bush. He wants vision. He wants to be able to start this ambush off with his own stun. He has the ultimate available as well, and you can tell he is just biding his time right now. He is salivating at the thought of being able to drop that ultimate ability and to drop some players as a result. You can see this dragon as well on the map. Both teams gathering around it. We may see some fireworks here. The rest of the team joining in. We have a flank right now. King of Battle is thinking about it. They're all grouped up. It's on a hair trigger right now. The tension is palpable. King of Battle, he's taking so much damage. Mind Boots is stuck in the front line. He wants to do damage. In goes Marigold. Big stun there to keep Ryan locked up. Not Danny is now the next one under duress here. He has to get himself to safety, but the rest of the team can't help him out. He is isolated. He's taken down, and Sora has done it. They have found their in. They're taking the dragon. The objectives are piling on, and this is how they get themselves a lead.
Oh, don't call it a comeback, baby. They've been here for years. Sora now back in it. Successfully denied the 3rd dragon from Mirris. Take down the enemy threat. Looks like Marigold might have been a little bit overextended, staying a little bit too long, but I gotta tell you, they got so much from the last fight there that it may not matter. They're still now gonna be down. A little bit of gold here, Tristan. They did for the first time of the game. Sora take back the gold advantage during that dragon play. And that's one of those things where, look it, we've seen Danny and King of Battle very, very strong. Went for a 2v4. Same thing that might happen now. Remember, Mind Boots does have some cavalry coming in, but can he last as long? Condemn going to be on the wall. The stun goes down, but there's Froggy with the ultimate now, and the Yumi's able to take the kill. Willzone now wants some more. The damage is burning. Stomachs are turning, and Ares is now without the host. Froggy is no longer alive to keep that cat safe, and that's going to be a double kill for Willzone. But it's not over yet here, Tristan. King of Battle now going down here. Ultimate is up. The damage is going down, and Willzone will fall. And this is just the gift that keeps on giving. Is it Christmas already?
It feels like it, and that was a gift to watch. These students all played that so well mechanically. I mean, it felt like I was watching very high-tier gameplay there because everyone really playing their champions to the maximum of their ability. You see a perfect condemn there from Mind Boots to try and buy as much time for his Lilia to get into the action, and he did just that. It was because of that beautiful condemn that Willzone was able to get in there, get himself 2 kills, also playing it perfectly, hitting the sweet spots on all of his abilities. Andre OG now in the mid lane has to flash away. He's in a bit of trouble here. Now Danny trying to get under the turret. He has a stun available. He gets the first one. It will be traded back as a result of the tower. And you can see here, these champions, these players are just so well versed. They're all playing to the best of their extent. And I mean, this is just such a treat to watch. You would not believe these students are new to the game because they are all just playing out of their minds right now.
Yeah, I'm over here taking notes now on King of Battle on Willzone. I'm taking notes of the whole both team squadron here, Tristan. These students are out of hinge. They are playing so well together. And you can tell by seeing the game go back and forth. Every time one gets an advantage, the other one looks to push it already back in the mid. Mind Boots just a little bit too deep, but the Immortal Shield, though, keeps them alive. Being a defensive AD carry is one that will stay alive. But for how long, Tristan, King of Battle, is able to find Mind Boots. Shuriken not going to land, but it may not even matter as Mind Boots looking to tumble away. But the Shuriken is thrown and the Ninja Star will land.
I am freaking out. These plays are absolutely insane. You see right there, Mind Boots very nearly making the great escape. Froggy Bunwich down under the tower just dives Marigold outright. And this is what they do so well on the side of Mirris, especially in this bot lane. They know when they have the advantage. They know when they should force the fights. And as soon as they get the numbers advantage down to the bot lane, they just hit the gas pedal. Now Dark Sprizer, he finds himself in a 1v2. Willzone dunks him down. He's trying to run for the hills, but the extra movement speed that Willzone gets as a result of his champion helps him just run it down. He gets hawked off. Now up in the top lane, that's an exposed tower right there. But again, it's King of Battle moving over. He has the ultimate up again. Willzone in so much trouble. Look at all the damage. This ninja is not here to play.
And this is one of those things where when you give a student one of the leadership roles, they will take full advantage of it. King of Battle, the team captain for Mirris, just does not stop. He knows the team is relying on him to do his job, and they are doing a good one. Ryan now still trying to stay alive, but it's Andre able to take down the King, and it will be a 3-for-1 trade still. Have a couple of disconnections here. Meanwhile, Froggy and Ares still in that bottom lane.
Yeah, and Froggy, Bunwish, Ares, I mean, they just have so much coordination here. They're playing perfectly off of one another. You can tell too, as soon as they make a play, they do it as a bot lane duo. They do it together. You see the Yuumi immediately hitting the ultimate, Froggy Bunwich diving behind it, and that's why it's so difficult to live unless you're playing 2 down in the bot lane. So as soon as it's a 1v2, then I mean all bets are off. They're just gonna go directly. They're just gonna move forward. They're gonna pile on as much damage as possible, and they're gonna collect kills as a result. Dark Sprizer now dodging out on the Lilia bowling ball there. That could have resulted in a kill if not. Andre OG now being ran down the lane. Everyone is here, 3 members strong, and he just never saw it coming. Ambushed in the dead of night.
Yeah, and you know, we did in fact think that, you know, it was Mirris who was going to be the team who's, you know, more playing together, more having that family style of play. But I gotta tell you, King of Battle and not Danny are their own 2-person wrecking crew here. But still, they're playing solid together. They're utilizing their strengths, and they're doing a darn well of a job so far here, Tristan. We now have the 3rd dragon taken from Mirris, now meaning that next dragon is a lot more impactful as we now go back to the bottom. Tachimiro able to use the Divine Judgment to be able to help keep Marigold alive for now, but it's Danny who's now going to be in danger. Ultimate's going to be going down. So does Danny, and Froggy falls shortly after. Now is Ares in a bad spot, and 3 more kills for the price of none going over to Team Sora.
That turn was so well executed. King of Battle, though, this is the one everyone should be fearing right now. He's going in for the first. He's going to get slept. The rest of the team coming in hot. They want to pile on. The king cannot be destroyed. He is on a pile of bodies, and his throne is not to be removed just yet. That is until Mind Boost decides enough is enough, puts his foot down, and this king will not be living through. Long live the king. He pushes him off that cliff. And now down in the bot lane. More gold to be collected soon. But look at Dark Sprizer. He's been given all this time alone up top. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, you did see Tachimiro there just able to collect on a bunch of kills. But it's a push and pull like we talked about earlier. If you're going to move to one part of the map, you lose pressure on the other side of it. And you can see how deep in the base Dark Sprizer has been able to get as a result of this relentless pressure.
I don't know, man. I'm still in awe of the last fight. I feel like we may have like some crazy gymnastics double front flip jutsu going on here with Ryan, because the dude is just playing crazy, doing all sorts of madness moves now, as it looks like Danny looking to make some moves of his own. Now barely ends up failing, and now it's Andre who's theirs for the taking. Mirris able to take 2 more kills, but here comes Willzo. Look at Froggy just holding their ground with Ares by their side. It's now 5 versus 3 on the map here. 3 minutes still till Dragon. Sora cannot allow this next one to go over to Mirris.
I just gotta say how proud I am of these students. I have been casting them since their first tournament, and let me tell you, when they have learned an absolutely wild amount in such a short amount of time, the level that they're playing at right now is that of a years veteran player. I mean, this is just unbelievable how well each student is playing in this game. And you can see it, like we were talking about, down to that bot lane skirmish earlier. That was a 2v3 where Marigold and Willzone were not ahead at all. They were up against Froggy Bunwich on so many kills, and they were still able to find the perfect time to turn around. You see Marigold there, popping the ultimate, getting several players stunned up, locking it down for the team. King of Battle now hoping to find a kill of his own, but he is stunned up as well. Out comes the divine judgment there from Kale, able to wipe him off the map, and you see a clean 2-for-2 now as they press for even more. They're running for their lives. In come Mindboots from the side, looking to get from the top rope the RKO there. And I mean, like, how well can these students play each of these fights? Everyone is playing to the best of their ability here, and you see Marigold there, how confident to find that engagement with none of the rest of the team around just yet, making the call to get in there solo and to set up the rest of the team. A valiant sacrifice to ensure that they can follow up and get themselves killed. And you can see it there. Andre OG was able to get a huge ultimate to pile on damage as a result of that valiant initiation there. And all credit to Andre OG knowing when to head in as well. I mean, just beautifully done here. As Dark Sprizer, the relentless pressure. Yes, he may die here. Yes, Dark Sprizer may sacrifice his life, but look how constantly he is getting deep into this base. Another tower being taken down. He has taken down 3 straight up in the top lane, unanswered. And so, yes, he may have died a few times to a few team efforts there on the side of Mirris, but he is doing more than his job right now. He is collecting gold. He is getting so much pressure all around the map, and this is what we're talking about when we mentioned earlier the split push. You don't always have to be grouped with your teammates to be effective.
Okay, 1 minute till Dragon here, Tristan. This is the sole potential for Mirris. But look at King of Battle just lurking in the shadows. Marigold is walking in. Okay, enough to scare off King for now. Ryan walks away as Froggy does the ultimate with the killer NC got Mind Boots. Mind Boots falls down. Marigold is now on the run, but a beautiful wild time. Kale ultimate keeps Froggy alive for now, but Danny wants some more. Tachimuro's now low. King takes them out. Remember, it's 1-for-2. 80 carry and top from Sora for the jungler for Mirris. His King of Battle backs away. It is still 4 versus 3 on the map. Mirris has the advantage as the dragon is up, but it's Sora who's in the dragon pit first.
Yeah, and you can see there, like we were just talking about, there's a lot of pressure, relentless pressure up in the top lane from Tachimuro. There's always a second side to the coin though, and that's the fact that he couldn't join for this team fight here. His team is doing it without their top laner. King of Battle now may have been caught out. He finally bites off more than he can chew, and it's shut down gold. For those of you watching at home, when one player is doing extremely well the way King of Battle is, when he dies, the enemy team gets extra gold as a result of him being so strong. And so with that, Sora is able to put some cash into their pockets. They close this gold gap. They pick themselves up another dragon. And you can see Mirris right now is at 3 dragons. When you hit that 4 dragon mark, you get a massive buff to your team's strength. And so with Sora now at 2 dragons, it's going to be the race to getting that mark number 4. If Mirris gets the next one, they will receive the massive buff. If Sora is able to collect the next 2, then they will be the ones to receive their own buff as a result. And so really that can be a way to just outright win the game off of pure strength alone.
And as the dragons start slowly trickling down, the time is still ticking up. And remember, we do have Tachimuro on one of the arguably strongest later game carries that there is in League of Legends. One thing to note is Tachimuro is level 15 when this champion really starts to interact with the map on that level 16 power spike here. So I'm expecting a lot here from Tachimuro. We were able to successfully stall the dragon for now, but we need to watch out. Mind Boots going a little bit deep. Froggy's right there. Mind Boots, you gotta be careful. You're a little bit too deep on your own in the wrong part of town. Flash allows him to escape for now, but Danny still looking. Willzone trying to find some salvation as Tachimuro takes out Danny. King of Battle's able to find one for themselves. Mind Boost no longer alive. Sprizzer back in the mid, pushing at those turrets.
Oh yeah, always pushing, always gaining pressure. The only issue is this time there's plenty of players around to stop the push, and so Dark Sprizer has to be able to get back to safety. Now that being said, I mean, Mind Boots there, you can tell he wants to make something happen. He is constantly moving forward, hoping to get a fight started. The only issue is he's playing one of the easiest to kill champions in League of Legends, and so you has to operate that fine line of being able to make action happen and stay safe. And you can tell there, Mind Boots staying alive, buying enough time for his team to be able to trade back the kill to make it an even 1-for-1. He plays it well mechanically when he's in these situations. Just has to be able to balance that fine line of, am I starting a fight or am I putting myself behind enemy lines? King of Battle now, he's hoping for a kill of his own. He's getting put to sleep. Willzone dunks him down for a lot of damage. The rest of the team ready to follow up. Beautifully timed stopwatch is going vulnerable there. Now Tachimuro, look at the timing on the ultimate. Look at the way Sora is playing a well-oiled machine, and they destroy the ranks of Mirris.
Oh yeah, that's what happens when you allow Tachimuro to hit level 16. Oh, that early game lackluster slowly builds up, slowly gets oiled, slowly starts to come to fruition, and just doing a phenomenal job. We finally see all the hard work coming out now as Tachimuro is going to be one of those forces to be reckoned with so far on this Rift. We now have them looking for the Baron buff. Danny could potentially look for a steal here. Remember, as a
he can look for the steal. He
stole it. He's able to find it now. The Baron actually able to go to Mirris, and that's going to be Baron secured. And they want some more. One going down, but Danny does fall. But it's a worthy sacrifice for the Baron for Mirris.
Danny, you absolute madman! Danny was the only one that could bail Mirris out of a bad situation there, and he takes the initiative. He has so much confidence. 1v3, he zooms into the pit, no fear in his eyes, and like you said, he's a jungler. He has the objective securing button there. Willzone, he did a great job in the fight to set it up, but he did end up going down, and so with the jungler down for Sora, they didn't have that objective securing ability there. They had to try and do some way, somehow keep Danny away from the situation, but Danny could not be denied. He made the perfect play there to stop the momentum of Sora in its track, and he may have single-handedly saved the game for Mirris with that hero play.
Oh yeah, dang Daniel back at it again with the white smite. Just playing to a T, man. This is what we look for in these teams here, Tristan. I gotta tell you, I'm thinking about throwing on an Ekuso jersey myself. Speaking of which, we are doing a giveaway for a free Ekuso jersey. If you guys want to take this time to go ahead and follow the Ekuso social medias using that link, and you too can win an awesome Ekuso jersey. And look, Tristan, as we go back to this game, I don't know which team I'm rooting for. I couldn't ask for any more crazier of a game to open out this Winter Invitational. It is so back and forth, tit for tat, just non-stop action.
Absolutely. I can't tell you how much fun this has been to watch. I mean, geez, it's just been an absolute pleasure to watch these students grow and develop their skills over time. And everyone is just playing so well. Froggy Bunwich now, he's going to try and flash out. King of Battle doing a bodyguard job to keep his teammates safe. But at this point, Sora has such a strong team fighting composition. It's going to take really well set up plays from Mirris to be able to overcome this. But down in the I guess you could say up top, it's going to be the battle of the 1v1. Tachimuro is back again against Dark Sprizer, but this time you can see Tachi just destroying Dark Sprizer because of that level 16 mark.
Oh, this is big.
Meanwhile, the team fight, in goes King of Battle. He wants to finish off Mind Boots. He's putting up so much damage, so low on both sides. Froggy Bunwich now, big ultimate. You can see Little Man Ares just doing so much damage, but they have the numbers advantage. The teleport in from Tachimuro. After he wins the 1v1 up top, he transfers his pressure to the rest of the map.
There's a flash.
In battle now. Oh, so low. One more auto will do it from anyone. He is running for the hills right now. Who can stop them from taking the dragon? This should be secured by Sora. This time, Danny is not alive to go for the steal, and really, there's not a lot of chances here that Mirris has to steal this one away, unless King of Battle, don't you do it. Don't you do it. He's looking for it. Can't make it happen. But oh man, I was holding my breath there. King of Battle now. He's getting ran down. Tachimuro has the strength to do it. One more auto will do it yet again. King of Battle is just running for his life, but this isn't his base. He's not retreating to his side of the map, and it's only a matter of time. It's Tachi to cash in there. And
Oh,
man,
yeah.
Sora is finding their way back into this game. This is looking more and more scary for Mirris. It's Dark Sprizer back into this top lane. The relentless pressure strategy back for even more. Mind Boots could find himself in a bit of trouble here, but now he has the rest of the team. Willzone joins the fray. It's a 1v2. Make it a 1v3. Everyone is here. The party's getting started, and it's just not possible for Dark Sprizer to bring himself back into this fight.
Oh, yeah. Dark Sprizer was in the base, but it was Sora who let the beat drop in HD, as they're now going to chase and look for a little bit more. Froggy will be on the run. Remember, Willzone has the Lilting Lullaby ultimate. If you land any ability onto any enemy, you pop the ulti and bam! Sleepy time it is. Willzone going to successfully back off Team Mirris. And now we're looking at a very fed Tachimiro. And if you look down at the bottom there, Tristan, of that inventory, you got 20 stacks on the Soul Stealer, meaning every time you get some kills, you just get stronger and stronger, man.
Yeah, and for those of you watching at home, this item, essentially what it is, it's a stacking item. When you get kills, it will give you more power. When you die, you lose a lot of power. The only thing is, Tachimiro hasn't been doing a lot of dying. He's been doing a whole lot of killing, though. So, I mean, this snowball of strength on a champion that is already so strong the later the game goes, this is just the ultimate snowball effect for Tachimiro right now. And anyone who is in his sight, anyone who receives a beatdown from this champion will not remain standing.
Okay, we now see Danny. We're looking to set up a bit of a foothold into Sora's blue side jungle. I'm looking at Andre now. He is a little bit too deep, meaning Willzone and Tachi have to come in as a 2v3, though. Can they do it? Hourglass to buy some time.
Look at the damage.
Will be able to keep Tachi alive, and Danny is no
longer.
Look
at the damage.
Froggy's staying alive. It's 2 for 1 so far. No jungler is there, and Froggy is down. Little Man is all alone. Little Man is no more, and Sprizer will fall. That's going to be the clean ace over to Sora.
Oh, and this is the strength of Team Sora. We talked about how good Mirris is in the early game. We talked about how good their laning phase was, but we talked about Sora having this team fighting composition. Once you get to the stage of the game where you're fighting as a group, if they're not super far behind, they will absolutely steamroll, as you're seeing here. And really, this is just each team playing towards their objective. Mirris getting themselves an early lead in the laning phase, then Sora weathering the storm, using that teamwork to overcome it. And we talked about the family orientation of Mirris, but Sora, their efficiency seems to be winning the day right now, and they are absolutely that killing machine that Faith described them as. You can see Tachimiro leading the charge. He has the maximum stacks on his snowballing item. This is quite literally his almost as strong as you can possibly get on one of the strongest champions at this stage in the game. And so really, I mean, you have to be planning each of your attacks so carefully as Mirris here. If you're not giving yourself a stark advantage when it comes to just the setup alone, as we see here, Mind was taking so much damage up front, Froggy Bun, which wanted to follow up, but here comes the raid boss. Tachimiro is on the front line, and he is not to be denied from this victory. Not Danny, just trying to run for the hills, but he is getting evaporated right now. King of Battle,
this could
maybe
be
he'll take a
interesting.
single kill, but the rest of the team, they're piling on. In comes the bowling ball.
Lands.
The sleep is there. Beautifully done. The King of Battle has been dethroned.
Oh, and that is it, man. Sora doing the unthinkable, coming back from such a devastating early game. They did not allow it to crumble their team. He said pressure makes diamonds, and it's all but history here as they are going for their second Baron. Again, Tachimiro. Again, this is John from Sora, just doing a good job. Look at it. I told you, Tristan, it was a bit of a ticking time bomb. We had Tachi just there saying, hey, look it. You know, we're having a bit of a rough game early on at the bottom, but Marigold and Mind Boots, you guys just got to stay collected. I can come in the late game, and I can help deliver a victory, and it's what they're trying to do now as the 4th dragon of the game, potentially the last dragon, Tristan, is up in 20 seconds, and it's Sora who's there first.
You know those moments in the TV shows where someone is about to die, and the hero shows up in just the nick of time to really save the day? That's what it felt like when Tachimiro hit that level 16 mark. He gained that new protagonist strength to really bring his
I think
team
he was
over
in
the edge.
the
Now they're setting up
hyperbolic
an
time
ambush.
chamber there,
Look at
Tristan.
the bush. They set it
Oh,
up.
no.
Froggy Bunwich, he's on the front lines, not where he wants to be, already
Wow.
eliminated. They're doing such a good job on Team Mirris right now to get the AoE damage down, but it's just not going to be enough. They're too far behind at this point, and King of Battle, he's done so much to try and win the day for his team, but it's just not going to be enough. The final dragon for the Dragon Soul will now be collected, and Team Sora is all but they're crossing their eyes. They're dotting their T's right now to finish off this game.
Yeah, man, and I just got my scanner out. And in fact, Tachimiro's power level is indeed over 9,000 now. So it looks like they pretty much have the green light to look for the end here. Remember, we do got a bit of a death timer on Team Mirris for the next 20 to 25 seconds. We're going to see if Sora wants to try to push their lead or if Team Mirris have one more shot to come back. So we do have the minion wave crashing in the mid lane. As soon as Mirris does respawn from base, they have to respawn. They have to go down there, meaning Sora can pound down on that bottom lane and top lane turrets.
Yeah, and as a spectator, you can see they may have had enough time to end the game there, but I mean, there's always that element of caution that Team Sora wants to have. They have the lead, they know they're in the driver's seat, and so they don't want to risk giving over any possible advantage, so they're playing it slow and methodical as possible. And really, you can never be too mad at an approach like that, because, I mean, why take a risk when you feel like you're going to win this game by default as a result of how strong your champions are? And so, really, you can see there, Tachimuro, he wants the fight. He knows he can win the fight, but he's willing to play as disciplined as possible to ensure the highest chances of victory. Now, not Danny. He's hoping for a fight of his own, trying to take some kind of numbers advantage, but it's just so difficult. You don't have a lot of vision on the map right now if you're Mirris. You're pretty much playing in darkness, and so you're never sure if you have an isolated target or if the rest of the team is right behind the Mind Boots now. Moving forward with Dark Sprizer, so much danger, and look at the damage that Mind Boots can output now too. Another scaling champion that has reached critical mass right now as they start to move in for the finishing blow.
It looks like they're trying to end it right now. It's still 5 versus 4. By no means is Mirris out of this game yet. They have one final stand, one last chance here, Tristan, to try to stop the unstoppable force, which is Sora. Here comes Froggy, wanting to find some damage. We're not going to see the trigger pulled quite yet. Like you said, it's about those high percentage plays. Which plays do we have a better likelihood of not losing? So although they can probably look for the end here, they want to play it safe, make sure they don't throw the game, as Danny needs to try to find something. You know, Danny and King of Battle being those assassin players and those strong key components for Team Mirris, they need to try to find some type of pick, meaning they need to find someone on their own, but Sora does not want to budge. There goes the final chapter now from Ares. Willzone's still there. They're wanting to crumble this tier 3 inner turret.
And what a difference between right now, at this point in the game, and early game. It almost felt like every time Little Man Ares would hit the ultimate, it looked like Mirris was ready to pile on the damage behind it. But at this point in the game, I mean, they have to hesitate. And as I say that, goes the damage. A beautiful engage from Marigold there. Tachimuro is piling on. No one is long for the world on the side of Mirris. They can't make it happen at this point. There's just so much strength at a Team Sora right now, and it can't be overcome. The ticking time bomb has finally blown up, and it's Sora reaping the rewards.
Wow, and what a phenomenal ending to an absolute roller coaster of a game here, Tristan. But on that note, that's going to be it for game number 1. Sora fight their way back through thick and through thin, and they're able to take out Mirris in game number 1.
And wow, everyone should hold their head up high. I mean, it almost felt like every single person in this game had highlight moments, the highs, the lows of it all, but really Team Sora keeping their mental together, keeping their heads on straight to come back from what looked like a disastrous situation for them. We saw so much pressure, so much proactivity being exerted by Mirris early on there, but Team Sora never lost track of the prize. They always kept their eyes ahead, and they always kept themselves sailing straight forward. And like I said, they weathered the storm, they got over those waves, and they made it to the promised land of those power spikes for the Vayne, for Tachimuro up top on the Kaelon. I mean, everyone playing around their carries properly. That is what beautiful League of Legends looks like.
The craziest part, Tristan, that's barely game 1, man. We got 5 more to go. Meaning next up, we do get to see Team Sora go head to head versus Team Independent. So before we do that, we are going to go to a quick break, and we'll see what Game 2 has in store.
We could chase the sun tonight. Let me take you for a ride. Ooh, tonight. Let me take you for a ride. Alright. Let me take you for a ride. Ooh, tonight. Oh, tonight.
just calling to say I
And welcome back, everyone, to the Ekuso Winter 2021 second annual invitation, where we just witnessed game 1 of 6, where we had Team Sora, although a bit of a rocky start, was able to prove to be relentless and take home the victory against Team Mirris here. And now we are going to get a chance to see them again versus Team Independent. But before we do that, we do want to go over a little bit of what happened last game and what that means for the trajectory of today's games here, Tristan.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, that's just so wonderful to watch these two teams because there's so many veterans on this team. We've seen them in several tournaments in the past. We've seen these students improve over time. And I feel like a proud father right now watching these students grow up and get so much better, and their talent is really just shining through right now. Every single one of them bringing so much to the table, and we all got to see it that last game. That was just a pleasure to watch. And really, Team Sora, their coordination on full display there, their resilience, their tactical approach to the game. I mean, everything about it was just so much fun to watch, and I was more than happy to be able to cast that. Now, that being said, all credit to Team Mirris. They were so proactive in that early game, and proactivity is not something that comes easy to League of Legends. Being able to find any crack in the armor to be able to take advantage of, and big credit goes to obviously King of Battle there, who is the team captain, was mounting the attack for his team, doing everything to get them those early game advantages. Rest of the team, all credit to them as well, just being able to play behind his realms, take full advantage of it. Now, that being said, we're going to get over to the team graphics. You see there, Team Sora taking the first win over Team Mirris. Next one up, we have Team Sora versus Team Independent. They're going to have a completely different challenge this time around as they go against another one of the strongest teams in the tournament.
Oh yeah, and just to kind of highlight what they're up against here, for the side of Team Independent, we are featuring Xavier, going by No Name 10911, Elliot, Ghostboy266, Armin, that real cool name, Kai, who is the captain, going by Divine Light, and Jackson, also known as the Average Monkey, is who Team Sora will now be up against here. And oftentimes what happens, Tristan, is that a lot of those plays and a lot of those key components, the key champions, the key factors that were into play in game 1 definitely have an impact. But I do want to bring in one more time our owner, CEO, and founder of Ekuso, Faith, to kind of walk us through a little bit what to expect and what we just seen last game.
Yeah, so I really want to cover a little bit of what happened last game. I think the gameplay was awesome. It was spectacular. Like you said, the roams, the proactivity, the initiative from Team Mirris, that was awesome. At the end of the day, tournaments are about composure, keeping it together, being in the moment. You know, your friends are watching, your family's watching. There's a lot of pressure on you. You're expected to perform. If you don't, people are going to clown you. They're going to make fun of you in chat. You're going to get bullied online.
Friendly banter.
And so it's very difficult. Like, I want to give all the kids credit for just even being here. That's the first thing. The second thing is, just to make the audience aware, there was a draft in the drafting system. So some of the champions that we picked weren't exactly what some of the students expected. My heart goes out to Team Mirris because it happened like that. We're gonna figure out how to address that properly, but that's something we unfortunately don't have time for right now. But overall, the gameplay, just bring it back to that was absolutely fantastic. Tristan, thank you for your compliments. Just so the audience knows, I mean, these kids have been playing for between 1 month to like 14 months max. Like, these kids are super new, and I'm super proud of how far they've come, how much they've progressed, and just like their overall mindset for improving. It's just so cool to see.
Yeah, and I mean, you think back to your first year of playing League of Legends, and I can guarantee you, I don't even have to ask, none of the people on this desk, nor even the coach, after a year of League of Legends, were playing at this game, at this level. We definitely had to take a lot of time to get to the place we are today as players. But these students, in such a short amount of time to accomplish what they've accomplished, is just an absolute testimony to their hard work, to their dedication, and to a good coach over here. So Mr. Faith, all credit to you, my friend. That was you raised yourselves a fantastic squad of players
Oh,
here,
yeah.
and they really showed off that time around. So that being said, we're gonna hop right into the draft here. We have 3 bands already popping up here as we see the Mordekaiser taken away. That is no surprise there. We saw in the 2v2 tournament how vicious that Mordekaiser could be.
Ooh. Wow, and immediately we see Tachimuro able to get that KO again. You would think, being one of the powerhouse picks that Sora really displayed last game, that it would have been banned, but it wasn't. It was let go through, but it looks like Divine Light has an answer in the Riven.
Yeah, I mean, maybe perhaps it was all planned. Maybe Divine Light says, hey, let him have the Kale. Drop it. I can take it. I can take this Kale myself. Check out this Riven. We're going to see them do battle up in the top lane. They want this 1v1, and this is going to be so exciting to watch. Volibear picked up for Ghost Boy as well, a very solid jungler. You're going to see him just taking the front lines on the fight. He's going to be tanky. He's going to be difficult to deal with. And hey, for those of you who are fans of the show Arcane, League of Legends actually just dropped a show on Netflix centered around Andre OG's character. Vi will be the pickup here. For those of you who haven't watched this show as well, do yourself a favor. Watch it through. It is absolutely fantastic. And that being said, now you have plot armor behind Andre as well. So you got a bit of an X factor there.
Oh yeah, and Tristan, last game we did have Faith, we had the pleasure of having Faith walk us through the last couple of teams, and now this is our first time watching Team Independent here. Faith, what can you tell us about this team and what we should expect from Team Independent?
Yeah, so we actually have the most experienced player in the entire, I guess, ecosystem, which is Divine Light. He's very much a leader, and I'm excited to see what he's going to bring to the table. And I think, based off the draft so far, we have John Tachimuro on Kale from Team Sora versus Divine Light Kai Riven from Team Independent. And so this is going to be a focal point for the game in general, simply because Kale is a very, what we call, scaling pick, which means that it's like an exponential curve. She gets stronger and stronger and stronger as the game progresses, but she starts very low. Whereas Riven has a more of like an aggressive beginning, which means there's going to be a lot happening up at the top side of the map, so watch out for that. Not to mention we have the roamer Kiana, and so she's going to be moving around the map, forcing things to happen. There's going to be a lot of action happening topside, especially with the Volibear. And I think this game is going to be very explosive. Last time, I predicted the game to go pretty short. It was pretty long, so you could call that prediction totally wrong. But
It's
this one, there's like
curse,
no
Faith.
way, right? It has to. This one's going to be quicker. There's no way, right? Right?
So Faith, last game we got to see Sora, who you proclaimed as the killing machine, go heads up versus the more family style approach of Mirris, and it was a very close game here. I want to see, Faith, what would you classify Team Independent as here?
I would classify Team Independent as 5 wildcards. Very skilled wildcards, though. They're all individually super skilled. They all have their own strengths and weaknesses. It's a matter of blending them together and like building raw skill into something that's cohesive. And just so you mentioned, I think that's a really good topic. Last game, like I just want to emphasize how well Team Mirris played. They were so cohesive. They were so synced up. It's just like I said earlier, tournaments are about composure, and at a certain point with the composition that they drafted, you can't drop the ball because, like I said, Kale is infinitely scaling. And so unfortunately the ball was dropped, but I think they should hold their heads up. They should hold their heads up high because, man, you guys should have seen. There should be a camera on me, like we should display or something. I was just like hopping out of my seat. 2NU, our broadcasting team, they know. I mean, they saw me probably jumping up. So like, I just want to say, Mirris was absolutely excellent. Like that was spectacular.
I actually seen Tristan do a backspring triple somersault. So I definitely feel you there, Faith. But on that note, before we get into game number 2, we do have a quick promo video for the Team Independent versus Team Sora. And we'll let that play. We'll be back shortly with game number 2. Sheesh, what another insane video there. And as we do allow both teams to get ready and get their equipment good for this battle, Faith, do we have any predictions here on what to expect in this game 2?
That's a good question. Looking at the draft, I have to think about that a little bit. Honestly, I kind of prefer team independence if they are able to convert a lead from the early game into the mid game. But at the same time, I don't know, Willzone on Yasuo, and John on his comfort pick, which is, well, one of them is banned there, really, but the second thing being Kale. I don't know. If this ends early before 20 minutes, it's definitely independent win. If it goes any longer, it's going to be Sora.
Alrighty, so that being said, Faith predicts a short game, and he favors the comp of Independent, and so you can expect this game to be 50 minutes, and for Independent's composition to just fall apart. So that's just how it works in the devs. For those of you who are unfamiliar, there's a caster curse when it comes to League of Legends. Anything predicted will absolutely be as wrong as possible, whether it be during a live broadcast or during the analyst desk. It's just part of the caster curse, baby. It comes with the territory, and that's what happens when you're featured on this desk. So Faith, my blessings go out to you. Hopefully you can overcome this horrid curse that has plagued the League of Legends scene for years. But you know, you just if I'm a betting man, I bet against whatever the casters try and say. So that being said, we're about to hop into game here. I can't wait to see and one thing I love that you've drilled into them, Faith, is these level 1 strategies. Everyone is so well versed when it comes to being able to protect their jungle level 1. You almost see no parts of the map being uncovered there. You see proper warding level 1. I mean, this is high level stuff here. We're talking about things that high level players don't remember to cover here. And so really, when in the semester, when in the curriculum do you teach these level 1 strategies?
As for the level 1 strategies, I want to give that full credit to the first coach that we hired, Miwa, actually. He's actually doing the observing too, and he's done a fantastic job. He made this really quick video that summarizes level 1's power strengths, where to ward, where to stand. So yeah, all credit to him. And so yeah, I mean, part of Ekuso is expanding and to spread to as many people as we possibly can. And obviously, one person like me cannot help with that. And so basically, we're trying to expand our coaching staff, and he's done an excellent job so far. The kids love him, and he's got an awesome accent. So shout out to Miwa.
Does that mean we're getting Coach King of Battle next semester after that insane display?
That's a plan. Yeah, I really want to give the kids an opportunity to be lead. Well, they've already had opportunities to be leaders, but I want them to be mentors and to lead other students and to basically transform other kids' lives, similar to how their lives have changed. And like obviously, I'm the one who's seen, and their parents are the ones who've seen the growth the most. But you know, we're getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and I want to share that with the whole world.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing that come to fruition. Thank you again, Faith, for the amazing insight here in our pregame lobbies here. But as we get ready, guys, for game number 2, I do want to point out one very specific matchup. We're going to hold that thought as we're just going to hop on right in. And it looks like we got game 2 ready. Sora versus Independent.
Yeah, and I know you're about to talk about a matchup. Well, the matchup I'm specifically looking at, to me, is the mid lane. 2 melee champions, 2 extremely high damage melee champions, and if you get a lead in this lane, you can really snowball it easily. And so I would expect the junglers to constantly be hovering around this mid lane, because it is very easy to affect the lane when there is 2 melees like this. They're going to be up close and personal nearly the entire time, and so it's very easy to close the distance and to be able to gain an advantageous position if you bring a second player into that lane. And so I'm going to be expecting a lot of intervention when it comes to the junglers here, as we see another level 1 where everyone crosses their I's, dots their T's, no shenanigans going on this time around. And so I'm interested to see if anyone tries to change that around for themselves. But that being said, it looks like we're just going to get a standard start here. Both junglers starting bottom of the map, and so you can expect him to clear towards the opposite side. We may see the junglers meeting at the top side of the map when it comes to level 3 around that time, as Divine Light, he actually hides in the brush the entire time. Tachimuro even burns his flash very early on here out of fear.
Oh, yeah, and I think it's important to note as well, you're really talking about that mid lane matchup, and I cannot wait to see it. One super important thing for people to note is that we actually had a lane swap where Willzone is no longer in the jungle on that Lilia like we seen last game. He's now in the mid lane role. We've seen him be in that leadership position as the team captain you're interested in. Now, sometimes swapping roles and allowing your allies to play something they're more comfortable with is absolutely a strategy that can be implemented, and you can see Willzone already doing a really good job in that mid lane.
Yeah, absolutely. And down to the bot lane. Sorry, I was distracted honestly for a second there because I love watching these two champions trade against each other. Jhin and Misfortune, both these two champions picked down in the bottom lane, have very interesting trading patterns because they're not actually trying to hit you directly most of the time. Usually they're trying to hit the minions around you and kind of chain the damage onto you. For Misfortune, her main source of damage comes from using an ability to bounce a shot off the minions into your face, and Jhin has a bouncing grenade that bounces from the minions into your face. And so it's a lot of fun to watch these champions down to the bot lane try and trade off of each other because of the really fun interactions they have with the minions and how they try and do battle here. Meanwhile, up in the top line, it's a little bit more boring because you have one side that's Tachimura just trying to avoid contact at all costs because his champion is so much weaker at this point in the game. Meanwhile, Divine Light is just trying to do and take any opportunity to do damage possible, but it's more of a one-sided affair when it comes to this point in the game.
That's going to be a really interesting lane as well, right? To whereas last game, we seen what Tachimura can do in the late game, but that was when he did have a lead throughout the entirety of most of the game in that top lane against the Alawi. Now what's going to happen, though, how long is it going to take you to scale? It's going to take you 10 more minutes, 15 more minutes to get to that 16 power spike to have your items, and Divine Light is looking to already put a bit of a wrench in the cog, but Andre is not, unfortunately, able to help out with the gank.
Yeah, and a nice dodge there from Divine Light. I mean, you see Andre there going headstrong, face first into the attack, but Divine Light, quick reflexes, dodges out of the way, and you can just tell that he came here to play. This is why he was willing to let the kill go through. He has the confidence to see to feel like he can just win the matchup outright. As Mind Boots there, just going for a trade, a quick 1-2 tap there, the 2-piece and a biscuit, and walking himself on out. No name there. You can see him trying to find the range in the set, but the only difficulty is Jhin has pretty decent range here. It's very difficult to try and get close enough to actually end up doing the damage you want. Oh, as I say that, whoa! When did this happen? Everyone is into the bot lane. Real cool name trying to flash out. Will perfectly time it. No name now gets them back into turret range. This is beautifully done. Marigold taking so much damage. It's oh so close. And in a 4v2 situation, Team Independent manages to maneuver themselves back to safety and nearly get themselves a kill in return.
Oh, yeah. You know, interestingly enough there, though, we did see all 4 of the Summoner spell abilities burned from the bottom lane of Independent, while Sora, even though they were the aggressors, did not burn a single one. And look at the fact that they were able to get away safely. Now we have Willzone having to walk back to the mid lane, but unfortunately Ghost Boy's a little bit too deep, and that's first blood already over to Sora. 1-0 on the board, but tied in terms of gold.
Yeah, and you could just tell that Ghost Boy wasn't expecting them to be there so quickly. They moved up the river a lot faster than he realized, and that was just an ambush. A lot of you watching at home may have wondered why he walked in there. Well, that's because on his side of the board, he actually didn't have vision past the bush there. And so as soon as he walked past that, he most likely realized how much trouble he was in, because suddenly he got vision of 2 champions that were just foaming at the mouth for a kill for themselves, and just couldn't walk himself out in time. Good on him to not burn his flash in a situation where he most likely would have died regardless. And so he is at least going to have the consolation prize of being able to save that for a later engagement. But most likely will be losing out on the dragon here, as we see Willzone and Andre OG doing a great job of moving in tandem, though. It looks like they're not willing to give this one up just yet. They have vision of the dragon. Ghost Boy wants to find an angle to get in here, especially with Andre OG dropping so low, but it's Willzone to play bodyguard. He's juking left, right, and center. He's trying to put on the fancy footwork, but he just can't make it out in time, and Ghost Boy gets dropped back to back. That is the teamwork of Team Sora coming into fruition there. And you can't really blame Ghost Boy. He sees Andre OG so low at the Dragon Pit. He really is hungry for blood here, seeing red, but he just didn't have the numbers with the rest of his team, and the coordination not quite being lined up the same way.
And this is an entirely different Sora that we already see. The progression from game one, where they didn't have the most successful early game, and now they're already hitting the ground running. You remember those Scooby-Doo cartoons where their feet are just running at the moment they hit the ground, they start taking off? That's what Sora is doing already. They established themselves a very comfortable lead. They have the dragon, in which they could not get until the 20-minute mark in game one. They now have it 7 minutes, and they also have a gold lead, which they did not get last game till the 15-minute mark. So as you can see, things are very well escalated, and they also still have that late game insurance in Tachimuro's Kale in the top lane.
Yeah, absolutely, and really this is going all according to plan for Team Sora here. Team Independent going to be on the back foot right now. They're looking for a way back into this game, but My Boots is doing a fantastic job here of constantly staying outside of the range of No Name. No Name is constantly looking for engagements, trying to get the party started, but My Boots is just never giving him the opportunity to get close enough to actually close the distance and to start the fight the way he wants to. Instead, My Boots is making sure if we're going to fight, it's going to be on my terms.
We are getting our first glimpse at what these bottom lanes are going to end up building in terms of their items here. One thing important to note, we did see Real Cool Name not having enough gold to actually buy the pickaxe on his first back, so he sold the Doran's Blade, which is arguably one of the strongest items of the game in the earlier phases, to the point where they don't have it anymore. But now Andre's going to make a little bit back in the mid lane jungle here, takes out the enemy here. Divine now trying to bite back. Unfortunately, Ghost Boy goes down for free.
Yeah, Ghost Boy gets ambushed there out of the brush. We saw Andre OG and Willzone both just waiting for him, stalking their prey. And it's unfortunate because Ghost Boy, I mean, he didn't really have a lot of time to react there. He was kind of just dead to rights the moment they sprung on him because he's still at level 5. The level 6 combination is just nothing you can fight back on. And without a flash, I mean, there really was no escape from that situation. We'll see if Divine Light, though, and Average Monkey can find themselves back into this fight. A quick kill. Look how much damage is up front, and that is going to be their way back into this game. Average Monkey looking for even more. Ghost Boy has rejoined. He's going to be able to secure this objective with his team, and that's exactly what the doctor ordered to get themselves back into this game. You can see exactly why Divine Light wanted to take this matchup. He knows that Tachimura is going to take a while to ramp up, and he says, this time around, I don't need time. I have myself, and I have my own ability to bring this game over early.
Yeah, my bad that Divine Light is just casually doing what I couldn't even do at my peak, dude. Sorry, what happened again, Divine Light? Okay, I get the point. But Divine, look at him. He was able to get that kill, Tristan. He takes the Rift Herald top, and again, we mentioned last game the importance of dropping the Herald pre-14 minutes. You get extra gold from taking down those plates. We have 80 creeps already dead, but now back in mid. Willzone looking for something, and Monkey's able to get the ultimate off, but it's not going to be enough damage there. Willzone takes out Monkey, and still looking to fight this out of the mid lane.
This is what Faith was talking about when he said Willzone on Yasuo is scary. Him having that champion, he knows the ins and outs. In Divine Light, he hides in the bush. Tachimura getting ambushed again, and Divine Light is an absolute monster on this champion. You saw how good Tachimura looked in that last game. Well, Divine Light is taking the fight to him. Not an ounce of fear in his eyes as we see the bot lane of Real Cool Name and No Name just playing off of each other perfectly. You saw the sniper shots coming out there from Mind Boots, but his teammate, Real Cool Name, was able to hide behind the shield of No Name to absorb those bullets for him. And so, really great teamwork there to make sure they can stay safe. And Mind Boots, good job there of being proactive as possible, trying to pile on the damage to put more pressure on the bot lane there. You can see he has the level lead at this point and a few minions up if you look at the bottom portion of your screen. Doing a great job. And again, No Name just not able to get inside of the range because they're constantly playing just outside of his reach. That has to be frustrating down in the bot lane to go against.
And if we can get these dragon timers up, we will see that the dragon is almost about to be spawning. I would give it about a minute or so here, so we need to pay close attention to both the teleports in the top lane, which Divine Light has and Tachimura doesn't, meaning Divine can teleport to the dragon, whereas Tachi cannot. So we need to see a fight for who can push out the mid lane and the bottom there to try to create the numbers advantage. We now see Ghost Boy rotating down as Willzone might be in another 1v1. They just keep on fighting, but Average Monkey is able to jump over the terrain and stay alive for now. But Divine Light's there, but the knockup allows Willzone to get the ultimate out. But Divine Light takes out Andre, and Willzone now forced to run away. But the question is, can he escape? Divine says no. Willzone says, oh, I'm dead. Double kill over to Divine Light already. And Tachi still gonna be on the run here. Tristan Divine looking for the triple kill. One more auto. There it is. Triple kill over to Divine Light.
Divine Light is absolutely taking over this game. There is 100% a strategic choice on the side of Team Independent to allow the KO to be in the hands of Tachi Muro, just because they knew they had a game plan. They wanted the weak early game of Kale to be taken advantage of, and that's exactly what happened there. Average Monkey now in a bit of trouble there. He may not want the 1v2 fight, especially not with the coordination of Mind Boots and Marigold, but he is able to escape it with his life. Meanwhile, the rest of the Team Independent was able to pick up the dragon there, and so Ghost Boy, while he did struggle in the early game, had a bit of a rough go of it, he's doing a great job of sticking on the objective with his team. He is finding his own resolution. He's finding his own contributions in being able to get that progressive strength ramp up over time for the rest of his team.
You know, I'm beginning to get a little bit of flashbacks to last game's early game here, where Sora didn't have the best early game, didn't have that established foothold in the first 20 minutes of the game. But remember, late game, Tachi Muro was just a ticking time bomb, but the issue now arises here, Tristan, that Divine Light, he is so unbelievably massive right now on the Riven that it's going to be a problem in and of itself. And again, we see that common trend. The team captains of both teams really looking to show up, and Divine and Willzone are looking to be that force, looking to be that glue to hold their team together. But Divine just creating so much of a lead as he teleports now to the bottom. Marigold wants to run away, but Divine Light is super fast, looking to go in with the flash kite burst, but Marigold does get out safely.
Yeah, now you can, wow, Divine Light is just attempting to kill everyone on the entire map right now. The only issue is, because that teleport didn't get him any kills, now Tachi Muro will get some alone time in the top lane. And when you get this kind of alone time, Divine Light just going under the turret, nearly one-shots Mind Boots. Mind Boots is running for his life, but he just can't make it out. There's too much damage available to Divine Light, and he is slaughtering anyone. No tower can stop him right now as an Average Monkey. This is going to be close. Willzone will take the 1v1, but the Ignite kills him after death. Martyrdom Pro has been turned on right now, and it's just the 1-for-1, the duel. Every man drops in the mid lane.
Independent just doing such a good job at looking to push that lead. And look, I do want to go back a little bit here. When we talked to Faith, you know, Faith may have caster cursed the first game, but I think he may have, well, in fact, caster manifested this one. He told us, look, the game is early on. If it ends before 20, 25 minutes, it's going to be Team Independent all the way. But again, that is a very big if still, Tristan. We've seen the same trajectory of game number one, and it was Sora who were able to bite back. Curtin Cole now going to find some of the CC, and Andre is able to capitalize, and Ghost is down for the count.
And Ghost Boy is not having fun right now. It feels like every time he is in the river, there's someone there to ambush him. He's never able to feel safe in the... It's so frustrating for junglers to be in a situation like this, because the river has what's called the scuttle crab. It's an easy way to pick up gold and experience, and so whenever you move to pick that one up, you're always putting yourself at a risk of being ambushed, and Ghost Boy just seems to be on the receiving end of a lot of punishment here, as we see a bit of a collapse in the river. All four members of Sora just trying to move in for some kind of blood here, but luckily for Team Independent, they're aware of the situation. They know what's happening. And you can just see up in the top lane, Divine Light has so much pressure being exerted right now. Another kill onto Tachi Muro. It is night and day from last game, and it's a bit of a difference in the champions as well. Last game, even though the Alawi did have a lot of moments where she was stronger than Tachi Muro, it wasn't really able to take advantage of it because of the short-range nature of the champion. Meanwhile, although Divine Light is short-range as well, just has so much more mobility in the kit of the champion to take advantage of any weaknesses, any cracks in the armor of Tachi Muro. So definitely more pressure as a result of different champions being picked. Now, real cool name. He's in so much trouble here. Andre OG has the ultimate to be expended, trying to chain in. Predicted from Mind Boots, a beautiful placement of the W, and right after the flash, he was caught out and destroyed there. Marigold wasn't even able to get onto the action because the other two just did it themselves. Easy as apple pie there, and Mind Boots, what an absolute madman predicting that flash.
You're going to have that trade-off there as, you know, obviously wasn't the best situation for Xavier there on Cool Name on the Misfortune, but we still have Independent being able to take back the Rift Herald here, so they do give their AD carry for that crucial Rift Herald. You know, importantly, it isn't as strong as the first Herald, as after 14 minutes, those towers no longer grant you that extra gold. But I gotta tell you, it's still a very strong objective to have, being able to take down almost half of the HP that a tower has, especially when the next dragon is up, Tristan. What you can do is drop that Rift Herald in a lane to really hammer down on turrets, meaning your enemies have to go and respond to it, or they give up that turret and play for the dragon. We're gonna see if the Herald is now dropped, as Sora are first to take control over the Dragon Pit.
Yeah, absolutely, and we see 4 members strong here, trying to work down onto this dragon. Average Monkey's the first one in. Divine Light flashes forward. Look at all the upfront damage they're able to get off. Mind Boots attempting to land some sniper shots here, but it's too little, too late.
Whoa.
A beautiful last shot to get himself a kill, but Divine Light is in, and he is deep right now. He has so much damage. Mind Boots is running for his life right now, but he just can't gain the distance. He's getting hawked down right now. Divine Light is destroying everyone. He will not be denied a double kill to finish off the fight, as well as the dragon, and it looks like Faith has broken the caster curse, because he is absolutely right. This one may just be over before it even starts.
Oh, it is Divine Light versus the world, and he is not going to stop. You know, I'm starting to think here, Tristan, that he has the extra power boost on his Kai Blast, because it is his name IRL, man. So I don't know. I think it's channeling extra jutsu to his abilities here, is my guess. I'm calling it. That's what it is.
Oh, yeah. He's got the synergy there. And I mean, you see, so look at his score right now. 11-0-3. He has not died a single time in this game. He is essentially playing it near flawless. I mean, this is just all credit to him, and he is going such a damage-oriented build. He is no longer feeling concerned with defensive stats. He just wants to kill. He wants to destroy, and as I say that, Mind Boots, you better mind your manners, because Divine Light is waiting right around every corner, over every wall. I'm checking under my bed tonight for Divine Light, because he is scarier than the boogeyman right now.
Yeah, you know, earlier I was saying I'd be very, very scared to 1v1 some of these players here, and I think Divine Light, if I got to 1v1 you, I'm probably just going to not show up, if I'm being honest here. But we're going to see Sora now look for a play of their own here. Teleport coming from Divine. Oh. If it's not stopped, this can get ugly. No Name does fall, but Divine Light now looking to go in. Average able to start the fight. Ultimate's going to be out, but Willzone has to run away. He flashes out. Cool Name's able to get the ulti off, and a lot of the damage is going to be coming out as Mind Boot's going to be the last one standing in the bottom half of the jungle, and it's going to be a 4-for-2 trade. Independent take more of a lead, and Divine Light takes another 2 kills.
And you can see Sora is doing everything they can to try and take back a few kills. All credit to Mind Boost, because he is landing sniper shots to finish off many of these kills. As Ghost Boy, he may just sacrifice himself to do damage to the tower here. Tachimura, you can see him. It's level 11 where you get one of your power spikes as Kale. And as soon as he hits that level 11 mark, you can see him already doing more work around the map there. Ghost Boy choosing to take the death and instead just do as much damage to the tower as possible. Nearly finishes it off there. And the more you die in League of Legends, the less gold you're actually worth. And I think Ghost Boy is aware of that. And so he was willing to sacrifice himself in order to get as much damage as possible down on the sides of the map. And we saw a similar strategy last game, where the Alawi was just constantly pressuring relentlessly, despite giving over deaths, was able to gain a lot of gold for the team. The only issue with that is when you end up losing some of the pressure on the map as a result of your death, it can end up snowballing against you. In Divine Light, he may just be facing his first one on the score column here. A quick execution, all the gold being given over to Mind Boost. That was 1,000 gold, a rack in the bank.
Yeah, and that's one of those things. You die with a big shutdown, and so much gold goes into the enemy's pockets, where that may be the little break that Sora did need to get themselves back in now, as Willzone wants to go to the mid lane. It's going to be a 3v1. No Name just trying to save face here. It is a 1v2 until Mind Boot's able to clear the distance now, as Tachi's able to go forward now and get the kill. No Name does fall. That's 2 kills in a matter of 30 seconds over to Sora.
Oh yeah, you can already see the Mumu getting chased out here. Marigold running for the hills, but you're not stuck in here with me. I'm stuck in here with the rest of my team as everyone collapses forward. Marigold, though, does get finished off by that real cool name last second. Everyone else in the team, Willzone, will have the creep wave to dash through. He's got more left in the tank. He's got a wind blade as well, and he's got an ultimate to slam them down. Sora has found their access point back into this game.
Do not count Sora down, Tristan, until they are out for the count. They are back in it. You know, may not be the best fate for Mind Boots in the mid lane against Divine Light, but these players are here, and they're here to stay. You know, we're now past that 22-minute mark, and Tachimiro, level 13, 3 more levels before Tachi is able to go berserk.
This is just such an exciting game, and Sora, you give them any way back into the game, they will absolutely take it every day of the week. They need to be careful here, though. They need a lot of members if they want to have a hope of killing Divine Light, especially with Willzone just having used his ultimate. Still had a few seconds on that before it was actually back up and available, and so really Divine Light hesitating there, not sure of the numbers. When you never want to head into darkness when you're up against the enemy team. He doesn't see everything that we get to see on the map, and so discipline there to not exactly take any fight possible. But as I say that, back to the mid lane, Tachimiro, so much trouble, all the upfront damage, no ultimate even needed on the Riven to absolutely eviscerate anyone in sight.
Divine Light now 15 kills on him. He still has another shutdown here, so we need Sora to try to somehow capitalize on one of his potential mistakes now, but Divine Light just going to be going in. Mind Boots, poor guy, has no chance to run away. Still trying to kite it out here, but Divine Light still in a bad spot. Ulti's there, shutdown, goes over to Sora. Unfortunately, the Dragon is secured for Team Independent. Soul Point now gone.
That was wonderfully coordinated from Sora there, knowing that Divine Light may have finally bit off more than he can chew, and that's exactly what happens there. Wasn't even a proactive play needed from Sora there to cash in on another 1,000 gold. This time it goes over to Andre OG. We'll see what he decides to itemize now with this fresh new bankroll he's been able to get cashed in for himself. And that being said, they may be able to transfer it into a tower take as well. And so Sora, fantastic job. They always convert their leads every time they're able to make a fight happen. They know exactly how to capitalize it on the map and to secure objectives as a result. Now, that being said, they're going to move into the jungle as well, pick up as many camps as possible. A fantastic strategic way to make sure you can maximize your lead. And this is something that coaches have definitely taught them. When you win a fight like that, make sure that you pillage and plunder any little advantage you could possibly get. That being said, though, Andre OG needs to be careful here. Divine Light is alive again, back on the map. He is able to maneuver himself to safety. And with that being said, I mean, just so much gold being swung back in the favor of Sora. They were down, what, 3,000, 4,000 gold before that play, and they have shortened it to just over 1K.
This really interesting dichotomy that we now see starting to form here where... Oh, okay. Oh, he's going to try to 1v2. Okay,
1v3.
Divine Light.
Andre OG is in there.
Can he do it, though? Okay, ulti's out. Divine Judgment. More like Divine Dead as Light not able to escape. Tachimiro now going back to the fight as Will's going to flash away. No Name goes to the back line, but No Name has to use a haymaker, but it's not enough to get a kill. Tachimiro now goes forward. Willzone going in. Ghost Boy in danger. Willzone, I can't believe it. Willzone looks in. Willzone shall find Sora back in the mix once more.
No. This is not happening. This is not happening. Sora is not doing this again. Faith is shaking right now. His prediction in shambles. Right when you think it's over, right when you think Sora has been toppled from their throne,
backflips, baby.
They find the resilience.
Faith.
The well-oiled machine is now back and looking to make a statement. Yeah, we may be down, but we are never out. But wait a second. There could be some flashbacks. Not the same steal. Is this all just scripted? Are we watching the same game over and over again? Average Monkey
AI.
This
is AI.exe.
Don't do it.
Looks like Average Monkey
Don't do it.
for the steal. I can't quite find
it.
Okay. Well, now Divine's stuck in there. Andre goes down. Marigold looking to kite it out. Tachimiro does not have the ultimate up. He cannot go invulnerable anymore as Marigold looking to run away, but can't quite find the escape. Divine Judgment takes out one, takes out two. Tachimiro now trying to find the exit route back to base, but he cannot quite get out of it safely just yet as a Kai Blast can provide the stun. Not two, that's three kills. Divine Judgment loaded the AVCs 1, 2, 3s all over again and is able to make do with the Baron being lost.
I am losing my mind at this game right now. Divine Light is just really clawing Independent back into this game every time they seem to lose out on a trade there. But I mean, getting the Baron is still a fantastic objective to be secured. And Sora now with the aggregate gold lead. I mean, if there is a fight that Divine Light is not able to participate in, it's going to go the way of Sora. Right now, Divine Light has to play perfectly with his lead if they want to bring this over the finish line for Independent, because Sora, it feels like everyone on their team is their own power point. Meanwhile, on the Independent, all their gold has been funneled into the top lane, and so it's the one-man show versus the well-oiled machine Faith was talking about. But Mindboots, he finds himself very deep behind enemy lines. He's going to try and use that accelerated recall to get himself out of harm's way. I can't believe he escaped that situation. What the presence of mind from Mindboots to just stick to his guns, to just channel the recall, not stop himself, and to get himself out of harm's way. That was just mind-boggling there, and what an escape. I mean, really, he should have been dead 9 out of 10 times, but he kept his cool, and he finds himself back out onto the map, able to regroup with his team. Dragon is spawning here. If Independent secures this, they will have the soul. This is going to be crucial, and I don't imagine Sora will not let this one go without a fight.
Let's not jinx it. Remember, last game, Sora also was faced in a predicament where it was 1-3 in Dragons, and they ended up getting 2 back-to-back ones. We're going to see who gets here first. Sora, able to get a very nice grasp into the river, securing that they're first to act on Dragon. Ghost Boy now looking to try to build a little bit of tempo here as Average Monkey wants to go with them. Remember, all ultimates are up. Important to note, Flash no longer available for Willzone or Tachimiro, nor is it available for Divine Light. Cannot flash Kybers. Marigold not going to land the ultimate. That's a lot of resources no longer available, Tristan. There's the trigger being pulled. Ghost Boy looking to bring the Stormbringer's able to take down one, but Tachi's able to take out Ghost Boy. Big ulti coming back, though. Real Cool is able to get so much damage out and finds the double kill, and Independent will not stop. They're looking for more, and Andre is found. Only one is alive from Sora, and Independent takes home and claims their Dragon Soul.
Huge ultimate from Average Monkey there. He knows exactly what he's doing on the champion. Pins all of Sora into the wall. And from there, I mean, it's an alley-oop. It's Dwayne Wade to LeBron James there as Divine Light gets to capitalize on all the members that locked up as a result of it. Great job from Real Cool Name and No Name. The bot lane teaming up to pile on the damage. They were able to secure kills for themselves. And you saw, I mean, after a rough early game for the bot lane, they brought themselves back into it as a result of some of these last few fights that they were able to capitalize on. All of Team Independent is feeling so much better after that. And now that they have the Dragon Soul as well, that soul grants them so much speed. They are now a faster team composition as a result. And when you have extra movement speed on champions like the Kiana, like the Riven, Divine Light is now just really sitting on cloud 9. He is a very happy man.
We're now past that 30-minute mark, in which, you know, Faith mentioned this may be the turn of the tides. Willzone with a nice last breath, able to find Real Cool Name. Ghost Boy now is on the run. Is No Name gonna be able to help out? There's 3 there now, though. Willzone, you may have got one. Can you find any more? He's looking at 1v4. Willzone! Okay, can't quite do it, man. That was getting insane. It will be just a 1-for-1 trade for now, Tristan.
Oh, and Ghost Boy is able to get himself back out of harm's way, but Mindboots, he just closes the distance with the item, destroys the last player. And I mean, without Divine Light, you see vulnerability in the ranks of Independent, but oh man, Divine Light now starts to realize, I need to put my foot down. I've had enough of my teammates dying.
There he is.
Marigold will be the first victim, and Mindboots, I don't know if you want to stick around here if you value your life at all. That being said, it's just the 1 kill so far. Marigold valiantly sacrificing for the rest of the team, just making sure that it's only sticking to the single kill, using the ultimate to lock up as many players as possible to provide some extra wiggle room for the escape.
Team Independent now wants to recall and spend that last gold. We're going to get to see after this reset what Divine Light chooses as their last item. Remember, being that it's your last item, that means there's no more value in getting any more gold. You can't really spend it, which leaves a very good opportunity for Sora to be able to use some of their gold and kind of get back in the game. Divine Light also max level. After his next recall, that's it. He's at maximum capacity. He cannot get any stronger. Sora needs to try to stall it out. But remember, there is going to be an Elder Drake next Dragon, which essentially is a make or break an objective. If you get that Drake, you kill your enemies at 20% HP, and it's super strong.
Absolutely, and wow, this is just so much fun to watch. I'm having a great time because both teams, they even when they're behind, they're willing to take fights, and that's exactly what you need to do when you're behind League of Legends. Don't roll over. Don't just let your team go down. And I mean, there's been so many teams throughout League of Legends history. I think specifically back to 2016, 2017 TSM, where once they fell behind, it almost felt like it was just them stalling, hoping that the enemy team makes a mistake that will play right into their hands instead of actually going out and trying to find their own fights. Meanwhile, you have kids that have been playing the game for less than a year, most of them, and yet they're still constantly looking for pressure, constantly looking for ways to get themselves back into the game proactively, and that is just a huge testament to their mental fortitude and their resilience.
We now see a big top lane push building up here, Tristan. Independent wanting to break down some of the barriers of entry into Sora's base. They want to take this tower down. Remember, Ghost Boy's ultimate can stop the tower for a few seconds, but it's not going to really matter. They do so much damage. Taki Mirros now a little bit deep, going to look for the 1v3, but can he do it? There's the showstopper, able to take him out of the fight. Willzone is there, but Divine Light is now going to be running away, but he's running low on fumes, and Guardian Angel buys a little bit of time for now, but my friend, your team is gone, and so is your life force.
That was so well played. Are you kidding me? Tachi Muro just drawing all the aggro from the team there, drawing out the cooldowns and then flashing away at the perfect timing. Then Willzone. It is so difficult to time that tornado off of the Guardian Angel. Now Ghost Boy, he could be caught here. Tries to flash away, but it's a follow through by Andre OG. The Baron is up and available. They can just turn that into another lead. And Sora, if you give them a chance to convert, they will absolutely do so. I mean, I cannot express how well they just played that series of events. Willzone, I have to give him so much credit. This is such a difficult champion to operate, the Yasuo. And timing a Guardian Angel, the respawn on that item, is so difficult. That is something that I struggle to do to this very day. I mean, that is just, it's not easy, especially because there's different timings in League of Legends. There's a really common Zhonya's Hourglass timing where you can time that after a few seconds, and it's still impressive to do so. But Guardian Angel has a slightly different timing that throws a lot of players off, and Willzone just hitting the mark right when he needs to. And if he didn't hit that tornado like he did in such a perfect timing, it is very easy for a Riven player that as skilled as Divine Light to take advantage of it and to wipe your entire team as a result. And so with this next dragon spawning, now that the soul has been secured for Independent, this will be the Elder Dragon. For those of you watching at home, this is one of the strongest buffs you can receive in this game. And so this buff alone could decide whether it is a victory or defeat for either side. Of Marigold finds a beautiful engagement onto Ghost Boy. Look how much damage is up front. Divine Light trying to find some access to the fight, but Willzone has tried to deny him. The rest of the team follows through. Sora, are you kidding me?
Wow, and above all odds, Sora yet win another objective fight. And now it's No Name looking to find his exit route, but it's not there. You cannot get out safely. Same goes for local name. Savior taken down from Willzone. And that's the clean ace for Sora. Independent all have the gray screen. None of them are able to move. None of them can respond. Elder goes over to Sora.
Get out of my head, Mind Boots. Get out of my head, Charles. Mind Boots has now predicted 2 flashes from that real cool name. This guy is absolutely a psychic right now, the way he is able to read movements before they even happen.
And here they are now going to use that Baron buff and Elder. They got the duo right now. They have 2 of the best buffs you can get in this game. And the middle inhibitor is on its last legs. Luckily, Average Monkey and Ghost Boy will be able to defend it out for now. We now have a bit of aggressive maneuvers now from Andre and the rest of the squadron of Sora as they just keep on wanting to push. Remember, you want to fight with this buff, but you want to fight at 2v3. Mind Boots able to Gale Force away as Marigold trying to find a little bit of CC to allow Mind Boots to get away, but there's Divine Light with a lot of the damage. Ultimate's going to be coming down. Everyone's falling. Everyone's dying. Shut down to Divine Light. Willzone looking to turn. Willzone is able to burn some of the damage onto the enemy set now, but Divine Light is able to take him back out. But here comes Tachimiro looking to get the kill, and they will be able to find it. Andre is now left all alone with Tachi, and Independent buy some more time.
Great job from Independent to be able to stall this one out. With those players dying, a lot of the buff timings will not be there anymore. And Tachimiro, though, he's level 18. We talked about that level 16 mark for the Kale. He is now past it. He has reached critical mass. And now suddenly Ghost Boy, he doesn't have a leg to stand on. He can't approach this. He's going to get wiped out right there by the dragon. And you can see these buffs coming into effect. They add more damage onto an already extremely strong team. This should be the inhibitor going down, giving them the opportunity to spawn extra strong minions. And with the Baron buff, with that kill you saw on the top side of the map of that major objective, their minions are already getting buffed out. That's going to pile on with super minions. That's going to pile on with the extra strength they get from the Elder Dragon buff. And I mean, they are starting to become this force that just cannot be reckoned with. Even though Independent did get the Dragon Soul earlier, the amount of strength that Sora has from their champions, from the last two objectives secured, they just can't stand against it right now, not even with Divine Light's extreme strength.
Speaking of which, we did see Divine Light get rid of the Guardian Angel as it is on cooldown to get another item here. But can he even 1v1 Tachimiro? Remember, Tachi still has that Elder. You don't want to fight quite yet, but he might not have the choice. Divine Light now between a rock and a very hard place. And Andre takes him down. This is the last stand. Average Monkey trying to find Mind Boots, but he's not successful. Marigold going in. They get a nice ultimate out. Ghost Boy falls. Tachimiro in utter domination as the showstopper goes on. The show must continue, and this is the Willzone show. And an ace over to Sora as they do the unthinkable and prove the caster curse to be evident and take down Independent already in game number 2.
Watching Sora play these team fights is like a work of art. When they get ahead, when they activate on their team fighting, I mean, they are just so difficult to overcome. And Independent, they put up a fantastic fight. We saw it in both games. But Sora, once you give them an opportunity, they never stop the momentum. The train gets rolling, and that is a difficult thing to put a stop to. Sora has done it. They go back-to-back on their victories.
And there it is again. Shout out to Andre OG, William Willzone, John Tachimiro, Tori Mind Boots, and Marigold for their decisive victory. Team Sora 2-0, and casters absolutely mind-blowing.
Team Sora 2, casters, and the prediction 0 because, man, Faith, I'm gonna start betting against everything you predict, my friend. I'm so sorry. But I mean, by all means, Faith is making good predictions. Like, if you look at these matchups on paper, this is exactly how what he's saying is exactly how they should be going. But I mean, when you have players this skilled, there's always that X factor. You see Team Sora struggling in the early game, and most teams would roll over and die at that point. If you're playing alone, you're playing solo queue with random people on the internet, most likely they are spamming surrender votes. They are complaining in the chat. They are all flaming each other. They're getting toxic. But a team like Sora, I mean, they are just so positive with their attitude, always willing to look for more fights, always willing to seize their opportunities when they arise. And that's the exact mental you need to have when you're playing League of Legends to keep yourself strong and to maximize your chances of victory. Now, that being said, we will be heading to a short break here, but don't go anywhere, because when we are back, we will have a lot more action for you. We have a full day planned ahead of us, and we will be right back momentarily.
All right, guys, and welcome back to the Ekuso 2021 Winter Invitational. And I got to tell you guys, these first couple of games already, I don't know about you, Tristan, but they have been above and beyond my expectations so far. And, I want to take a step back and look at, the course of last game, as there were a lot of similarities from Game 2 of Team Sora from Game 1 as well.
Yeah, absolute barn burners so far. And yeah, Sora with a very set strategy. It's play for scaling, play for the late game. You may fall behind early, but as soon as you get that opportunity, that shoe in the door, you're never going to let it go. And that's exactly what happened there. And you could see, Sora, what more can we say? A well-oiled killing machine. Faith was absolutely on the money there. The one prediction he has gotten right so far. And he was able to really hit the nail on the head.
Faith's never having us back here. All right, guys, it's been a fun, very last stream ever on Ekuso. No, but in all seriousness, look, it's very difficult to predict some of the trajectories of the game because, look, Faith was right on the money. He said, look, Divine Light, one of the highest skilled players on the team, also the team captain for the side of Independent. We know he's going to get very far ahead and build a lead. And I think even Faith, myself, you wouldn't have imagined he's going to get 20 kills in a game. The issue was it wasn't quite enough when you have all your eggs in that one basket to carry that same weight on some of those team fights there. To whereas for Team Sora, they had some of the gold evenly, distributed to where when we had some of the fights with Divine Light in there, unfortunately, that evenly distributed gold was enough to be able to take him out. And once Divine was out of the fight, that was kind of it. But now, now we have something interesting on our hands here, Tristan, where we have Team Independent for their first time of the day going versus Team Mirris. And remember, Team Mirris, very solid early game against Sora. Team Independent, very solid early game against Sora. So what happens when you have two very aggressive early game compositions going heads up? It's going to be an all-out battle of attrition.
Oh yeah, it's going to be a very front-loaded fight in my opinion. There's going to be a lot of roaming, a lot of movement throughout the map here. And I'm interested to see both of these team captains. They were both the ones to really get ahead in the early game and to try and mount the attack for their respective schools.
Oh yeah.
At this point, we're going to be seeing who can take home the victory when it comes to these two teams that came up just short against Sora.
And once again, we do have the opportunity to bring in the CEO, founder, and owner of Ekuso. We got Faith coming back in. Faith, I gotta hear. How you feel about your predictions so far, man?
I feel hurt. Tristan's been calling me out. A little bit of shade, a little bit of flame. I feel a little burnt. This black is probably from all the ash.
Just
I did say
Just
I mean,
dock his pay.
to give me,
Goodbye,
yeah, okay, yeah,
guys.
true.
It's doomed.
To give me some credit though, I did say if the game was gonna go longer, to give myself some credit. But you're right, you're totally right. Like Team Sora, like you guys spell composure with me, COMPOSUR. Like they're so just locked in, ready to go.
Yeah.
They don't care if they get behind, they still make plays. Like that top gank, well, I guess like or like this clamp when they got into the guy in the tri-brush, that was absolutely beautiful. That was such a delicate play. I don't want to override what's about to happen, but I just want to say that play literally turned the game. That was spectacular planning. Anyways, moving on to this game. What do you guys think?
I mean, I do also want to give you some credit. I know I've been clowning on your predictions a bit, but when it comes to actually the players, and this is also just a testament to you as a coach. You know these players inside and out. Your predictions when it comes to what players you think are going to excel, what matchups you think are going to be interesting, you always hit those right on the head. You know exactly what you know these students inside and out, and you can really hit the nail on the head when it comes to exactly what the play is going to be. But when it comes to, it's so difficult to predict the trajectory of entire games because League of Legends is such there's a million possibilities.
Oh, yeah.
It's like that scene in Infinity War where it's I watched 4 million possible outcomes of this game, and it's
Doctor Strange.
Exactly. You never know which outcome you're gonna get because there's so many different paths it can actually diverge into.
Yeah.
Now that being said, hopping into this champ select, we have Average Monkey picking up the Yone, and Yone is one of the strongest champions when it comes to this preseason because the a bit of a changes that came to the runes of this game. Now, for those of you watching at home, you can actually customize your champions to have different strengths based off of what kind of masteries you pick for them. That being said, Yone operates on such a high level because of the new season's lethal tempo. This can be one of the highest power picks possible, and when it's piloted by such a skilled player, like it could potentially even go to Divine Light. I would be terrified trying to go up against this champion.
So I'm looking at these picks here, Faith. I don't see a Riven. I'm wondering if we're going to see maybe the set top go over to Divine Light, maybe the Yone top, or is the Yone going mid? Either way, I do not see the Riven, and the Riven is not banned as well.
Yeah, so as with every good captain, sometimes you have to give the wheel to someone else. So actually, Kai Divine Light is going into the support role, where he's going to try to facilitate his teammates. Last game, you saw him try to basically, I'm the captain of my soul, whatever, my ship.
Yes.
He was definitely going for that, but this one he's trying to basically facilitate and chant almost his teammates to basically do what he attempted to last game. So I'm really excited to see what's there. But I want to give a shout out to the people that were unnoticed. Like Elliot was making really nice map movements. They didn't have the best scoreline, right? But plays like Elliot and Armand, even Armand had a really sick Misfortune ultimate. Like they're still doing these small things that go. They aren't like the flashiest things, but it's just like you can tell that they understand the concept, and just it's really cool to see. And I wish League wasn't as like you really only see the kills. Like, oh wow, he's getting all the kills. That's so cool. That's cool. But it's like really what they did was they like helped him do that. They just fell a little short at the end. So I'm really curious what they're gonna do against Team Mirris. I'm surprised that Margaret got the Yumi again. I'm surprised they got the Yasuo. I'm surprised they got the. Wait, we have Evan on Zed? Okay, so sometimes what the kids will do is they'll trick me, even me, to trick their opponents, and like pulled out a pick that I didn't even know that he could pilot. So
Wow.
This game's gonna be interesting, yeah.
Yeah, that's really just one of the mind games that goes into League of Legends. You never want to show your full hand to the enemy team. If they know exactly what you play and what your potential picks can be, they can plan around it. As we saw that last game, Divine Light picking the Riven, allowing the Kale to go through because he knew he could take advantage of the early game. And while it didn't pan out in the end, you could definitely see there are avenues you can use to plan around picks to try and gain an advantage. And when you can pick something that just isn't expected at all, it's a monkey wrench. You can throw it into the plans and really just destroy an entire game plan as a result. So yeah, definitely some mind games being played here. Not even the coach could even predict that one. And so if the coach can't predict it, the students are going to have a very hard time to be able to actually maneuver around that one.
Oh, yeah. Well, look, I want to go back as well when we talk about that leadership, right, as one of those core factors that Ekuso really wants to drive in his students. And I think one very crucial thing that we see here that you mentioned, Faith, is that we see Divine Light, even though he was that sole driving factor of a lot of the leads that they were able to provide last game, you have him now in the support role. And it reminds me of how Huskies operate in the cold, how you have the leader in the back to make sure everyone else in front of them are okay. Because the leaders in the front, sometimes you don't see what's happening behind you. But if you're in the back, you see everything, Fivehead.
I didn't know that about
I
Huskies.
didn't even know that. That's a really cool analogy, actually. So the strongest ones in the back,
that?
like the captain of the is in the back.
Yeah, it's like it's in the back, and they let like the older ones in the fronts, because if the older ones are in the back, they'll get left behind. You know what I'm saying? They'll fall. They'll never see it. Yeah, it's interesting. So I think that's the approach that Team Independent is going with here. But the question is, Faith, how is that going to really go up versus that really family style players that have been together for a long time through thick and through thin that we're getting from Team Mirris?
Yeah, honestly, I wish I could give you this really articulate, intricate analysis, but I have no idea. I don't know
Be
what's
our
gonna go
Sherpa.
on. Like the picks are really some people. There are a lot of comfort picks and there are a lot of throw like wrench picks. I wish I could tell you, but I can't. I honestly don't know. Only fate will tell. Yeah.
Oh no, only Faith will tell. Come on, Faith. You just said it, man. You just said it. Tristan, any thoughts?
I'm not making any predictions here. I am not going down that avenue. I will not go down like this. I know anything I say can and will be used against me in the state of League of Legends. It's just not going to end well. That being said, though, I am fully expecting this early game to be absolutely explosive and front-loaded. And now that I've said that, we will have nothing but farming for 20 minutes. So I have now destroyed this game and tournament. This will be my last game. This will be my last tournament casting. But bye, guys. Faith has now just eliminated me. But yeah, that makes that.
Yeah, Squid Game. Seriously.
Oh no. Well, I
Only had a mask.
yeah.
The
Yeah, I'm done.
Oh,
So
yeah.
guys, I picked the wrong tile to stand on, I suppose. But yeah, I mean, I've been having such a fantastic time watching these students develop. I mean, it's just they from the humble beginnings of Ekuso and Ekuso, and I remember these first tournaments. Do you remember how much of a struggle it was to properly get the production going? And we were trying to like we were trying. You were on the desk and at the same time trying to help out production, and you were also trying to be a caster and basically doing every single role at once. And it was the most difficult thing possible to do. From humble beginnings to now being able to watch these students play to the very best of their abilities, to be able to coordinate their strategies, to be able to really just play at an extremely high level. I mean, this is just fantastic to watch all around, and so much credit has to go to everyone involved in this organization and help make this happen, because this is just really a treat to watch.
Thank you, Tristan.
All right, and on that note, we are going to go ahead and take a look at the team matchup in a very cool video that Faith helped provide. So we're going to go to a quick break. And when we get back, Game 3 will be ready. All right, and welcome back into the Ekuso Winter Invitational, where we now find ourselves almost approaching the halfway mark. We got Game 3, Team Independent versus Team Mirris, both 0-1 right now, Tristan, looking to get their first win in today's tournament.
Yeah, and I mean, 0-1 does not do them justice, because how well each of these teams were playing neither of these sides were ever looking helpless in their respective games. I mean, Sora just doing a great job of capitalizing towards the end there, and I love this pick. No Name going into the mid lane with Set. This is a fantastic matchup into the Zed here. Froggy Bunwich actually going into the mid lane as well. This wasn't what we saw in the first game, was it? I don't think so. King of Battle
so
actually picked up the Yasuo.
Yeah, we actually had him rotate to the bottom now. So we have a couple of different matches here, and pretty interesting to see, as No Name already looking to take advantage of that lane. So much damage. Remember, this is Xavier. He did so crazy, even in the 2v2 tournament, and here he is now again. We do get to see King of Battle in action with a lot of damage now into the bottom lane. Divine now going to be low, looking for the first blood, but can't quite find it. King of Battle and Lil Man Aries have to back up.
Oh, it's going to be so close. Down goes the Ignite. King of Battle gets exhausted. He's knocked up. It's still level 1, though, on the Rakan. It's going to be so close.
Looking.
There's not enough damage. King of Battle, he's got
huge.
the extra HP from the Yuumi. Level 2 to level 1. I'm no expert at math here, but I can see that one team has the advantage, and one team is left with one standing. The last one on top of the throne is Little Man Aries.
Look at what else can we really hope for and expect here, Tristan? We knew these were two early game style of champions. And we got King of Battle again, the captain holding it down at the bottom here. We have so much action already. Look, we got 3 kills. It's at the 3-minute mark. Again, we're talking about math. I think that might mean we can expect to see 1 kill per minute here, Tristan.
Absolutely, and hey, that's what I like to see. And you can just see there the difference that it makes to have that level 2 advantage down in the bot lane. King of Battle, despite getting hit by pretty much most, if not all, of the crowd control from the Rakan, still able to win the fight just because he has that presence of mind to know that, yes, I did get hit. Yes, I'm losing a lot of HP here, but I have the level advantage. I can still win this off of just pure strength alone. That's exactly what happens there. And now you can see, oh, it's so difficult playing Vel'Koz into Yasuo, because Vel'Koz, you have to aim all of your skill shots. You have to be able to land those out of your own skill alone. And when you're playing against a champion that can dash around so much, good luck trying to land those slow moving projectiles.
See Average Monkey on the Yone top, maybe a little bit deep here. Danny again looking to help out Spryzer. Flash comes out from Spryzer, but he has no mana left. Danny uses the flash too. That's still a 1 flash from Monkey to get 2 flashes from the enemies. That's going to be a winning trade for Mirris.
Yeah, absolutely. And not Danny. I mean, he's on the Kayn. It's so weak in this early game that you have to take a long time to ramp up on this champion. And so you're really not going to be able to make plays happen unless your top laner can follow up with ease. As I say that, though, No Name, he finds himself in a 1v2, has to flash out of harm's way. Will get himself to safety, but still, long cooldowns being burned on both sides, and Danny being productive on those two ganks.
Yeah, we asked Danny how he feels, and he said he is feeling great. Just looking for the lane ganks already, but King of Battle again in the bottom. Just utmost dominant here. Looking for the flash play. Can't quite land it. Divine Light now able to go back, but here comes Danny. There's the dash. Wow. Beautiful dodge from Divine Light, showing that he not only can play the top lane position, he can also play support. But he's now low. Potential dive being set up from not Danny. King of Battle and Aries looking to push the wave in, but Danny just backs out.
Yeah, good job to not get over aggressive on the dive there. Could have given up a lot of kills, especially with Divine Light already getting more and more healthy with all the potions he's drinking. Ghost Boy, though, on the Nunu, rolling that snowball on in. Not Danny, though, just able to get inside the wall to get a nice dodge out for himself. Now Divine Light walking in. Could be in a bit of trouble here. We see a lot of members committed to this river. They're willing to take this fight. In goes Froggy Bunwich. So much damage up front. Divine Light goes in, but he will come up empty-handed. He's running for his life. Manages to make it back to the teammate just in the nick of time. King of Battle now hoping to follow up, but won't have the range just yet. Somehow, some way, when the dust settles, no one is dead just yet, but still on the hunt, independent, looking for more and more kills. Ghost Boy finds himself on the receiving end of the Kayn. W nearly back up, trying to roll the snowball back into safety. He will get himself out of the line of fire, but still, the fight continues. This is a minute-plus long fight right now that really no one ends up dropping in the end. It is still advantageous for Independent, though, because not only will they be able to transfer their HP lead into a Dragon Take, but not Danny. Every time he damages a champion with his own champion, he actually scales based off of it. He's able to actually reach a second form in the game depending on how much damage he's able to do. And so every fight, every skirmish where he doesn't end up losing, he is gaining ground just as a result of it.
Independent able to take that dragon. Already going to have quite a bit of a lead here. Remember, they're only up 300 gold still because we have Average Monkey doing such a good job in that top lane, making sure he's making up for some of the loss of gold otherwise on the map. Go for the engage, but Froggy can easily just W out of it. Does not have to worry about too much there. Ghost Boy needs to start minion farming a little bit more here and pick up, get that level 6. Meanwhile, King of Battle just looking to fight non-stop. I cannot wait till King gets level 6 here, Tristan. We know how aggro they're going to be playing in lane.
Yeah, absolutely. And with a Yuumi, it can set up the kills so easily. In goes Divine Light. We'll get the knock-up. The only issue is, I mean, there's just not a lot of follow-up. This combination of Vel'Koz, Rakan, it may sound good in theory, but King of Battle, now he's getting exhausted, has to dash back to the minion. Luckily for him, he did have that final minion to dash back to. If he didn't have that safety net, I would be worried about what happens to him there. Now that the real cool name, nice flash, just to make sure he can't get followed up on by Not Danny. Not Danny should be extremely close to his form at this point, though, just because of how many skirmishes he was able to get involved in.
Both junglers still on the bottom here, Tristan. Real Cool Name wants to find some poke here, but it's best that King of Battle just looks for the reset here. Still has quite a bit of gold in the inventory, but it looks like Ghost Boy still wants to make a play. Danny does get knocked up. Divine with a nice catch. Ghost Boy now looking to try to get the snowball there. I'm not sure if he was able to land it. Now Danny in a bad spot trying to get away with the Reaping Slash is able to find some of the damage back, and Mirris walk out without the kill.
And again, when Not Danny, if he gets involved with the fight and he doesn't die, it's good for him. He's intrinsically going to get stronger as the game goes on as a result of his kit and his champion. And so he's just gaining ground here. I mean, it's so close too. Mirris very nearly netting the kill. It was just it almost felt like a tiny bit off. And I do believe I don't know if I'm losing my mind here, but I'm pretty sure the team graphics are reversed here. I do believe it's blue side that's actually Mirris here, and red side is Team Independent. So we will have to switch that one around here. But yeah, I just the names didn't seem right. It didn't seem quite right there. But yeah, that being said, I mean, Team Independent was oh so close to being able to net that kill, but unfortunately for them, it just falls just short, as Average Monkey could be in a bit of trouble here. He gets dropped low, Dark Spider with the smite. The snipe! He drags him back into the chains, and you're not escaping this one.
You know, it's really scary when the ultimate's name is the Fear Beyond Death. I mean, what's scarier than that? And Average Monkey, unfortunately, look, he still has a bit of a gold advantage, but gonna put him a little bit behind now. Meanwhile, No Name wants to find something with Froggy here. Still has the Haymaker to use. Ultimate's going to be going out.
King of Battle
now looking to help out. It's 3v1, but No Name still able to walk out of it there. Bit of a taunt with the recall. Wants to just get back safely.
Wow, using an enemy champion as your escape route. That's one way to do it. The creativity there from No Name, getting himself to a good position. And you just, what's scarier than Fear Beyond Death? Well, I'll tell you what, Fear Beyond Death with turret plates to take afterwards. And now King of Battle, beautiful Yuumi ult there, setting up a two-man knockup. He wants even more Divine Light, in so much trouble here. The flash forward, King of Battle able to take the first, wants a second behind it. The tornado doesn't land. He will have to settle for just a single kill, but you will take that and then some if you're King of Battle. This Yasuo is getting rolling.
You know,
speaking of rolling, whoa, up into the top lane.
The greatest darn snowball the world has ever seen, but it's flashed away. Darksprizer still is able to get out safely. Remember, Darksprizer still has a kill. This is very similar to what we seen in game 1 when they did fight versus Sora, as we did have him get that first kill, even though he was a little bit behind in lane going against his lane counterpart when he was against Takimiro, but he was still able to sustain. So I'm a little bit worried here that Average Monkey may not be able to get that lead he's looking for. Ghost Boy now has to go elsewhere. Froggy able to get close enough to his turret where Ghost Boy cannot go in. Danny finds the Reaping Slash. He does ultimate on No Name here. Xavier in a bit of trouble, but Xavier still is able to walk away.
Yeah, not Danny. Getting the ignite, getting more damage. I mean, this guy has to have his form at this point, right? There's just been so much fighting, so much skirmishing going on in this game. As King of Battle, he's waiting for an ambush, set up in this brush. They're not checking him. He gets easy backline access with the help of his support. This should be a kill onto one of them if he plays it well. Divine Light now getting exhausted, trying to make it back to his teammate. It's oh so close. The two-man knockup. That's the last breath. He collects on both. King of Battle will be able to make it to his creeper, but I do believe uses the heal. Oh, he ends up dropping in the end to make it a 1-for-2. But still, I mean, you got nearly every summoner out of Team Mirris there. Still collect on 2 kills for the Osmo. Push the creep wave all the way into the turret, so you deny that as well. I mean, that's pretty much as well as it could have gone considering the situation. I mean, you will take that any day of the week if you're Team Mirris.
It really makes you think about the decision of leaving that Yumi available for Ares there. It's super strong. We've seen it do very well in the first game, but already Darth Vader
here it is.
He can't quite do it just yet. Oh, I got to tell you, that was getting very scary for a second. You know, I guess he forgot to put sniperrifle.exe in his League of Legends Riot files, so it didn't quite land on that one. But now, something at the bottom is brewing up. We have ultimate available for Froggy, but does not want to pull the trigger. No Name going to be rotating down. Reaping Slash going to provide the knockup on No Name. He does land the Skullcracker. Brings back Froggy. Divine Light now looking a lot of crowd control with a lot of stunts, a lot of knockups. Danny now in danger. Ultimate coming out from you, but the final chapter is going to be unleashed. King of Battle now is in the fight, but Ghost Boy cannot unleash the ultimate. King of Battle now in danger, but he's looking to try to do it all right now. Knockup again. Divine Light's able to save his ally, but Divine Light cannot walk out with their own life, and they are still. Look at the knockup is going to land. King of Battle does not stop, but a tectonic disruption with the knockup able to find a way onto King Battle, but Froggy says no, and Cool Name goes down.
That was chaos. Credit to you, Sneki, being able to cast that, because I was having trouble keeping up with what was happening half the time. And really back and forth with King of Battle
took over me there, Tristan, so I'm not sure what happened, man. I blacked out.
Eminem been real quiet since that one dropped, but yeah, in the end, I mean, King of Battle is just so consistent in being able to navigate these fights, and with the help of Little Man Ares, who, I mean, she is just such a fantastic Yumi player. The champion is so useful when you're in a team fight scenario like that, and she just sets it up perfectly. King of Battle puts it down. Now they're being flanked out here by Divine Light, but I mean, even with this fantastic two-man knockup, do they actually have the power to make it happen?
Wow.
Beautifully done! Actually catches out the Yumi while she is detached from King of Battle to separate and isolate the fights. And while King of Battle still does want to take the fight, he won't be given it. The opportunity not afforded to him. Now they're looking to make something happen, but they have to be careful here. Not Danny waiting in the wings. This could be bad. The knockup is there. That real Cool Name gets eviscerated, and now Divine Light stuck in a 2v1. They're thinking about diving him under the turret, but they decide against it, which is wise considering Nunu is in the area. And just a great coordination there to be able to fight that one out 2v2. Ghost Boy is still looking for a fight here, but I don't know if you want this. They don't exactly have a lot of damage available to them, but if they're able to make it happen under the turret, then things can be shifted here. Divine Light, he's trying to make it happen, but not Danny. Fantastic timing. Ghost Boy now under heavy fire here. He's trying to make it a safety. Not Danny. Avoids the turret before the last shot can come through to finish him, and instead just beautifully juggled on the aggro from the turret. Played to perfection there. Team Mirris is showing off, flexing their teamwork right now, as Average Monkey has to use the ultimate to escape, but that's never a good sign if you're playing Yone to use ultimates defensively. But when Dark Sprizer has looked so fantastic on the Urgot, I mean,
still here.
It's just so difficult. Ghost Boy looking to re-aggress here, but now the Yumi is back. Now Little Man Ares is able to join in on the fight again. It's not a 2v2, it's a 3v2, and Team Mirris snowballing ahead.
Yeah, Mirris already with a substantial lead, and unlike some of the previous matchups here, Independent doesn't quite have that late game comp that they had last game with the ribbon pick. Oh, they just don't stop here, Tristan. They get another kill. Real Cool Name. Poor Xavier just cannot stay alive in this lane. You take a Vel'Koz, you take an AP champion in the AD carry role to play safe, to farm, and to scale. But unfortunately, King of Battle just had some other thoughts in mind on how that lane is going to be playing out.
Absolutely, and not Danny now. Looking to make this party last the whole night, but not really given a lot of opportunities to fight. Oh, very max range knockup. No Name, he gets abandoned. He has to try and flash back to his teammates himself. King of Battle looks to follow, but the rest of the cavalry is arriving. He's gonna get knocked up. Chain CC, he manages to escape just in time. Flashes out with the help of his immortal shield bow. Items keeping him safe for now. Not Danny does get ignited as well. The rest of the team nowhere to be found though, and with these three running out of gas, there just really isn't enough left in the tank to finish the job.
Independent now find themselves in a very difficult spot here where they gotta just look for what they can get, but King of Battle is just so relentless. Him and Danny just do not stop applying pressure. You know, sometimes they say pressure makes diamonds, but it can also crack some structures as the mid lane turret on its last legs. Danny looking to come finish the job. That is going to be the first turret likely going over to Mirris, adding more fuel to the fire in terms of gold allocation.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, this is just, it's really hard to get kills at this point if you're independent, because I mean, where's your damage going to come from right now? Your bot lane has been put extremely far behind as a result of the constant skirmishing that's been going on. Your mid lane is playing a tank, your jungler is playing a tank, and your top lane is very preoccupied with trying to survive this Urgot that I do believe the Urgot built Hullbreaker, which that's an extremely intelligent item choice right there. For those of you watching at home, no time to talk about that because Ghostboy has been surrounded and taken out of the fight. 29k right now for Mirris as they are stacking their paper right now. Gold mountains in their inventory as they get to laugh all the way to the bank with their lead. Froggy Bunwich landing a full combo there, and despite being 2-0-1, not going to do too much damage up front just yet as a result of the enemy team being extremely tanky, but I mean, this is only going to get worse unless they can make something happen. Average Monkey is level 11 though. Yone is never to be underestimated. This champion can always pop off at any given moment, and we've seen several times today the comeback being made happen. The only issue is front-loaded teams like Average Monkey. He wants to get in onto the fight, but he's just going to get chopped to bits. Death by 1,000 cuts there as Divine Light does land the CC. He wants to look for even more. King of Battle is going to get knocked around here, slapped up and slammed down. 1,000 gold goes over to No Name as Froggy Bunwich wants to join the fray as well. That one is going to pop for a whole lot of damage here. And with that, I mean, there's really not enough left to keep this one going. Froggy Bunwich now has the benefit of having Little Man Ares on his back. Dark Spricer up in the top lane actually has the Herald. He is going to take so many turrets. Hullbreaker, this is what it's meant for. Split pushing off on the side. He may just be able to take this turret outright as well. It's going to be a second one dropping. This Urgot keeps pushing the advantage, and Average Monkey now not having the ultimate available to him. Dark Spricer can really just run this lane over, maybe even looking for an inhibitor. 1v3 now, everyone of the team willing to pile in. They are knocking him up. It's a bouncy house right now. Up in the top lane is Dark Spricer running for the hills. Ghostboy is playing full tank though, not having a lot of damage available to him. Everyone is just trying to run this champ down, looking to make it happen while he's all alone. So close, but no cigar. Still, drawing all that pressure is going to unlock other parts of the map for the rest of his team. So Dark Spricer, I mean, you saw his relentless split push the first game. It didn't work out in the end, but he was playing Alawi, a completely different champion. Meanwhile, this time around, he goes with the Urgot, who just has so much more damage built into the kit and so much more opportunity for an outplay like you saw there.
Yeah, I do think we have a bit of technical difficulties here. I'm not sure if that's on mine. Is it frozen on your end as well here, Tristan?
Yeah, I'm getting a bit of a
Yeah, look at I think what happened, man, there was so much fighting going on. They were like, man, Tristan needs to get a breath of air. We got to pause this game for a second so Tristan doesn't blow up right now. Wow. I mean, look, we have a very solid lead so far from Mirris, and you know, one of the issues I do see, you know, being brought up here is that we don't now have Divine Light on that really solid ribbon in the top lane. He's now more in the support role, which still can be good, but there's less you can do in terms of that forward-facing aggression that we do see Average Monkey trying to really put forth on that Yone, but they're still looking to hang in there as long as they can.
Yeah, and I mean, this has just been such an intense game all around the board, but you just see little adjustments being made on the side of Mirris. You can definitely tell they do their homework in between games and they know how to shore up their weaknesses, and really just fantastic game plan as a result. Dark Spricer, I cannot express how much more I enjoy this Urgot pick in general. It's so much better for what he loves to do as a player, which is split push, but as you see that off to the side, it's a big CC chain onto King of Battle. He has bitten off more than he can chew this time around, and we may be seeing the beginnings of a comeback here as Independent is able to cash in on quite a bit of gold. That was a lot of shutdown on the Yospo. Now we see Divine Light looking for an opportunity of his own, but he's out of mana. He needs to rely on the rest of his team to do the damage if they want to bring home some kills here, and it's just not going to happen. They're able to take a kill home though, and it's unanswered for the most part. Dark Sprizer up in the top lane though, like I was saying. This is exactly the kind of champion he would love to play with his split pushing style. The Hole Breaker, the Urgot, all of it is right up his alley, but I get no time to breathe like you were talking about, as that real cool name finds himself in a bit of trouble. Not enough damage to ward off the onslaught, and not Danny, with the help of Little Man Ares on his back, is able to make it happen. Now up the top lane, Dark Sprizer finds himself in a 1v3, gets hit by the knockup. Average Monkey looking to follow up. Look at the attack speed he's getting from this extra rune. It's going to be the chain CC, the knockup. Can you even move, Dark Sprizer? The answer is no, and he will be finding himself respawning at home.
We are going to see these resets now coming out. Remember, Mirris has those 3 dragons here, Tristan. Baron is up. It is all but on the side of Team Mirris so far. Independent need to look for those plays like Divine Light is looking for right now. It's just very difficult to find it when they're behind so much gold. You have some shutdowns onto Froggy and onto Danny. You need to try to be that bounty hunter that can really get some of the gold back, because right now they're severely struggling. Froggy just gonna walk on by Ghost here, but King of Battle not gonna let the new get away. And that's another one off the board here. Not sure if it just skipped behind a couple of seconds now. We get a replay. Poor Ghost has to see himself die twice now, but King of Battle surely might get punished. Zed is going to get the ultimate out, but Average is able to take out King. Froggy now on their own. It's a 4 versus 4 on the map. Danny is now here. Average Monkey in a bit of a rough spot. CC'd into place. No Name looking to escape, but Danny still wants to keep on going here, Tristan. They are able to go 1 for 1. It is even, which is a win for Team Independent.
Oh yeah, in the game of League of Legends, if you're behind, any fight that goes even in numbers is always an advantage for you because of the comeback system, and just giving yourself that extra bit of time to try and scale up, try and even up the numbers. But as I say that, oh, that real cool name is not having a fun time with all the damage available to Team Mirris, because playing such a squishy champion, it's so delicate. As Ghost Boy tries to find another engagement for himself, gets flipped back by the Urgot, has to depend on his teammates here, but they just can't do the damage in time. Average Monkey now needs to get himself out of dodge, has the Immortal Shield Bow pop, has to run for the hills. The sniper shot is there, but it hits the wrong target. Won't be able to execute him just yet. And now Average Monkey can't stick around here for long, because Not Danny's on the hunt yet again. And down a player when you're this far behind, you really don't have a hope or a prayer to actually win out the fight. It seems like it's only a matter of time before they are found out here. King of Battle now looking for an opportunity. He finds it onto Average Monkey. He'll be able to get the first kill, but that's the turret doing a lot of damage to him. Perhaps they're able to turn this one back around if it sustains for long. Now No Name on the hunt for a kill of his own. Dark Sprizer could get pile drive right into King of Battle, but instead he's moving forward. Look at all the damage he can do. This machine gun-like champion is ripping through the ranks. Ghost Boy looking to keep the fight going, but he finds himself all alone and eviscerated out of the fight. It's Team Mirris possibly pushing for an end here.
Yeah, Mirris are just taking that lead, driving it home. We do have Independent still looking to stay alive as long as they can. A nice flash is stopped. Danny trying to find the last kill, looking to put the nail in the coffin. We do have some respawns now. Only 2 are down. It's going to be a 3v4. Can they do it? Average Monkey says yes. Looking to go forward. Is able to take out one shutdown. Another one goes to Divine Light. Little Man Ari's now on their own. Independent successfully buys a little bit more time into this game number 3.
Absolutely a flash forward. Average Monkey wants another one into the bank. A clean ace. And this may be the opportunity they were looking for. Look how much gold they were able to get as a result. Big shutdowns all around the board. That was the first time Froggy Bunwich died in this entire game, I believe. That's going to be plenty of gold back into the pockets. And on champions like Yone, on champions like Set, that gold goes a long way.
We do have Set now picking up a little bit more, trying to get that second item built. The issue I see here, Tristan, is that it is very difficult for Independent to really play for these objectives. And again, we talked about the importance here for these Dragon Souls. Remember, the 4th Dragon does empower you a lot more than the previous 3. So Independent do not want to allow Mirris to really, get that dragon. But when they're behind so much, you either fight or flight. You fight. If you fight, you're behind a lot. If you die in the fight, you end up losing because they can just run it down your base. They have to give this one. They cannot look for the steal here, much as they want to. There's the soul. Ghost Boy too deep. King of Battle gets the knockup. Ghost Boy trying to escape, but King does not let him go. Danny with a nice now reaping slash with the knockup of Divine Light is able to save Xavier for now. Danny looking to still escape. Flash comes out from Coolney, but King gonna go past the front line, is able to find Xavier. Xavier goes down, but a double kill again over to the side of Mirris. There was only one left, and Divine Light, as divine as he may be, I'm afraid there is no light at the end of this tunnel in this game 3.
Absolutely. Any light is being snuffed out right now by Team Mirris and the minions. As a result of that inhibitor being taken earlier, I talked with the buffed up minions last game. Well, now you get to see them in action. You leave them alone in a lane, they will do the work for you, and that's exactly what happened there as Mirris gets themselves a free tower as a result of just minions doing the job. And now with that, they're able to take all the inhibitors, and when you have 3 inhibitors down, I mean, Baron's available, the rest of the map can be taken. It's only a matter of time. That being said, Ghost Boy now under duress here. He's going to try and get saved by the rest of his team, able to make it back to the fountain, maybe in the 2v5. They can actually make it happen. Not Danny's going to be the first one to fall. King of Battle trying to make it through himself. He's going to get knocked up, but he will stay safe for now. Only a single member dropping here, as they still have an opportunity to take more advantages for themselves. The King of Battle, perhaps he's sticking around for a little bit too long.
Good pick.
Big tornado, though. He's looking for even more. King of Battle, you give this team captain an inch, he will take your entire team down. He'll take your base with it, and he'll take the entire game with the help of Little Man Ares. You can never forget about the supports. A quadra kill. 4 members dropped. It's a kill for King of Battle. That's how you finish a game, and that is how you lead your team to victory.
Wow, wowee. Well, Mirris does it again, and they're able to drive that lead, and this time, for their first time of the day, secure it to a victory. And wow, look at that leadership from King of Battle, the team captain. And again, shout out to all of Team Mirris. We have Ethan, Dark Sprizer, Evan, Ryan, Danny, and Margaret all coming together, being that unstoppable force that inevitably got them that game 3, and what a way to end it.
Absolutely, and I mean, really just Team Mirris showing that, hey, game 1 was not our best form. We can make these adjustments. We can show you we have different champions to pick from, and we can even go to different roles and still have success. So really, all credit to Team Mirris. Team Independent brought their A game, but it just wasn't enough versus this absolute well-oiled killing machine that is also a family. Fast and Furious, baby. Who needs a game 1 when you have family? That being said, we're going to be going to a short break, but when we come back, we will have our second block of games here. And so if you thought those were exciting, you haven't seen nothing yet. We still got plenty more action for you. Don't go anywhere, because we will be right back.
When I was younger, I had a lot of trouble making friends. I have ADHD, and so I was really lonely. And so what I did is I turned to my computer, did what every lonely kid does. Get online, start gaming. A lot of people do it mainly just for the fun of it, or just a distraction, or maybe ranking up. But for me, when I'm gaming, I'm at my most peaceful, and I'm just immensely calm. It helped me make friends, learn how to socialize better, and it just bolstered up my confidence in general. Watching kind of your protagonist overcome challenges, and it made me feel I could overcome my challenges. Now I hope I can make other people feel the same.
Bullying took away some of my happiness and confidence I had in doing several things. One thing esports has given me back is confidence and also a new purpose.
Very passionate individual, while you have a very good leader in Ryan King, and it looks like it's that leadership that has that core fundamental for their team.
The purpose esports has given me is bringing people together and forging bonds with each other.
What I got most out of esports was the ability to work better with a team. I was the youngest player and my teammates had no idea. I was afraid if they found out that they wouldn't take me as seriously because I was younger than them.
He's burning down though, and No Name puts himself on the board.
But it gave me a boost of encouragement when I won the first tournament. When I won, I realized it wasn't about my age. It was about my strategy and my ability to think ahead.
For me, one of my biggest struggles has been social anxiety, which for me, and probably most cases of people, is not being able to talk to anyone. Esports has been like an exposure to my fears of talking to other people. And this exposure to my fear, I think, has really helped me get over it.
Wow, Froggy Bunwich, are you kidding me? That damage was absolutely bonkers.
The harder the battle to victory, the more I appreciate the victory. I guess the main thing I'm trying to prove is just that I can.
When I was younger, I always stood in the background, being the emotional and physical support. I never truly felt like I had to step out of the shadows of my peers. Video games had been my only way of showing off my talents and even rise to the same level of others. But now, as I stand alongside my teammates, I'm not just seen as a shadow or simply just background noise. I matter, I'm needed, and I'm here to win.
My name is Tori, but on the Rift I go by Mind Boots. I was marked with names like Freak, Loser, and Idiot, and oddly enough, those are the ones I remember the most because those are the ones that left the biggest mark. That's why I'm on the Rift, to add new marks, ones with progress and strength, instead of sulk and suffering.
In my experience, the biggest struggle I've had is anxiety. It's really easy to focus on the negative. But in our last tournament, I found myself in a leadership position, and we kept winning, and we made it into the finals. Now, I find myself surrounded by teammates with incredible potential, and I'm amazed to find myself to be one of them.
And welcome back in, guys, to the Ekuso Winter 2021 Invitational. Hope you guys enjoyed the brief halftime show. I personally never get tired of seeing that super cool cinematic. But Tristan, we just seen our first block and witnessed Team Mirris, Sora, and Team Independent all battled it out heads up And now it's time to go to our second block featuring Team Xavier, Monroe B, and Monroe R.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a lot of fun. These are some of the newer schools to the tournament, and really they're a lot of the younger developing players. And so we're going to get to see people with shorter time spans in the game and how much they were able to pack on when it comes to learning the game at a high level. And really, I have been so impressed so far with all of these students that have just accelerated their learning process. This hunger to learn, this hunger to win is just fantastic to watch. You can see everyone is showing up to play here, but this is where a bit of a the tournament spot, the nerves can possibly set in because they haven't had as much experience as these first three teams. And so I'm interested to see how much this pressure can actually affect the students and who is more adept at dealing with some of these high stakes games.
Yeah, and I gotta tell you, it's gonna be super difficult kind of coming in here as a AD carry or a mid laner after seeing an insane pentakill victory. So there's a lot to live up to. Although all the three teams that happen to play each other in the first block will not be playing in the next block here, they still set some very high expectations. So ahead of us here for our game 4 of the evening, game 1 of this next 3-game block, we are going to have Team Xavier featuring Soren, also known as Sorex 999, the captain of Team Xavier. We have Juno as their in-game name. Ian, I said that. I think is how you pronounce it. I always have trouble with that one. Grayson, not someone you know, and Abby as Apple Pie.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a great lineup there. They have a lot of potential, and they're going to be heading up against Team Monroe Red, which has, for leading the charge, it's Christian.
I think it's Monroe B first, I believe.
Oh, Monroe B.
Yeah, I think it's Monroe B for the first game.
Okay. Well, in that case, let me give you the opposite lineup. Apologies. We have some very similar names here. I get them mixed up a little bit here. But first off, it's gonna be Hilly Warrior. Then we have DJ Fire King as the captain. He's gonna be leading the charge for Team Monroe Black. Bleh will be your mid laner. Friendly Cam 13 and Infusion will be our last one in the lineup. Or for those of you at home, those of you who are their friends in school, you may know them as Naomi, Donald, Jose, Cameron, and Joshua. Those will be your lineup for today's game, this first game of our second block here, and I am excited as ever to get into it.
Before we do that, we are going to let you guys watch this super cool introduction, as this is their first games of today's tournament. We have a brief video of Team Xavier and Team Monroe B. So we're going to let that play, and we'll be back after with game number 4. And welcome back in, guys, to the Winter Showdown Invitational brought to us by Ekuso. Although we had a little bit of a mistake, I know you guys are super excited to go watch Xavier versus Monroe R. We do have to take a step back and first go over Xavier versus Monroe B. So myself, Tristan, and Faith, although we cannot wait to delve into this coming up game, we are going to play the quick video for teams Xavier versus Monroe B. And I promise you, we'll be back lickety-split with the game breakdown. All right, welcome back in after that extremely long break. There's a red production here, but we'll have that video later on, guys. But again, myself, Tristan, Cass, and Faith are here to go over the Monroe B, I repeat, B versus Xavier matchup. Faith, what you got for me?
Oh, it's actually Monroe Red. That's totally my fault, guys.
We are watching Red. Okay,
yeah,
okay.
Yeah, the delay was my fault. We had trouble getting the login.
I guess I'm fired. I'm fired.
I'll take full credit for that, guys. But before we go into the next game, I kind of want to talk about the previous, because
Sure.
that's actually the exit of the first 3 teams, Sora, Independent, and Mirris. Like, I just want to say that last game, it might have felt one-sided, but they still showed spirit. They showed still
Oh, yeah.
composure. Like, I don't know. It's just really a pleasure to watch, and I'm just very proud of the progress that they made, because everyone starts from a different background. For example, like players like Elliot and Xavier, they're very young and they didn't have a gaming background whatsoever. And so some students will start off with like a background in Overwatch or Valorant or different esports, and so they have kind of had an accelerated growth. But yeah, I just want to give those who had like nothing to base their knowledge on a special shout out, and yeah, I'm just really proud. But I think we're getting ready to get in the draft, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And
Absolutely.
really just even though that one seemed one-sided on the numbers, when you actually looked at the game state, a lot of those fights were close, and it never looked like either team was just ready to go down and die. They were always swinging to the very last moment, to that insane pentakill. They were swinging, they were throwing haymakers, only bombs there. And so with that, we do get to hop into our second block here. Monroe Red, let's confirm that one, baby, off the bat. That's going to be our team for our first match. So a lot of fun to watch these two teams go at it. And I mean, we've been able to have a bit of a preview with that 2v2 tournament. I love that we're able to get a glimpse of that before we actually go into these these 5v5 schools, because we kind of get a little bit of an idea of how each of these players can really get down when it comes to their pure mechanics and their team fighting skills here. So as we hop into Champ Select, we get a Garen ban first off. That's actually an interesting ban. I'm assuming that one is being taken away from a Hilly Warrior here. You don't want to give especially when it comes to players who are newer to the game. I think Garen is a fantastic pick, and so taking that one off the board is an extremely smart ban.
Yeah, I think that ban is targeted towards Hilly Warrior. Jose is actually one of his strongest champions. Like, honestly, early in the semester, Jose had a really rough semester, but as he progressed, and he took a lot of time at home to not just like play the game, but to really study the game. He would look up videos, he would research on his own, and he stunned absolutely everybody in the 2v2 tournament, and he played like in a completely different person. He basically went Super Saiyan. And I'm super excited to see how far he's playing today, because it's not just like, he's not just good at Garen now, he's just good at the game.
Well, it's good too when you're able to draw not only the first ban out, but also the third ban. I would imagine the Fiora and Garrett are both targeted towards Hilly Warrior. That says something in and of itself. It says you're one of the priority players on your team, and you're someone your enemy team should look out for. But you can also say the same for the side of Team Xavier here when you have two jungle bans taken away from Juno. We see the top lanes come out now. And now the response for Fire King, we do have the Warwick, but Juno, again, drew 2 bans. What's the jungle going to be? Evelyn for Juno.
I can't believe they gave Soren Viego. That's a pick that they both share, both teams. Donald, DJ Fire King, and Soren, they both share that pick. It's both their favorite characters, so this game's going to be wild.
And perhaps they were expecting to maybe get a Viego pick on their second rotation. Maybe they were hoping that the Viego would get through before they could actually get it picked away. But, I mean, Xavier will not waste any time getting that one for Sorax. We saw it, I believe, either in the last 5v5 event or the 2v2s. I can't remember which, but Sorax
It's a 2v2,
has always
yeah.
been it. Yeah, he's always been a monster on this champion. It's never been out of his repertoire, and him being able to pilot that for this 5v5, it's dangerous, and I'm definitely going to have my eye on him.
Okay,
Yeah.
Grayson's going for the Karma.
Ooh.
Okay, so Grayson has 2 champ pools that basically, well, I can't say too much about that, but basically has 2 primary different like play styles. I'm surprised they go for the Enchanter role here. That's like the comfort. So yeah, that's gonna be interesting. Oh,
Yeah,
oh
I mean,
my.
okay. Wow. Okay, so look at. We're looking at these bottom lanes here. At least that's where I'm drawing my attention to, Faith. I would imagine you're drawing attention to the same area. You have a Karma Senna, first and foremost. Not the most ideal synergetic comp, because usually you have one of those 80 carries in that role. Now you have the Enchanter you mentioned, and then Fusion immediately responds with the Anivia pick. What in the world should we expect here in this lane?
You know, that's a good question. I mean, that's not a champion they practice very much, but I can't believe that Aphelios got past the draft. I mean, Cameron is one of the stars of Monroe. He's one of, like, it's not a secret that he's one of the strongest players there. Everybody knows it. I cannot believe that Xavier gave it. That's literally borderline disrespectful. So, like, I kind of, in a way, like I'm a little bit biased because I coach both teams, but in a way, I kind of want to get that like redeemed and to everyone to really know how powerful Cameron can be on Aphelios. So this is the player to watch. This is the matchup to watch. Bottom lane, and I mean, we'll see. See what
Okay, so
happens.
Faith bias can confirm anything.
I just can't believe that's his signature pick. That's like what he's known for.
Well, that's the
Well,
issue when
I'm
it comes to
surprised too,
bans. You only get
Faith.
3,
Yeah.
right?
So
Well, it's crazy.
Yeah, well, the issue with bans is that you only get such a finite amount. You only get 3. You have to come in. I mean, especially when so many students have champions that they can excel on. It's like you gotta pick and choose which ones do we let through and which ones do we have to take away there. So you kind of get put in a tight situation here when you're up against several players that have their own signature champions. It's like,
Oh yeah.
which we can only ban 3 of them away. Someone's gonna be able to get their champion.
You know,
so
Tristan, that's why you picked a Viego, because you can transfer Viego into 5 different champions, and then you pick Aphelios because the dude's got 5 different guns. Easy.
Oh, wait a second. See, this
that's
guy.
big brain.
All right, move over, Faith. We got a new coach in town. Snecky's got the galaxy brain coaching strats right now. Why play one champion when you can play all of them, baby?
Exactly.
Totally
Honestly,
right,
yeah.
Totally right.
It's surprising, though, Faith, that a lot of your students are playing these very high-intensity champions. I mean, Aphelios and Viego are 2 champions that I don't even really play at all. And I've been playing League for quite some time, and I will not touch those champions. They're very difficult and hard to operate on.
Yeah. One of our goals is like we kind of. So when you learn swimming, there's either the like you're very timid about it. Oh, you learn to float. Fill your lungs with oxygen so you can float on top of the water and just let that float you, or drop you in the deep end.
Yeah.
My parents always dropped me in the deep end, and so that's actually something we do with the kids. Like learn Riven, learn Aphelios, learn Yasuo, learn like we want you to go high skill intensity so that you learn at a more accelerated rate. So Tristan was always saying the mechanics are crazy. That's totally true. I mean, his sidestepping, his like micro movements, his spacing. I know, by the way, for the audience, we're throwing a lot of terms out there. Basically, he's very fast. He's very agile. He's very quick and like I don't know. He's got a really quick reaction time. I mean, we haven't done a test on him, but I mean, you can just tell. So
to the flick of the wrist.
Yeah. And he's not the only one too. Like if you look at Ian Iserde, and if you look at even like Abby and Senna, like this is a character that isn't like mechanically flashy, but is incredibly punishing in terms of where you space and where you position yourself. And so, I mean, like this is gonna be a blast. Yeah.
Well, look in the first group. Go ahead, Tristan. Go ahead. I know you had something to say.
What I hear Faith saying is, if you enter your student into his course, he will be throwing them in the deep end of pools. So,
wow.
Yeah, just make sure you're prepared for that. Just possible. Hopefully they can swim, but
it is what it is. It's like you give them one floaty, maybe, or maybe like they have to swim to the floaty.
Faith canceled. Can confirm.
Make them earn it.
Faith canceled.
You got to challenge them. You got to challenge them. That's how they've grown so quickly.
Hey, we won't talk about the few students that you've lost to, the water, but
they just drown, right? So
yeah.
You don't really know.
Don't gotta worry about them afterwards, guys.
Oh man. Well, Faith, look, in the first group, we had a clear and distinct identity for the first few teams, right? You had the killing machines, you had the team players, and you had the full team of 5 wild cards. I'm trying to look into these 2 compositions that we see here from Team Xavier and from Monroe R here. Is there anything that sticks out to you that really tells us on what kind of team we're looking at?
That was strange.
We can't hear you, Schnecky.
Your mic exploded, Schnecky.
Luckily, the game is about to start soon, so
I think I muted
maybe
on
that
accident.
Might be a bad thing.
Was I
muted?
There you are.
We're falling apart.
Yeah, you know, right by my tab key, the little tilde button, I have it on mute and whatever. We're going on now. Faith, thank you so much for the insight here as we get ready for game number 4. We got to add a little bit of scuffness, Faith. You know this. And here we are now, game 4 of the Ekuso Winter Showdown, our first game of Group B, as we have Xavier versus Monroe R. Ready for action.
I mean, it's not esports unless there's some tech problems. Exactly. It's not really esports unless there is tech problems. It's a farce if not. That being said, Yeah, another great level 1 strat. This time we do get a small bit of a aggression level 1. This is more than we've been seeing. For the most part, it's been a very passive level 1, very safe level 1. Don't want to give any advantages away. But this time, God and Fusion and it looks like Friendly Cam are willing to take a more aggressive stance in the bot lane and try and get themselves an early lead here by posturing in the brush. Invisible to the enemy team right now. They're not being seen by any of Xavier. While Xavier is committing themselves to helping out their jungler, it looks like DJ Fire King is being very selfless. He's going to be solo killing all of his camps, no help from his teammates, in order to allow them to have the push in the bottom lane, get that level 2 first, and to have their Anivia in the brush. We see an early exhaust being dropped in the mid lane. This is what Darius does. He level 1 all-ins anyone he can because there is no champion in this game that beats Darius level 1.
Yeah, and look, I mean, when you get a group of students and you make them wait 3 hours and watch all the action from the sidelines, you know they're going to be coming out swinging here, Tristan. Immediately the exhaust out from Blah here. I do want to take a look now at Fire King, though. A very aggressive approach going into the enemy jungle, and Juno on Evelynn is not the strongest champion early on, and Fire King already looking to push advantage. Flash coming out now. Juno does have the red buff for a little bit of extra damage and the slow, but will they want to fight it? No. Juno has to reset. Fire King just with the utmost aggression, but the flash going to be saved from Juno.
Yeah, absolutely. And DJ Fire King, just knowing the strength of his champion, knowing that Evelynn isn't built for early game skirmishing the same way Warwick is, and he is just waiting there for Juno to try and get back into the jungle. He is aggressive as ever. And really with this advantage, he really wants this kill. But DJ Fire King has to be careful. If he sticks around for too long and wastes too much of his time, then he could potentially end up giving over some jungle camps. Instead, Juno's kind of trying to sneak back in.
Oh my gosh.
Did DJ Fire King see him there?
I'm not sure.
Brush?
Okay, he's gonna walk on over. This is very scary, Tristan. Juno has the smite back up though, and Fire King goes in. Juno was able to get that camp there, still level 2 though. Fire King no longer has flash. Juno should be all right here. Question is, will Juno have to blow the flash, or will they just die here? Fire King looking, the flash will fail.
One more.
And Fire King, one more auto attack, and it's gonna be a first blood, but it will not come for free. 1 for 1 marks the scoreboard.
And DJ Fire King actually going down after the fact there is really not that bad for Juno, because Juno was able to secure the camp, and so it was a 1 for 1 kill. First blood is worth slightly more gold, but as far as experience goes, Juno is actually ahead in the trade, so it's really not as bad as you might think. There's Sora trying to get under the turret. Healing Warrior jukes it out. Another 1 for 1 here. Everyone is dying in these engagement, neither team willing to give an inch. But because of the positioning of the wave and the fact that Healing Warrior has Ignite instead of Teleport, gives Sorex the advantage here.
Oh, Tristan, you better get the cough syrup ready tomorrow, because our voices are in for a big one here. One thing I do want to point out that I just noticed here, Tristan, Fusion actually did not take a support item early on, meaning there's no way for Fusion to be able to get some gold in lane other than stealing the minions from Cam, meaning it is shared gold. They are not using their gold allocation to its most effectiveness. Maybe Fusion has something up their sleeve.
Yeah, absolutely. And DJ Fire King is so aggressive. He has not spent any time clearing his camps. He just wants some action. Into the mid lane he goes, even helping to clear up that wave so he can get back into the jungle quickly here. Maybe even getting his Darius some time to maybe take a back and get some items for himself. That being said, down in the bot lane, Juno is going for a gank here. No one seems to see it coming. There isn't really the teammates following up just yet.
Oh,
so
no.
Coordination cost them a potential kill here. As Juno is sticking around, hoping that someone walks a bit too far forward right into his clutches. But I mean, perhaps it would be better to just stick around the jungle right now for both of these sides here. But up in the top lane, Sorex is just constantly pressuring. Hilly Warrior even dropping the Ignite, but needs to be careful. Walking awfully close to the turret, treading a dangerous line here.
Well, Abel will look for the Dawning Shadow, or the WCC here, to get the stun out. Can't quite find what they're really looking for. The problem is they're not together here. Someone you know is not going in, and there's a lot of damage now onto Abel. Someone has to go forward. They need to make sure they're playing in unison. I would chop it up to a little bit of ring rust there. Meanwhile, Juno taken down right before the dragon.
Yeah, and that's DJ Fire King. His aggression paying off this time, is able to find the 1v1 victory here. Now 2-1 on the board so far, even getting ahead in the camps ever so slightly. And if he's able to take this dragon, that would be a fantastic result for his team, as the second smite is coming up. Should be good for DJ Fire King, and great prioritization of the objective, knowing that he has an opportunity to pick up a very early dragon for his team. That's going to be a lot of experience, a lot of gold, plus an early buff to get his team out to a lightning quick start. As we see up in the top lane, Hilly Warrior trying to use both halves of the ultimate. Sora looking to finish it off. One more auto, and it'll be first blood that actually goes without a trade.
Yeah, and remember, we do have Monroe having a lot of pressure on the map, but because some of those kills are traded back, and because the top lane is doing so well here for Xavier, Xavier is still up in terms of gold, but Monroe R is by no means really behind. DJ Fire King, just with the utmost aggression on the jungler, still puts Juno behind because of that early game skirmish.
Yeah, absolutely, and Sorex now just very easily going to get some alone time with this turret. Should be able to pick up a plate that's going to be plenty of gold. The only issue is right behind him, BJ Fire King is level 4 to level 7. Doesn't even have the damage to do this. Does hit the level 5 mark. Doesn't actually finish off the plate,
soon,
unfortunately. But Sorex has a lot of damage. DJ Fire King needs to be careful here. It can't get turned around on him. He's going to have that extra bit damage reduction. The fear is there. Sorex trying to tuck himself away. Under the turret he goes. Level 6 being reached. DJ Fire King gets out of there alive.
Very well done from Fire King on that one. You see him even hold the flash to the very last second there, Tristan. This is the first game out of a very long 3 games. They do not want to be messing up now, but a beautiful Crystal Eye stops, you know, from walking back to the turret. And it's going to be 6-3 now. Monroe R still down in terms of gold.
Yeah, and just a fantastic wall there, blocking off the escape from not someone you know. Not able to walk back to the safety of the turret, and Hilly Warrior, ooh, perhaps a misclick there, accidentally flashing backwards.
Yeah, that's going to definitely put a bit of pressure onto Hilly now, having to go back forward on a flash that has 5 minutes of cooldown. They can't use a flash for 5 more minutes here, Tristan. It's going to allow Sorex to do so much in lane. And remember, Juno is still not level 6. You can't really help out. Looking to help out with at least the charm. Might be able to be enough, and Serde will find the kill on Blah, but it's now Sorex looking for the 1v2. No flashes left. The ultimate is there for the infinite duress. Sorex looking to try to escape. Now Hilly Warrior with the ultimate.
One more.
Can they do it? Can they find the damage? Fire King cannot, and Sorex is the one who walks away with some more gold. But Tristan, it is all over the map right now. There's the Inspire, looking for the second proc to be able to find the root cam. Now out of mana, has to back out.
Kai actually prioritizing the boots first off, so she won't have as much damage, but she has a lot more maneuverability as a result, and so you're going to see that try to play to their strength here in the bottom lane. And Xavier, just pops the ultimate, trying to get as much damage down as early as possible. Friendly cam now, and need to respect this Aphelios, and Aphelios is going to be the one to take the kill. That's what happens when you give Cam his signature champion. He will make you pay down to the bot lane.
Oh, we see a lot of different things happening now across the map here. Look, my one concern still is that we're not going to have very much gold onto Fusion's Anivia. Something as little as picking up the support item like you see in the Karma and in the Senna's inventory can go a long, long way. Meanwhile, Sorex still trying to punish Hilly Warrior in the top side. Beautiful kill.
Whoa, not someone you know. Can never count them out, because they're always that X factor in the bot lane, sniping friendly Cam as he tries to get the wave pushed into tower.
And Rift Herald is now being started by Fire King here. It's going to go uncontested. We still have Irelia stuck in the middle. Serde can't rotate. Sorex can. Unfortunately, he's just a little bit too late. He still wants to take the Scuttle Crab, though. This can still be some of the gold going back over to Sorex. Remember, Fire King's ultimate is coming off a cooldown shortly. It's not a fight that Sorex really wants to take without Sorex ulti on there as well. Fire King gets to go first to act. Flash from Sorex. Blah wants to disengage. Serde does not have the ultimate. The stun will land, though. The Flawless Duet going to be on to Blah, and it's going to be enough to take him down. Sorex now gets the reset. Fire King is now forced to try to run away, but he can't do it. And Serde takes 2 kills for the road.
And Solrex is already having a field day on the Viego, and this is why you can't give him the champion, because he will run amok all over the map right now. As we see Juno trying to get into this bot lane, trying to make a gank happen, but when they're so close to their tower, it's going to take a lot of drawing out before they can actually make this gank come into fruition. And instead, you just see there, they get an inkling of an idea. Infusion sees that he's getting charmed up, and so he's going to run for the hill and make it out with relative ease. Now Hilly Warrior, though, pinned against the tower. Where can you go from here if you're the Wukong? Sora's just going to chase him down. How much distance can he cover with the ultimate? It looks like it should be enough, as Sora's has already used, for the most part, his ultimate. Under the tower, safety has been found for Hilly Warrior. Here comes DJ Fire King, but in a 1v2, when you already have your top laner so low, there is going to be that little bit of hesitation there.
Gotta tell you, I never get tired of Fire King's name here. It's just so sick, like DJ Fire King. And look, he's living up to the name too here, Tristan. He goes for the plays non-stop. This is a player who wants to really create pressure on the map and create that impact. There's different styles of play, and Fire King is definitely one who wants to take those matters into their own hands. You can see some of these personality traits even coming out on the Rift.
Hey, DJ Fire King should become a Lissandra main. He'll be a Fire King playing an Ice Queen, yeah?
Oh, yes, yes.
Best of both worlds. So, summoning the Rift Herald up in the top lane, they're actually going to be able to take down this turret before the 14-minute mark. That's a lot of gold being expended there, as Solrex, he might be able to get the first kill. Hilly Warrior very close to going down.
Reset.
He'll be able to steal his soul now.
No way.
Does DJ Fire King have enough actually in the tank to finish this one off? Thus, the ultimate coming back up. It's going to be close. The extra attack speed from lethal tempo coming into fruition there, and DJ Fire King will take the 1v1 as a result. Iserde is here to clean house, though. A few more autos will do it, and so it's a 2v1, but they did also take down the tower on the side of Monroe Red, so really a back and forth trade that could be anyone's guess as to who got the better of it. The only issue is Xavier down this bot side. They are having a fantastic go of it now. They took a little bit to ramp up in the mid lane as well. 5-0 for Iserde on the Irelia.
Yeah, and I think Iserde being able to capitalize on a character like Aurelia as well, one of those higher skill cap champions that takes a lot of time, it really goes to show Fate was not messing around. They really have their students playing these very difficult champions, and they're learning, man. They're doing a phenomenal job at being able to operate on them. And once they learn champions like this, Tristan, there's really no stopping them. These are champions that take a long time to operate. They're doing a good job doing it. Cam now going forward. Fortunately, not someone will not make it out. DJ Fire King has the ultimate here. Abel has to back out.
Yeah, I mean, I do believe not someone making the sacrifice there. You saw them walking forward just to make sure they could buy as much space for Apple Pie there to escape without taking too much damage. They do have the junglers joining in, but it is still a 3v2, and so I don't know if Juno actually wants to continue his attempt here. Friendly Cam, he might get charmed up, but DJ Fire King doing a great job of being able to escort his team out of harm's way. Even flashes there just to avoid a little bit of damage. He aggresses with the ultimate. He's gonna get stunned up and locked down. Apple Pie decides not to follow through any further. It's a wise decision, as Juno was not long for the world, and now 1v3 near the turret. Apple Pie needs to be able to balance this on a knife's edge.
Yeah, that's one of those very strong points of being able to play a champion like Aphelios. Friendly Cam was able to use that Gravitum to find the stun. Immediately your team can follow up, and now Apple Pie trying to help out, but Iserde comes for the flank. Fire King on his last legs, looking to still stay alive, but somebody knows trying to find the stun. Iserde goes in, the Vanguard's edge. Spells godlike for Iserde, and now Cam is all alone with Fusion, the last one in the bottom lane to go down. Iserde just picking up so much gold.
Iserde is insanely far ahead. I don't even want to know how much is in the inventory, because Iserde actually hasn't gone back to base for quite some time. This will be the first recall taken in quite a few minutes, and so I will expect to see a fully completed item for the Aurelia at this point in the game. And as I say that, out comes the Blade of the Ruined King, plus tier 2 boots, plus a Noon Quiver. Oh my goodness. Iserde is going to come back a very, very bad, dangerous man.
Yeah, and one of the things now going to lane, Blah is going to have to really adapt and see what they can do to just stay alive in lane. One key factor and component in the inventory, you do have the steel caps, right? So you should, in theory, be able to mitigate a lot of the damage, but Iserde just has so much in their arsenal. It's very tough to stay that lane without help. I don't even know if Fire King and Blah are able to 2v1 Iserde at this point.
Yeah, it's definitely not going to be easy. I would exercise caution if I were the side of Monroe, because this is something that can go very awry for you. A level 11 Irelia with potentially getting stacks off this minion wave. Oh, even worse, the jungler is in tow. I would not stick around here if I were you, Monroe, because this situation does not end well. And as I say, that DJ Fire King gonna try and use the ultimate to lock up Aserde for as long as possible. But he's already got the first, the second one soon to fall. DJ Fire King is running for his life. A single more auto finishes him, and Aserde is just too fast. You can't get away from this guy. The resets are there. Double kill for Aserde, and I am absolutely terrified for anyone that has to be within a 2-screen vicinity of that guy. Sorex now finds himself in the losing end of the trade, and Hilly Warrior takes the 1v1. She fights back and swings to the fences to bring Monroe back into this game.
You know, I'm getting very bad flashbacks of what Divine Light was able to do in their game 2, where you have them so far ahead on the solo lane. Maybe it won't quite be enough, but Aserde just showing that even though you have 11 kills, you are so strong, so powerful, so difficult to be stopped. But we've seen it happen before in game 2. There is a line of action for Monroe to still find themselves a way out.
Oh, Apple Pie has been hit with a stun, has to flash away. The friendly Cam still looking to follow up. Not someone, you know, playing the bodyguard role here to escort Apple Pie back to safety.
You do have the Rift Herald now being dropped here. Xavier is just looking to get as much pressure as they can already here. Not sure if that's going to be able to be escorted to that mid lane tier 2 turret. Yes, it is, meaning they also have pressure. They draw people from Monroe to the mid lane, and they have a lot of damage still, and Cam picks up one on the return, but it still looks like Dragon here is going over to Xavier.
Yeah, absolutely, and DJ Fire King is trying to zoom in here, hoping for a steal, but he just can't get in range, and now he finds himself in a 1v3. He will get absolutely smashed by Sorex there, finishing him off and taking his soul afterwards. With that, Xavier is just accelerating ahead right now. Juno finds himself in close quarters with some potential kills here, uses the ultimate, but just doesn't have the damage just yet to secure those kills. Alpine needs to be careful, though. A single auto to the back, and friendly Cam will finish the kill off. 20-14, it's Monroe fighting back and bringing themselves back into the game as Juno looks to go aggressive down in the bot lane yet again, this time being chased off by the 2 members.
Well, look, you do have friendly Cam on that Aphelios. I mean, there's a reason why even Faith was surprised that the Aphelios went through. This is a champion who is known, if the game progresses later on, to carry a game. We've seen the importance of late game carries in the first couple of games in today's tournament when we had Takimuro on that Kale top. If it gets to the point, it can carry a game. Meanwhile, different top laners now going at it. Hilly Warrior going to find some damage on his Sorex. Might be able to find the kill. They need to try to get what they can take here, but Sorex will walk out safely. But at the bottom lane, another kill for Xavier.
Yeah, absolutely. And this year to being 12-0, that's going to be the main player you have to put down if you want a chance of getting back into this one. I mean, it's so much shutdown gold. A clean 1,000 if you're able to kill off the Irelia, but that is much easier said than done as Infusion.
Oh, yeah.
He's being put on a leash right now. Still does have the passive up. You have to tear through that one as well, but really with no teammates around, not much you can do to save this Anivia right now. Infusion just running as fast as possible, but those wings can only flap so much, and up in the top side, Sorex just making his presence known, squashing anyone in the vicinity, even chasing down Bleh, who could actually get locked up here. Ultimate being used to close the distance. Juno is there as well. Bleh is back in base. He will be there in 30 seconds. He'll have a little vacation for himself before then.
Yeah, this is the time where Monroe really is going to have to test what they've been working on here. We know that these are teams and players and students here, Tristan, that know how to operate under pressure. Problem is how much pressure can be exerted before this line ends up breaking in this game here. Monroe still doing what they can in Hilly Warrior, trying to create pressure on their own. Hilly Warrior is very strong, but the problem is, can you 1v2? Oh, it's a 1v3. Hilly Warrior just trying to buy as much time as they can for the mid lane to be able to get a little bit of pressure on their side as well. Ultimate does come out, enough for a red turret to go down. Hilly's still going to buy some time. He does escape, and that's a lot of resources from Xavier in the top lane.
Wow, Hilly Warrior somehow living through a triple pincer maneuver there. I mean, really, I was not expecting her to be able to make it back to the tower in that situation, but Still, resourcefulness. She's able to get herself out, uses the ultimate at a beautiful timing to really avoid most of the damage. But now, this is kind of side swaps here. They're walking towards the wrong part of the base. Friendly Cam is running for his life, but there's no escape from the Irelia. It's one, nearly the second. That one will be donated over to Apple Pie just to get some extra gold in your AD carry. It's always a fantastic thing to have. And nearly a 10k gold lead at 20 minutes. It is Xavier definitely sitting pretty right now.
Monroe definitely getting tested here in this game. Blah still looking to stay in here. Fire King's there as well, but Juno just does so much damage on the Evelyn. Immediately takes it to be mid laner now, and even Fire King cannot get out. Team Xavier just applying so much pressure. Monroe needs to find an out here. They need to find a way to be able to stall this one out here.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, there's just not a lot of options right now for Monroe. They have to do something absolutely miraculous if they want to stay in this game. And Friendly Cam, he's probably one of the strongest members on the side of Monroe. A beautiful wall there. Infusion played that perfectly. Apple Pie is just stuck there under the turret. Can't escape. Will be getting dropped in a 2v4 situation. They were able to get the first kill. Unfortunately for them, the cavalry's just not arrived just yet. Now that they are here though, Hilly Warrior has a lot of strength to the kit. Iserde is stuck, but a triple kill will make their mark. Looking for even more, very nearly takes down Bleh, but finally finished off, and Hilly Warrior will get 1,000 gold.
Look, when life hands you lemons, or in this case, when life hands you an opportunity to get a pentakill, if you're a Serde, even though you have that big shutdown bounty on your head, you gotta just go for it, Tristan. We've seen it work at the end of last game. And look, this is the first game of this second group that they've been able to play. So Xavier and Monroe both had to kind of sit down, wait patient but eagerly here. Now they're looking to leave it all on the line here, but it's still a lot of gold goes back over to Monroe R, leaving a little bit of an outcome of Monroe to try to make something happen. Hilly Warrior going to pursue it further. Juno has to use the last caress to escape in a defensive maneuver, but Hilly's still chasing on. Remember, Hilly does not have flash. Juno's still going to look to kite it out, but the Nimbus Strike is able to provide a little bit of a gap close now, and Juno taken down. Another shutdown paves the way for the Dragon, number 2 for Monroe R.
Yeah, absolutely great movement there from the Wukong to be able to stay in range. And Juno will be dropping right before the Dragon, gives some easy access to Monroe, who is able to secure that one. They're looking for even more. Xavier could be in some trouble here. Sorix is trying to get into the back lines, but everyone is still relatively healthy. Apple Pie, just on the other side of the wall. You really did not want to find yourself being closed in there.
You now have Friendly Cam and the whole squadron here in the bottom. Remember, they do have that second Dragon now. They have bought themselves a bit of time, and Hilly Warrior going to go for the engage. Remember, he did hold the ultimate. The Cyclone is now out. Beautiful double knockup, and it's going to be a 5v2, but Sorex is out of control. Acerde is there as well, and their damage just is relentless. Double kill again over to Acerde, and now we also have one over to Sorex on the Viego. And they're looking for Baron.
Yeah, with those kills piling on, Xavier can really start to apply the pressure. This objective is going to be huge for helping them close out a game if they try and really leverage this one properly. And I mean, there's really no one around that can stop them right now. The only one alive is Bleh, who didn't take flash this game, so even if he wanted to try and get into the pit, it would be really difficult for him to do so. So this is all but secured already for Xavier. And I mean, really, depending on how they play around this buff, if they have experience playing with it, it could be the beginning of the end.
We now see the recalls coming out here. I'm so afraid of what we're going to see bot from Acerde here and from Sorex. Look at their inventories. Just keep on filling up. You even have a stopwatch. Oh, that was a flash from Fire King there. Not sure if they understood that the Baron was already taken. That's okay. Remember, Fire King does have a very large gap close in that ultimate here. So, although flash is not needed, that's still another tool in the arsenal that is no longer available.
Yeah, absolutely. And now, I mean, the only issue I'm seeing right now is that Monroe just doesn't have a lot of damage available to them at the moment. Most of the damage is going to have to come from Hilly Warrior. I mean, when their team gets cut through like paper, there's not really a lot of times you have for yourself. And wow, that Anivia gets turned into scrambled eggs there as Acerde will get accidentally denied by the Sorex wall there. It really does not matter because that is a short cooldown. He's able to hop around regardless. Double kill for the Irelia. Glenn looking for the flank, but I mean, really, not much doing there. Not when there's that many players of Xavier just lined up to mow you down. It looked like a family picture there.
Yeah, well, you know what? Look, Monroe are still doing their best to still stay in here. I think it's very difficult when there's one player in the enemy team that is so far ahead and has so many items on you. Now they're trying to go for their last stand. It is all over right here if they cannot stall it out. But Hilly Warrior thinks otherwise, but it cannot be the end unless they allow it to. Xavier now want to end it. It's all up to Cam here, trying to do what they can, but there's 4 there from Xavier. And unfortunately, Xavier's relentless pressure is just a little bit too much for Monroe R. With that being said, Xavier will take home game number 4 of the night. But Tristan, the beauty of it, Monroe B gets a chance for bittersweet revenge next game.
Yeah, that is just a great showing there. This Saturday, especially 23 kills in a single match. That is not something you see very often, no matter what level of play you're at. And just him being this good on the Irelia is just very, very good for Xavier overall and their chances of winning all their games of the day. Just a really great showing, and I'm excited to see them moving forward.
And again, huge shout out to Soren, Juno, Ian, Grayson, and Abby taking their first victory of today's tournament. Again, Team Xavier still has one more game right after this. They got their warm-up. They got a chance to shake off some of that good old ring rust. And now next up, they do have, you know, a potential comeback game here for the opposing team. Remember, we do have Monroe B, excuse me, my letters are all twisted today. Monroe B that do have a chance to take that victory home and to get a bit of redemption here. But we're going to have to wait after the break, and we'll be back shortly with game number 5. And welcome back in, everyone, for game number 5 coming up here shortly. Again, we are at the Winter Ekuso Showdown Invitational. And Tristan, it has been an amazing show of games so far. We just witnessed our first game of our Group B games today, where we just seen, before our very eyes, Team Xavier getting victory over Team Monroe B. But that is not all from Monroe yet, Tristan, as we have Xavier now going heads up versus Monroe R.
Yes, the vengeance tale. Can their comrades on Team Monroe R get their vengeance for their fallen team, or is Xavier just this juggernaut of Group B that cannot be stopped and their momentum already going? Their confidence going to be heading into the second game will be sky high as a result of that fantastic first showing, especially Mr. Serday in the mid lane, who really just ran through the opposition on that Irelia. I cannot expect that to go unbanned this second draft around.
Yeah, and that's one of the beauties of having a tournament like this, right? It shows that adaptiveness that Faith mentioned earlier on, and this is what the students have been practicing for, man. They're ready to really put it to the test. They're able to change their strategy accordingly, and I do not want to see that Aurelia on a Saturday, and a couple other picks might also be able to be utilized here. But again, as we are having Monroe R for their first game here, do you want to take a second to go ahead and announce all the players on there, as we do have the entire team coming up here? I think you have the sheet as well right there, right, Tristan?
Yeah, absolutely. And first one we can go over is going to be Team Monroe R. That's Christian OPG7, J Hunt GGO6. It's Cold Dragonac. That's going to be the team captain for Team Monroe R. Rajin 90 and Miss Potter herself, Depot, teacher / player. Really, she wears many hats, and she has been fantastic for being able to help sub in for the team. She's been fantastic in being able to be the glue that holds them together. And as the you guys at home or their classmates, their friends might know them as, it's Christian, Richard, Kaneko, Rasul, and Miss Potter.
Yeah, and again, with the pleasure, we do get a chance to bring in Faith again to get a glimpse at our first time seeing Monroe R in action. Faith, welcome back. Before we get into Monroe R here, I want to get your opinion on how that last game played out and what your thoughts are, how that might impact this one.
Yeah, so like you said, it's basically trying to avenge your fallen comrades, right? I was really surprised how well the bottom lane matchup went. I think a little bit was matchup inexperience, but honestly, both teams played really well. The spacing was really good. The skill shots were landing. Honestly, I think it came up to, it is what happened, right? Outside of that, I won't lie, it was sort of a one-sided affair. So I'm curious to see how this game turns out, and then how the next one turns out. Because, like you said, Tristan was talking about the Marvel Civil War. You know what I'm saying? That one's going to be really exciting. So let's see if Team Monroe can avenge their fallen comrade.
Yeah, I mean, if you're able to beat the team that beat your comrades, when it comes to the Civil War, you're going to be able to get that mental edge. Oh, I beat the guys that beat you. So what does that say when we match up against each other? So not only is this an important match for Monroe's pride, but this gets you that advantage mentally going into this final game of the day when you do have to play against the comrades that were previously slain by the juggernaut Xavier. So really, with that being said, yeah, it's always a risk when there's an Irelia on the board of the game just being a complete snowball because of the nature of the champion just being ridiculously quick to pick up steam there. And Iserde, yeah, pretty much. All the Infinity Stones were just that early game for Irelia being able to pick up the early Blade of the Ruined King. And with that, we will be heading right into the champ select. What a surprise! Sora's getting the Viego band drawn. Really, nothing I could say I didn't see coming.
Yeah, we do want to see how these next bands end up coming as a response here too, Tristan. Look, we've had the chance for Monroe now to see what Xavier really has to offer, what they're looking to bring to the table. But again, every band they do change, that leaves out a band that was banned out last game. So banning an Aurelia will mean one of the bands is open here. You know, I'm not quite sure if Xavier is doing a bit of a gentleman's agreement here and not choosing to do a first ban or two, or if they already know what the bans are, but immediately Aurelia take it away from Iserde.
Yeah, and I mean, just the adaptation obviously being there, they definitely were watching that last match. They are not allowing any of the power picks even Juno getting denied the Evelyn as well. So it's kind of a struggle there. So that's going to be interesting. They have to pick several champions that they don't get to have as of last game.
Yeah, we
so
do have Yone. Go ahead.
Looking at the draft right now, they're definitely denying the power picks that they got from last game, and they're definitely like singling out players. So I think this is gonna be interesting. I mean, who do you guys have?
Look, when the Aurelia is out of the equation, there's so many unknowns here, Faith, right? Because how impactful Serde was on that Aurelia, but again, it might not be the Aurelia, it might just be a Serde and what they have to offer in the mid lane. So I'm very curious. I think I'm gonna hold my predictions until we see what a Serde is on, but already we see Christian on that rise. Very good scaling, works very well with some of the new item changes, considering the Seraph's Embrace. So very good opportunity there. And a Tristana picked up.
Yeah, that is not the expect I picked. That's not the pick I expected, sorry. What I did expect, however, is Juno and Kindred. That's something that they've been practicing, that he's been practicing very, very hard. And so I'm excited to see like the fruits of his labor. Although, Nunu's not the best matchup. Nunu Zed. Okay.
Well, Zed actually into Kindred is, I feel like it's the Lamb's Respite can really provide a lot of coverage from the Zed ultimate that's kind of popping instantly. So perhaps good timing on Juno's ultimates can be the difference maker between life and death for not only Juno but the teammates as well. That Juno's able to get close enough to actually have an effect to prevent some of those pops from the Zed. And it's cold Dragonac. He has always been very had an affinity towards the Zed to pick that one up as much as possible. That being paired up with the Nunu could be a vicious 1-2 punch in mid lane.
Yeah, so that's actually something I look at a little bit differently, like the the Zed Kindred matchup. Just so the audience knows, Zed has a lot of like damage, like initial damage, we call it burst. Whereas Kindred has an ultimate that basically can prevent him and his teammates from HP like hitting 0. So basically you can't die for a short duration. But what Zed can actually do is he can burst the Kindred with just their normal abilities, and then wait out the ultimate, force it at the end with the ult, which works really well, pairs really well with the Nunu and the Rise. So, like, if the Zed plays it really well, he can actually take advantage of especially new Kindreds, which, you know, all these players are. So, and like I said, or I actually didn't mention this, but Ekuso is the team captain for Team Monroe, so, I mean, if they're gonna pull, Nocturne.
Oh, well, I'm now wondering, because that throws a bit of a wrench in the wheel there. Is, I mean, look, we've seen Nunu mids, but I don't expect Dragonac to not go Zed mid, meaning I have no idea what this draft really is going to be here, to be honest with you. Maybe you can give us some insight on what they've been practicing here, but I would imagine there's one outlier lane that's going to have a really weird time in their lane here, because one of those has to go to support role, and I'm not sure what they're going to have Depot on.
Well, it looks like we have our answer here. Depot has been watching a bit of Arcane, the Jinx locked in. Yuumi picked up for Apple Pie, and Thresh Yuumi. Wait a second.
So I think we're having some internet problems at Monroe. We might have to restart the draft.
Okay.
A couple picks were not what we intended. So I'm trying to get confirmation with players.
Yeah, that makes sense. Thresh Yuumi bot lane, I don't know if I could exactly support these actions, so I'm glad they're remaking that one, and we're not having to watch one of the weirdest pairings of all time. As two casters, I don't think we've ever had. I don't know about you, Snecky, but I can confidently say I've never had experience casting a Thresh Yuumi duo.
You know, no, there was a time where you would see a lot of Garen Yuumi, so kind of used to it.
The
but
dark
yeah,
ages.
Thresh Yuumi. You know, both of those bottom lanes there, I wasn't sure what we were really going to expect. I thought Miss Depot there was up to something spicy there in that bottom lane. But we'll have to see here. Do you have any insight, Faith, on kind of where that draft ended up disconnecting there, so we can kind of pick up based on that, or are we going to kind of redo the whole thing here shortly?
Yeah, so we're gonna have to redo the thing, unfortunately. The first pick was supposed to be, I believe, well, I can't say what it is because we're about to find out, but basically, ever since the beginning.
Oh, okay.
Snack, you might have hit tilde again.
Okay.
Oh.
No, I can hear you now. I can hear you.
Delay.
Oh, okay, we're good.
Yeah, a little delay, but Yeah, I mean, I'm very glad that we don't have Thresh Yumi bottom because I mean, the ages of Garen Yumi bot lane were very dark times in League of Legends. It is not very fun to play against, and it is actually haunting me in my dreams to this day. So I'm glad we can just play some more standardized compositions here. The Jinx is a lot of fun to be able to bring out in the bot lane as well. I hope that one gets revisited, especially because I'm an Arcane fan. What can I say? I'm a fanboy. It's a good show, guys. And when it's featured, when Jinx is so heavily featured, she has so many cool fight scenes. I'd like to think that, I like to kind of envision the fight scenes going on in the movie and then it parallels on the Rift. So that being said, always a fan of watching those get picked up and hopefully we get an exciting match down in the bot lane.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
I'm a little bit worried about so just so the audience knows, we have some tech issues at the on-site at a Florida school. Basically one of the PCs is kind of there's like water on or something. There's not actually water on it,
Uh-oh.
but it's breaking apart. So we're gonna try to switch that out as fast as we can, guys. Sorry about the tech issues. It's just the nature of what we do, I suppose.
Yeah.
So
that
I
being
think
said,
on that note, what we'll do is we'll take it to a quick break because I do want to take some time after we do get to see this draft and really dissect the differences from Monroe B and Monroe R to see how that's going to potentially pair up for Xavier. But we are going to have to wait, guys. We're going to go to a quick break, get these computers all solved out, and we'll be back shortly.
We could be taking control if we try to believe in anything greater than a miracle. It wouldn't be this difficult if we try to be a negative bull. Yeah, we could be taking control. 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 We could be taking control. If we try to believe in anything greater than a miracle, it wouldn't be this difficult. If we try to be a negative bull, yeah, we could be taking control. If we try to believe in anything greater than a miracle, it wouldn't be this difficult. If we try to be a negative bull, yeah, we could be taking control. 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 I'm getting freaky. Everybody know I'm a visual. Yeah, I kill it cold like a criminal. I'm everybody's type, but nobody can deny. Yes, you know I get it. I'm getting freaky. Yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky on. Get that freaky. I'm getting freaky. Get it right. Get that freaky on. 챙겨 보고 다 같이 freaky. Yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky on. Get that freaky. I'm getting freaky. Get it right. 상관하지 마. I'll be on the top killer. I'll be on the top winner. I'll be on the top killer. I'll be on the top 'cause I own it, know it, I'm a rain. I'm getting freaky, yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky, freaky on, get that freaky, freaky on. I'm getting freaky, get it right, get it right. Get that freaky, freaky on, 신경 끄고 다 같이. I'm getting freaky, yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky, freaky on, get that freaky, freaky on. Freaky, get it right, get it right. 상관하지 마. I'm getting freaky, yeah, I've been chillin', watching the ocean with you. Baby, up with a slow motion crew. And we up in our clouds when people change, but not us. And we just chillin', kicking it, kissed by the sun. Could be soaked to the skin in the mall soon. I know she got the good vibes when seasons change, but we're the same. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes aren't funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. 'Cause you got me holding. Even if my jokes aren't funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. 'Cause you got me holding. And I'll be running, possessed by a low, low voodoo. Fired up like a wolf on the full moon. And we're stuck in a la la land. The tides will turn without us. And I'll be killing time like I might be a cartoon. Take it in real life like haiku. I know we got the good vibes when pieces fall right into place. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes aren't funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding me up. Play me like a bass guitar, simmer down and mash me up. Tripping like I'm Jimmy at Woodstock. Me up, drive me around in your red Ford. Shivers down my spinal cord. Oh, 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 oh. 'Cause you got me holding, holding. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes aren't funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. 'Cause you got me holding. 'Cause you got me holding, holding. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes aren't funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Mm.
All right, guys, welcome back to the Ekuso Winner Showdown. After that very quick and brief break, here we are now with the official draft for Monroe R versus Xavier.
Oh yeah, hopping right into this game 3 of Block B. it's going to be, I believe, game 2. Yeah, game 2 of Block B. It's going to be the first one banned. Obviously, Sorex not getting his hands into the Viego this time around. Iserde will most likely be still receiving that second ban as well.
Oh,
Yep. All going according to plan. And Riven this time around will be getting taken off the board. Really not too many surprises here. And third ban, I'm assuming, is still going to be the Evelyn. I don't believe they're going to be changing up the game plan very much.
Yeah, interestingly enough, although we did reset the draft, we still don't have that first ban coming out from Xavier, meaning not sure if it was intentional or not, or kind of part of an agreement here. But again, only one ban coming out. I'm guessing the first ban phase was as stood. I'm wondering if the first picks are going to be the same here. We have Sorex now with his first pick for Reds, or blue, excuse me, Christian with his first pick for blue side. The Yone banned out again, similar to what we had in the last draft. We're going to see if this first pick for Christian is still the same, or if any audibles have been called. Darius is going over to Christian.
Yeah, absolutely. The Darius picked up first and foremost. Tristana answered on the other side of the board. Like we said earlier, it looked like Faith was pretty surprised to see this Tristana come out, and it looks like they have full confidence on this on the side of Xavier. They're running it back. They fully intended to pick that one up. Nunu Zed, the combo being ran back as well. Looks like we're seeing mostly the same draft here. Yasuo in the mid lane. This time Iserde won't have his hands on the Aurelia, but why would you settle for anything less than another champion that is high damage, high dash potential, a lot of mobility? It's pretty much as similar as you can get to Irelia on the Yasuo.
Yeah, and look, again, it's all fun and games until you get that Thresh Yumi support here. So, gotta make sure, okay, the first half is similar, but the second half is a little bit different from what we saw earlier on here. But the Senna gonna be taken away. Remember, Apple Pie and Not Somebody You Know both did a phenomenal job last game with that Senna bottom. So, it's taken away, as is the Aphelios here. Although it was the other side of Monroe who had the Aphelios last game. Thresh again picked up here, but a Caitlyn is the response.
Yeah, interesting to see them banning away. Is that Tristana top? I am... Wow.
Okay. Interesting. I don't know if we somehow manifested here, Tristan. But I still don't think that's gonna be like a Thresh Yumi bottom. I just don't see it happening here, unless it's
Where else would they go?
I mean, look, we've seen a Yasuo Yumi earlier on in the matchup, unless it's like some super crazy Thresh mid, because we've seen how strong the mid laner for Xavier was last time. Maybe he's looking to play something off meta, though the Yasuo Yumi bottom. I'm going to play 80 Thresh mid, something super interesting that you don't see it, maybe even up the playing fields. There is maybe an outlet here. I'm going to kind of refrain from thinking of where that's actually going to be going here, Tristan.
Yeah, I can't wrap my head around it. This is going to be it's going to be exciting when we actually get into the game to see where that one ends up being allocated to. But yeah, I mean, I can't imagine the Yumi going anywhere aside from bottom, just because Yumi operates as a duo champion. It just wouldn't make sense for the Yumi to go anywhere besides bottom. So unless they're just running Yumi Thresh, which is entirely possible. I mean, I wouldn't recommend it, but if you're really skilled with the champions, you can really make a lot of things work in League of Legends. So maybe it's even an 80 Thresh. That was something that used to be ran a lot back in the day. Thresh did get his range nerfed, I do believe, is what killed that for the most part. But I mean, hey, like I said, if you're skilled enough to pilot it, then why not go for it? But yeah, that would be even weirder if the Tristana was top. I mean, maybe it's Thresh top, Tristana, Yumi bot lane. It's possible.
You know, it could have been something along the lines of it was like an accidental pick because of the client differences earlier on with the problems. And they seen our reaction. They're like, all right, we're just going to run with it. Go the Thresh Yumi. See what the heck Tristan and Schnecky have to say about it here. So I'm kind of intrigued here. I think it's a bit of a power move, though. We've seen how strong Xavier was in the last game, particularly really aiming towards their mid lane. So I would imagine if we see something crazy and off meta like that, it's something that they're probably going to throw Iserde on because of his, resourcefulness and how he was able to play last game. Maybe even up the playing fields a bit and see how an enemy team can do when your mid lane doesn't have 20 kills.
Yeah, I can see that. I think the the squad just saw us, as casters saying there's no way Thresh of Yumi bot lane was picked intentionally. And, they wanted to make sure the casters are wrong by all means necessary. And I mean, the caster curse, they probably weren't even planning to pick it, but because we cursed them by saying they wouldn't, they had to at that point. Some external divine intervention came in and just forced their hands to mouse over the champions. So really, that's about the best guess I can give you there. But looking away from that for a moment, yeah, Iserde being taken off his comfort pick, being taken off the Irelia, another very high skill ceiling champion. And so maybe, just maybe, this is one where he's not as comfortable on. He won't be able to get the same kind of lead we saw last game, and Iserde could not really. He may look different from that 1v9 world destroyer, absolute juggernaut raid boss that he was last game.
Well, we talked to Faith earlier, and, he let us know one of the things that they're looking to kind of teach these students is to really challenge themselves, hence having a lot of the players on those very high skill cap champions like Sorex on the Viego. We also seen the Aphelios coming out of the bottom lane earlier on as well. I mean, what better way to challenge yourself? You go game number 1 of the night. You have one more game. You go 19-0 in the mid lane. Why not put yourself on something that's super crazy and wacky to try to test yourself and see what you can do? That it's not just the champion of Aurelia. Maybe it's the player. Maybe it's his mechanics. Maybe it's how he's able to really operate on some of these champions. And I think that's what the angle that he's going with here. Don't quote me on it. It could be something completely, entirely different than we're thinking of, though, Tristan. But with that being said, seeing that Thresh there, man, really interested to see what Monroe R can do to really punish it, because you need to absolutely punish a pick like that in the early game. If you let it get too late, essentially what happens is your enemy team has an extra support.
Yeah, having 2 supports behind a Yasuo can always be a good news if the game is able to reach that point, but that should definitely be a weak laning phase. There should be no doubt in my mind that is a weak laning phase, especially against a champion like Caitlyn that has some of the highest base range in the game. It's just going to be so difficult for the Thresh to actually get close enough to really do the damage. And so a Caitlyn with good auto spacing, a Caitlyn with good kiting should almost never be touched by the Thresh. So it's definitely going to take a lot for them to close the distance in that lane. It would maybe just have to be off the back of a Thresh hook. But yeah, by no means should this be an easy lane.
Yeah, I think regardless of which way we end up seeing it go here, I do think picking that Caitlyn for the bottom, whether it's a Thresh on the AD carry role or the Yasuo, you have so much range, you're able to really abuse it in terms of auto attack damage. The one thing that you do have, though, with the Yumi is you're able to sustain a lot of the HP really well in that bottom lane there. It's really difficult to kind of go over the matchups, right, when so much is still, left to question here. But I think as a whole, we've seen Xavier put on a phenomenal job here. And we also seen, even last game, although it wasn't, the most even game for Monroe B, they practice a lot with Monroe R. They have some of the synergy there. They're going to have some of the shrinks that Monroe B also had here. So Monroe was by no means out of the equation yet. And I think having that enemy Thresh Yumi pick is something they can absolutely punish.
Yeah, and it's almost like if Iserde wasn't there, then they would be in a lot more trouble, because it felt like
Right.
Iserde was just really bailing them out of bad situations. So maybe now that he no longer has his hands on the Irelia, things go very different this time around. So I'm interested to see how Monroe adjusts now that they've gotten a little bit of info on Xavier as a team and how they operate, especially how much they're able to play towards the mid lane. So that being said, we are going to get into game. It was a little bit of a delay, but here we are. We get into Monroe versus Xavier. It's the run back, this time with a different squad.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to choose to believe we had to just let the game marinate a little bit in the champion select just to create some of that intensity here. After all, this is the second to last game of the night. This is Monroe's chance to get their bittersweet revenge on Team Xavier. And it is in fact going to be the Thresh Yumi rocking double support item, I may add.
Oh yeah, they are going to be playing off of each other. I mean, hey, infinite gold, right? You're getting one's giving gold to the other is giving gold back. It's just it's a shared economy,
Definitely so, but my question is, how are we going to see them building? Because even when we've seen previous iterations of this Thresh pick in a more aggressive fashion, taking it into the bottom lane like that, you see in the itemization, and even before that, in the runes and mastery pages, that you take a bit more aggressive of an approach, meaning you take press the attack, you take lethal tempo, something that allows you to do damage. But based on what the Thresh has, we have Aftershock, meaning you're just wanting to play defensive and wanting to be a tank. So I really question what items we're going to see coming out of Not Someone You Know. But again, you do have a Serde, meaning it's not the Yasuo bottom. You have him in the Yasuo mid roll, which can create a ton of impact.
Yeah, and Sorex playing the Tristana, I'm interested to see. Now, Darius level 1 is usually a champion that just pops the ghost and runs you down. The only issue is, I mean, Sorex's Tristana, if he levels the W at level 1, it's just going to be impossible to really catch him there, as we see just constant pressure from the auto attack. This is pretty much how this lane is going to go. Sorex is going to be able to walk up. He's going to be able to auto attack as much as he wants. Christian pops the ghost.
Oh, yeah.
There's the exhaust as well answered. And so summoner spell for summoner spell.
I think it's actually okay there for that trade in summoner spells, especially for Sorex, because once you have that W in the jump, you're not really going to get caught by Christian unless you do not time it right. If you do end up jumping before Christian uses his Apprehend, which essentially is like a hook and it grabs you to him, it'll actually cancel your jump away. So it's all going to be about the timing, especially with no summoner spells left. But we're going to go back to bottom here. Remember, we have Depot on the Nico here. Going to be able to get a lot of CC out to really allow Regine to place those traps and get those double stuns out in that lane.
Yeah, and like you were talking about for the top lane, this is Sorex's lane to win, but it's also his lane to lose. If he makes a single mistake, that could be punished very heavily, as the Serde doesn't even use the wind wall to block the snowball. Look at the confidence on this guy.
Yeah, I mean, look, we've seen it last game,
Oh!
and we're seeing it again. Nice hook already, though, from Not Someone You Know. Regine just able to kind of walk away here. It's not the craziest of hooks, but it shows that Not Someone You Know is ready to look for some of those hooks there and still look for plays, even taking such an unconventional approach to lane phase.
Yeah, that was actually really well done from both sides, because Not Someone You Know, not only does he land the hook, but Regine actually puts a trap under the Thresh so he gets stunned up and can't take the hook in. So really tip for tat there, as they both walk away relatively unscathed, but really making it through the laning phase is always going to be beneficial to this Thresh, because this is where he should be getting punished.
One thing to also be looking out for in that bottom lane. I know we stress this bottom lane a lot here, Tristan, but when it comes to such a wacky lane like the Thresh Yuumi, first of all, mad respect for taking a lane like that. But there's a lot at hand. Meanwhile, Sorex is taking some trades with Christian. Christian still has flash, so does Sorex. Christian uses it a little bit soon here. Sorex going to be jumping on him. One more auto attack, and that's going to be the first blood over to Sorex.
Oh, Dragonac could be in some trouble here. Not going to be dead just yet, but a Serde, that Knight ticking down. It got down to the wire here, and everyone just sitting on slivers in the mid lane. He tries to move forward with the minions. They're shooting him to bits, and the cannon takes him out.
Oh, this is looking a sight all too familiar here, as Xavier already pushing that early game lead here. And one of the worst things to happen as well is that since Dragonac doesn't have teleport, which again is as expected in a Zed lane, all of those minions are now at the tower. The tower kills minions very quickly, meaning by the time Dragonac does get back to lane here, Tristan, there's not going to be that experience, and there's not going to be that gold.
Yeah, as I say that, there's a Thresh just sitting in the turret. He's pretty much going to be permanently under the turret for this laning phase. Not Someone You Know. They're just really experienced as a player. I've had the pleasure of casting over Not Someone You Know for several events now, and they're just always present in their laning phase. They know exactly what they need to be doing at any given time. So that being said, I mean, a very calm, passive laning phase down bottom, which is definitely beneficial for the Thresh Yuumi.
Meanwhile, Regine very low on mana. We're gonna really need to see how Monroe R utilizes some of the recalls here. Obviously, it's not going so good for Dragonac in the mid lane. But again, you're against a Serde. It's going to be rough. Luckily, you have Sorex, though, in the top lane, able to create so much pressure. Hits level 6 first, utilizes that lead, and is able to get another kill for himself in the top lane.
And this is just the singular talent levels for Xavier. I mean, any player can pop off at any given time. Right now, it happens to be multiple players going absolutely bonkers as a Serde. Oh, if that tornado land, that would have been a kill secured. Dragonac has to be thanking his lucky stars right now.
Yeah, and luckily Dragonac Still doing a very good job at trying to sustain in lane. It's not very easy when you go back to lane, losing a kill, missing out on experience. It's super difficult to actually be able to sustain in lane and still get some of those minions, still work on gold and get experience here. So we're going to be looking for a Dragon Act now to really play around some of the ganks from J-Hunt. One of the very strong factors of having a Nunu as the jungle is you're able to gank off. But just as I say it, as Serde lands the knock-up, and Dragon Act is no longer paving the way for Juno to go for the dragon.
Absolutely, and you know this one's going to be going down without a fight. No one in the area. Mid lane's gone. Bot lane's preoccupied with their 2v2. Is not someone you know trying to move up. They have a hook ready.
This is very dangerous.
If this one lands, this could be dangerous. That's going to be the aftershock being proc, but it doesn't let them live long enough to actually secure any kills.
It's one of those things again. Did I hook you, or did I really hook myself there? I think they were looking to set up for a Serde, but went a little bit too early, but it's not going to matter. Serde is still able to try to pick some of them up as Depot now in a bad spot, not able to get out of it, and Serde picks up one. Regine forced under tower here, but J-Hunt looking to try to save face, but can he get there in time? He's only level 5 as Serde wants to go forward. A lot of lethal tempo procs gonna happen, and Serde picks up the rampage and takes down the Snowman.
This seems to be a replay of game 1 so far, as Serde just rockets ahead, especially with these roams now in tow. It's a 4-0 Yasuo by 8 minutes. That's never something you want to see if you're playing on a team of Monroe R, but this is why Xavier is seen as this absolute juggernaut, because they're just so good at being able to secure their leads and hold on to them once they do so. And we may just see a snowball effect here as Dragonac, he has to run for the hills right now as Serde is hot on his heels. He can't time the ultimate. He's going to get slammed in the mid lane.
Serde is just running the show right now. This isn't even the middle lane anymore. This is the Serde lane. Just so dominant here in the performance. So well done. There's not much you can do as Dragonac there in that Zed versus Yasuo matchup. If he lands the knock-up, you're kind of just gone. There's so much damage that comes out, so you can't really blame or fault Dragonac here. They just got to do their best to try to recover and make something out of it.
Yeah, and it's Serde just you know, once he gets to once collegiate scene comes to high school, or once the League of Legends scene comes to high school, he'd be playing on varsity for sure. Just because, I mean, right off the gate, Serde is just displaying absolutely phenomenal mechanics, great game sense, a lot of presence on the map, and you can see right here, just the Nunu getting absolutely chased out of the jungle could be in some trouble here. In fact, he's going to walk right into Sorex in the top lane. Sorex very happy to cash in a free kill here, as J-Hunt just has nowhere to go at this point. The bomb goes off, the wolf chases him down, Sorex picks up the kill. Dragonac, meanwhile, in the mid lane, is another victim on Serde's list. Serde keeping a tally going right now.
Oh, yeah. And look, Sorex still very dominant in the top lane. Very tough for Christian to get much there. Tower hit does help out, but Serde is just right there lurking. Christian very low. Exhaust is on him, and there's another kill. Godlike goes Serde, and this game is just slowly slipping away out of Monroe R's hands.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is just Xavier. Not only are they individually skilled, but they're working as a team. Anytime they see an opportunity to dive a player, anytime they see an opportunity to gang up on a player, they'll take it any day of the week. And you can just definitely tell that Xavier has that fantastic team synergy going.
Yeah, we are going to need to see something from Monroe here. You know, it's not the ideal early game. Again, a lot of it's coming down to the pressure that's just being built by Serde there. How much you can really do here. It is going to be a 2v1, though. This is their chance to try to get a bit of a shutdown here. A lot of gold is on him, but Serde again is able to do so much damage. J-Hunt is down. Dragonac now on the run. The knockup is going to be able to land there. Serde going to be able to flash forward, dashing in, and slashing out. Serde gets the kill, and he walks out safely.
Just the sliver of HP was the difference between Serde giving up a massive 1,000 gold shutdown and walking away scot-free. Instead, Serde, it's the perfect crime, gets to leave the area with his head held high and with a lot of gold in his back pocket.
We now see Sorex and Juno rotating together here. They want to break down that top lane turret. Remember, before 14 minutes, they do get bonus gold here, and Juno When his hands are glowing purple, that means Shally, aka the Rift Herald, is ready to come knocking down on the top side door. So Christian just is in a world of pain here, trying to sustain, but he's so far behind. Tier 1 turret is not there, but still going to be able to escort it to the tier 2, the middle turret here. Doesn't look like Christian will be able to try to sustain it.
Yeah, and it feels like it really just feels like this is snowballing insanely fast now. And I mean, Rift Herald, it's, for those of you watching at home, Rift Herald is just a bug. It's a big old bug, and it rams into towers, destroys them lightning quick, and really, Tristana being one of the best champions in the game at destroying towers as well. This is a wrecking ball duel right now, and you can see how quickly they take down that turret there. They may even be looking to move on to the next. Oh, Christian can't walk up too close. Sorax has a lot of damage available to him.
Oh, no.
And while Darius can output a lot himself, flashes forward, but Sorax out of mana, won't be able to finish the job. Still, look at all the damage he's able to get off there. Christian trying to move forward, but in comes the snowball. Just enough life force to maybe try and bring this one home. It's going to be close. Sorax gets the first, but the bleed combined with J-Hunt is able to secure the trade kill. They had to commit 3 for it. Meanwhile, Iserde is still running amok in the mid lane.
Oh yeah, we have Sorax and Iserde still very strong. Granted, Iserde does have that shutdown waiting for him. And he's so far ahead that if he does die, an extra 700 gold will go back over to the bounty hunt, to the one who claims the prize. But even with that, I don't know if that alone will be enough to really allow Monroe to get back into this game. They got to go for something deep here. It's time for a Hail Mary play. And this might be it, but Dragonak is just so low. You can't really sustain for the fight in Iserde. Still alive. Dragonak needs to be careful in this lane.
Yeah, absolutely. And when Iserde has another... Oh, wait a second. Dragonak may have clicked something he didn't mean to. Instead, right into the waiting arms. Iserde says, thank you very much. I'll take that. Wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. Second dragon now being picked up from Juno. Tristana, now that she's finished off 2 towers up in the top lane, she can transfer her lead down to mid and just start picking up plate after plate. And Xavier is just absolutely running away with this game.
Oh, yeah, it's looking very tough here. Monroe needs to try to pull something out, really. It's looking very, very tough to salvage here. Unfortunately, we're not able to get more here. We do get 1 kill.
Yeah.
We're going to look for a little bit more here. J-Hunt wants some more. J-Hunt's very low, though, and now it's 1 for 1. The overextended Juno still going to be into the mix here, trying to get a little bit more here. Heals up from the Lamb's Respite ulti, and Regine finds the kill they're looking for. Apple Pie now all alone. 1 more auto attack. Regine does not have the ultimate here, but Sorax is hovering. Remember, that is a 4-kill Tristana. Meanwhile, Iserde in a 1v2 versus Christian and Dragonak and a double knockout.
Wow.
To it. Iserde asserting dominance in this game.
Iserde is just having fun with it at this point. 12-0, hasn't even backed in quite some time. I can assume it's going to happen now, and I am afraid to look at the item slots because Iserde is just going to have so many items. He's going to be able to pick up, finish off the Mythic for sure. Immortal Shield Bow, entire BF sword as well to go with it. These are expensive items right here that are just being dropped like it's a candy shop.
Drop it's like it's hot, and looks like some hooks are coming out now. I mean, look, Sorax has so big of a lead. Just a couple of auto attacks. Even Depot is now going to be on the run, but Sorax still getting low. Fortunately, Rajan cannot quite find it, and Sorax jumps forward and picks up the double kill.
Wow, another kill for Sorax and Xavier. They are absolute animals right now. They are not giving an inch. Their foot is lead, and it is stuck on the gas as Iserde back in he goes. Dragonak, I hope you brought your blue suede shoes because you got to dodge out something fierce. Instead, first one goes down, and Mordo Shield Bow for the second. You said they have a chance, but honestly, it was just about as close as it could get. I'll say that.
Yeah, it's looking really difficult here. I mean, at this time, if you're Monroe, you gotta just try to, work on improvement here and see any ways you can start to play from behind, right? There's gonna be games where you're behind and you can still make those comebacks, so it's still important to learn how to play from this kind of game state when it looks almost unwinnable. Still do what you can, get any lead you can, try to stall it out as long as you can, make it as difficult as possible for Xavier to put that nail in that coffin. There's a lot of gold to be taken there as well for Monroe to be able to get some gold back in that game here. But being that there's a 10,000 gold lead for Xavier, You need a lot more than a couple of shutdowns.
In goes Sorex. He's got the bomb lodged into Dragonac, and he is about to feel it. Oh, there he goes.
Yeah, unfortunately, it just keeps on burning here. Serde's now able to just go to the top lane. We've seen him 1v2 a couple of times here as well, Tristan. They're going to be looking to start breaking down the base to allow them in the Monroe defenses. Already the inner turret defending the inhibitor is going down. No one on Monroe can really go and answer to a Serde.
Yeah, at this point, it's been difficult. 8-1 on Sorex, 15-0 on a Serde. I mean, you don't exactly have a lot of opportunities to make things happen at this point as a Serde now finds himself in a 1v2. Down goes the death mark, but J Hunt is just about to get destroyed.
Oh, no.
Second one gone. The third knockup is there. Christian OPG 7. Ay, 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 the triple kill in quick succession. I mean, Sorex now wants to get active on the map as well. Rajin is the last man standing. Juno might go down here. Doesn't use the Lamb's Respite. And so at least the one kill can be proudly paraded by the Caitlyn there. Is just the single man wrecking crew going into the base himself. He's got the Thanos attitude. Fine, I'll do it myself.
Yeah, I think if you're Monroe, if you can just stack up and at least get one kill on a Serde. Sometimes it's about the little victories here, and it's going to be a 2v1. I don't know, man. The 3v1 didn't work. We're going to see if it is able to work now. It's going to be a 4v1. One is already dead. A Serde is still going to be alive. Pop Boss is going to be coming out from the Nico. Can they do it? Yes, they can. And that's a big old shutdown over to Christian. Still way far from out of the woods yet.
Can they do it? Yes, they can. I like the attitude. And really, 1,000 gold now. I do believe that was given over to the Darius. So a big comeback mechanic there is Sorex. As soon as they get a little bit of hope, he is quick to snuff it out.
Definitely so. But I'm not having internet issues here. I think we still should be okay. Do you have Depot now in the mid lane? But Sorex and Serde both are just so massive right now, Tristan.
Yeah, it's a bit ridiculous. I'm not really sure what to do about that if I was on the side of Monroe. You definitely just have to try and pick a fight where you have a massive man advantage. And speaking of which, not someone you know now, getting picked on a bit themselves. I mean, when you don't have the numbers down here, you could be vulnerable to this 2v1. The Ignite is dropped. Zed picks up the kill. And so, hey, we got some momentum going, right?
Yeah, I mean, meanwhile, though, Juno going to be picking up that Herald here. Can potentially be the Dragon as well. They need to take down his Serde here. Problem is, Yuumi is right there. Very, very close. And Dragonac just can't get a Shuriken out because of the wind wall that was up. And that's going to be Dragon at number 3 over to Xavier. Regine in danger, trying to just kite it out. You do have the net, you do have the traps, you do have the heal. Flash coming out now, but Serde needs to land one knockup. Remember, Abby Pie here still has the ultimate. They're just choosing to kind of hold it here. And Regine still on the run. It is looking tough here for Monroe.
Yeah, and I mean, the minion wave getting there gives you also just infinitely more dashes to use as Depot now. Trying to move forward, but there just isn't the damage behind it. And Serde cuts right through the heart. I mean, it's like one of those swordsmen in anime where they barely unsheath their blade a tiny bit, and all of a sudden you're like sliding off your top half because it's just he's that lightning quick with all the damage he can do. Sorex even hopping directly onto a Zed. That is not something you see very often. That is not something you should be seeing very often in the game of League of Legends. Speaking of which, though, Sorex, he's gotten himself into a bad situation. Oh, and hops right into his own death. Not before the bomb trades himself back. Another fantastic showing from the side of Xavier. I mean, what more can you say? They're looking dominant right now.
Yeah, and this is unfortunately where it all may come to an end here for Monroe Aura in this game 2. Serde's still there. Depot doing whatever she can to keep her team in the game, but Shelly does not know how to stop. And it looks like this may be a dancing Rift Herald here at the end of the game, as there goes game number 2. It's Xavier who are able to take the win, again with this Serde leading the charge.
Yeah, and we get a dancing Rift Herald for those of you watching at home. If you're able to save the Rift Herald to the very end and keep it alive, it does a nice little dance with you at the Nexus. And so really that's the victory that's most important of all. Shelly gets to have a little bit of attention on the end screen there. Xavier take home a fantastic win again. It looks like they are just the absolute juggernaut of this Group B. Looking fantastic. Every one of their players liable to pop off at any given moment. And really just a fantastic team overall. The coordination was there, the individual play was there, and the victories followed suit.
Yeah, and that will mean Xavier will end today 2-0, really following suit what we've seen earlier on from the side of Sora as well here. I'd be curious as to how Sora and Xavier would be able to match up. That's going to have to potentially wait till next time here, Tristan, as we do get ready for the next game here. We have Monroe R versus Monroe B. The battle of the same school, the battle of the two teams. Who's going to come out victorious today? We're going to have to wait and find out after the break. All right, everyone, and welcome back in to the Ekuso Winter Showdown from what just was the very last break of the evening. As we get ready for Game 6, we do want to reflect, Tristan, on what we just seen in Game 5 for Xavier. We did see them take the victory over Monroe R in the same fashion versus Monroe B here. But now it's a shot for both Monroe teams to show us what they got and what they've been practicing on a team that doesn't have a 20-kill mid laner.
Yeah, it's Saturday just playing like he's an all-star off the bat, and I mean, really, it's so difficult to in a game like League of Legends where snowballing is such a real possibility, especially on champions like the ones that Saturday was playing. Saturday knew exactly what he was doing. He knew that he had the skill to single-handedly carry over a game. And with that being said, we get to welcome one last time with all three of us here. It's Carla. Faith, how you feeling after that last series?
Carla, that new name, that used to be my like swim
Carla?
team, and my coach would like my swim team coach would like, give all the girls names and all the girls guy names. I don't know, it was pretty funny. But anyways, yeah,
Tristan is in fact tired.
No, I mean, I don't know what you're talking about.
It's been a long day. Anyways, going back to the games, I think so. We bid adieu to Team Xavier. I think they had really fantastic games. They they triumphed over Team Monroe today, but really I think it just came to stage fright. Like I think we were just a lot of hesitation. There's a lot of pressure, especially when match day comes, and it's all about composure, right? So he's moving into this next match. This is actually, like Tristan said, the Marvel Civil War. Yeah, that's what we said. And yeah, I mean it's gonna be really exciting. I'm anticipating for the draft that they're not gonna let each other know what they really play. We talked about how the Philios went through the draft. I don't think that's happening again. These guys know what they like to play, and yeah, I mean they already typed in their like team chat. This has all 10 of them. Like yeah, winner gets bragging rights. It's gonna be. I mean they're not gonna forget the winner of this match.
Absolutely, and in this situation where we do have Captain America versus Iron Man, so who's the Captain America and who's the Iron Man in this 5v5 scenario?
Okay, fantastic question. That was a good question. So for me, I would say Kiniko It's Cold Dragonak is definitely Captain America. He is the leader of Team Monroe, even though they're split into two teams right now and they're having the Civil War. Like yeah, he really is the soul and the spirit of Monroe. He keeps everyone in check. Like when he first started the semester, he was like, so just for reference, he's like one of the younger ones, and so he's considerably smaller than the rest, but he commands the room. Everybody listens to him. Everybody looks up to him. He didn't have the best game last game, and so I want to see him take charge, take leadership, take accountability, and to take over this game. Like he has the skill within him. It's just nerves,
Right.
Well, to answer your second question, you're basically talking Iron Man? Good Iron Man. I mean, you got to give it to the other team captain, Donald. He's had basically a transformation too. I mean, we had a rough patch last semester, but this semester he's really been growing into a leader. I mean, I was just in their Discord organizing things, and I mean, like, yeah, he's getting there too. Yeah, Iron Man had, yeah, I mean, even Iron Man had his own pathway, right? Like,
true.
Transformative ending, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So what you're saying is before this event, he was blowing up countries in like the Middle East. So that's always a good good pastime to do before you get into League of Legends. But yeah, just I'm glad maybe he can transfer some of those big rockets into the Rift here and see who he's gonna pick up this time around. Cold Dragonak decides to go with the Zed, his signature champion. He's feeling oh so comfortable and cozy on that one. Like you said, the Philios not making it through the draft. Yeah, these teams know each other too well for that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised. Like the Zed almost feels like a challenge, like leaving it up. They're like, oh, you can play it. Like come at me, type of thing. Like when they move the four fingers forward, like yeah, just come at me. I think it's gonna be cool.
Yeah, I mean, Darius is what most would consider a counter to Zed, just because much harder to kill as a champion. The level 1 is extremely potent for the Darius, can just walk at the Zed if needed. And Hilly Warrior up top actually being able to pick up the gear in this round.
Okay, well, we have the Fiora there. We have a lot of melee champions here.
Wait, whoa.
I'm starting to wonder here. You said they were going to kind of hold their picks here, and I think that's kind of what we've seen with those 4 very big melee bruisers. It's going to obviously provide a lot of power to Fusion here, Faith, but the problem is that's a really big front line for an enemy Jinx.
Yeah, that's borderline overloaded in terms of like, you know, speccing into one specific like type of class. This game's going to be a bloodbath, and like you said, Jinx is just going to be free hitting the entire time, pumping out damage. And it really depends on whether, I guess, the Anivia is able to figure out some sort of stun or some sort of engage or an angle with the wall. I mean, yeah, I mean, this game's going to be a grinder.
Mm-hmm. And that's just one thing that the bot lane definitely has to exercise fantastic distance management, just because Fiora is one of those champions with deceptive range. Once she tags you once with her Q, she can keep moving forward. The champion is just extremely potent, even as a melee versus ranged champion. Jinx doesn't have any mobility, so the chompers, if they're parried, if she ends up getting stunned up from one of the CCs being tossed back at her, there's a lot of vulnerability in that laning phase, and so definitely a very intricate bot lane to play on both sides.
And I'm wondering here, Faith, I know one of the things that you guys go over in some of the exercises is really how to kind of go about drafting your teams here. I'm wondering if this is some super high-level method that Team Monroe B has crafted here, or if it's like more of a, hey, we're playing against our own team, let's play something fun, let's see what they can do to really combat it.
So I wish, like, similar to last time, like how this was some intricate strategy, but really I think it is a challenge. They picked 4 really, I guess, aggressive characters that want to be in your face. They want to challenge you. They want to like basically duel you. I don't think there's a lot of like this game, like League of Legends is a game for the audience. It is a very intricate and delicate game, but there are times in which you can just throw stuff against the wall, you know, maybe more colloquially known as something else, and hope it sticks.
Spaghetti, right? Like pasta, you throw pasta against the wall and then
Yeah, pasta. That's
Yeah,
okay.
or maybe into the fan, but you know, you don't really know what happens until it happens. So it might be the fan, it might be at the wall, it might splatter. Either way,
Wow.
it is definitely going
I
to
have never
be
thrown my pasta into the fan. That's kind of, I don't know if that would work. I think
probably a good idea.
probably
a
would
good
just
idea.
cut up my pasta. I kind of like my noodles, But yeah, it can go either way. It can go either way. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. You either throw your pasta against the wall and enjoy it, or you throw it against the fan and it kind of just gets cut up and your cat eats it. So we're gonna see which one it comes out to this time. And yeah, I mean, with this many melees, it's very snowball oriented, especially if a Jinx gets ahead versus this many melees and can get resets. Then that's bad news. Bad news bears. So the bot lane is definitely going to be a crucial matchup to watch over.
Yeah, the one thing I'm really concerned about is like whether or not they'll be able to create enough space for the Jinx. So if you think about it, it's kind of like there's an archer in the back with a protector or some sort of knight with a shield in the front. So if that knight in the front with the shield, if he loses the shield or if he dies or if he's pushed back at an angle, that archer is completely exposed. And so this is going to be the key in the team fights, whether or not Hilly Warrior, DJ Fire King, Bled, Friendly Cam, and I guess God Infusion are able to do that. That is going to be the challenge. And honestly, sometimes you can get around the Knight with the Shield as well. So there's a variety of
True.
ways of removing that protection. And I don't know. I mean, we'll see what they do, right?
Yeah, I mean it's a lot easier to get past the knight with a shield when you're a giant dude with an axe and can smash the knight's head in and get resets onto the archer. So you get a few options when you're playing League of Legends. You don't always gotta contest the knight, especially when the archer is blowing you up with rockets and grenades, things like that. So yeah, I think there's a few elements to it that get switched around a little bit, but hey, I mean that's the Tony Stark element, baby. You get to bring all the rockets in, all the technology. It's the wonderful part of League of Legends.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
definitely,
look, both teams got a chance to shake off a little bit of that anxiety here. They got their game ones. Obviously, it didn't work out too well, but darn well, both Monroe B and Monroe R are coming in here looking to take home a victory, end up 1-1 for the night. we gonna see it happen right here live, and I think we really need to pay attention to that Jinx and how Monroe R can really come together as a team, because like Faith was saying, if that Jinx dies, that's essentially the core foundation that they really have against the enemy team here. There's a lot of eggs in that basket.
Yeah, I mean, if she can't pump enough damage out into the enemy composition, there just won't be enough damage. They have
Right.
mainly assassins on the enemy side. It's going to be, yeah, they need to protect the Jinx, play around the Jinx. And one thing I want to leave the audience with, because we're about to lead into the game, is like this really is a high stakes match. Like, yes, I think playing against another school is awesome, but you don't have to see those. You don't have to see those people every day. You know who you are going to see every day? These other kids that go to your school, that see you every day. Like this, I mean, they're gonna hold it over each other's heads. This is high stakes.
Absolutely. If I ever beat Schnecky in a random ARAM, we get matched up against each other, I'm taking that to the grave with me, baby. I'm the undefeated ARAM champion of the world. So, I mean, you can best believe if they're your friends at school, winning against them in a 5v5 that's broadcasted on stream, I mean, that is just the ultimate flex.
Does that mean me and you are gonna have a 1v1 and we're gonna have Faith casted? I think that has to be one of the pre-lobby shows for one of the next events here, Tristan. You know, I didn't want to do it live on stream, man. I didn't want to do it to you. You know, we're friends. You're a good guy, but hey, you gotta do what you gotta do sometimes, man.
So I like the 1v1, but I don't like the casting part. I am not a caster. I'm on the analyst desk for a reason. Yeah, I don't know about the casting. Maybe we'll get a student to do it. I like that idea.
All right. Thanks again, Faith. Hopefully we'll get something going sometime in the near future. But again, pleasure having you here as we do now go for the last game of the night, guys. We got Monroe B versus Monroe R for the last game here. Game number 6. Which team has the bragging rights? Which team walks away with their victory in tonight's tournament?
You know what's interesting is Blett actually chooses, and the bot lane as well, a lot of pots not being actually bought up here. You know who does have pots is the Monroe bot side, because they not only have pots, but they have D-Pot herself out here on the Nico running it back. And Jinx, yeah, so Jinx and Fiora both not picking up any health potions. They're out here with a financial fiscal discipline, not really spending any money there, which I wouldn't recommend. You know, sometimes you got to spend money to make money, right?
Right. Definitely so. And again, look at you have fusion with the tier of the goddess. I mean, I don't think it's optimal to go in lane without having that support item here, Tristan. You're losing out on a lot of potential gold, and you have the double heal as well. So you do see it on both of the lanes here, so it can definitely be taken advantage of here. And I need to see from the bottom lane, D-Pot and Regine really stepping forward and making sure Cam can't just farm for free.
Oh yeah, and you have Blair right now. He wants to take this level 1 all-in with its Cold Dragon Axe. Actually taking the Electrocute for that extra bit of damage. Drops the exhaust and forces out the flash. That is the strength of a level 1 Darius. You cannot hope to contest this matchup. Needs to be careful too, and now with no flash. Yeah, with no flash, this is dangerous.
Yeah, we're going to see Dragon Axe still stay in lane there. Remember, Dragon Axe still does have that ignite there, so we should have a little bit of kill pressure in that lane still. Meanwhile, in the bottom already, D-Pot going to be a little bit low. There's the first heal coming out now from Monroe B's bottom side here. Cam no longer having heal, but Fusion still has it ready to rock.
Absolutely, and we see the Darius here, just hoping for any fight possible, as J Hunt will have to move into the lane just to help his mid lane push out. But we actually have a 2v2 ensuing. DJ Fire King looking for a fight of his own, and he should be able to win this 2v2 out just because of the strength of Warwick early on as compared to J Hunt. J Hunt does have the red buff though. That's going to help him out as far as combat goes, and DJ Fire King seems to realize that he doesn't want this fight as badly as he may have initially thought. Instead, they'll walk right into each other. J Hunt doesn't land the W. This could be potentially turned back around by the Warwick. He has that extra attack speed early, and he just eviscerates them, claws them to death.
There it is again, that aggression from Fire King there coming out earlier on that we did see earlier in the series tonight in Group B as well. He's able to do so much, and look at him already going to the bottom again. Regine is low. There's the Q, there's the damage, there's the second kill for Fire King. D-Pot now having to blow both summoner spells barely to stay alive.
DJ Fire King is everywhere right now. There is no escape from the Warwick, and that is just the nature of the champion. Always hunting, always hungry. Just how he's a werewolf, guys. What do you expect? It's cool. Dragonac, though, wants to get a bit of revenge kills down in the bot lane. In he goes, but DJ Fire King is just too darn strong right now. Still willing to take any comers and any challengers that try and walk his way. J Hunt, you're still level 2, just doesn't have enough damage yet. Depot could be the next victim. Feared up, eaten up. DJ Fire King is just a destructive animal.
I gotta tell you, I think there's one thing better, Tristan, than having some bragging rights with your friends at school. It's having bragging rights against your teacher or your faculty. And look at the pressure down here at the bottom lane. They do not want Regine or Depot to be able to succeed in this game, as Regine looking for a little bit more here. And the auto attack finds him, but Regine now gonna be low. Flash Frost able to help out, and Cam picks the kill back. 7 deuce like a poker hand. Monroe B still in the lead.
7 deuce, that is not any poker hand I would ever want to have myself. But at this point, I don't think Monroe R ever wants this poker hand either. They are on the losing end of it. J Hunt now, he's caught out. Junglers seem to be doing a lot of time in the lanes, but unfortunately for J Hunt, it is not working out half as well for him as it was for his counterpart. Friendly Cam, though, going to get rooted up and taken down. Depot swinging for the fences. Students will not be outdoing her today.
Oh no, if there's one person who you do not want to get on their bad side in this lane, it's Depot. All we got to do is land a couple of those roots here. Remember, you have a lot of range here in that bottom lane, especially against Cam on that Fiora. You can't really step up without being in range of both Regine and Depot to just unleash on you. But again, we do have 3 kills on Cam. They're going to be very, very strong. They have that lane in control. Unfortunately, the lane is not pushed up, and Fire King is on the Dragon. Dragonaut can go to. We need to see Regine and Depot start to rotate over to the Dragon now, Tristan, but they're not quite going just yet as the Dragon is going to get low. Fire King has to smite early. That means they no longer have the ability to take down the Dragon with the last hit. Dragonic still trying to do a little bit more, but unfortunately, Fire King takes out Dragonac, takes down the Dragon, and now Depot is in shambles. Red buff is still on Deep. Fire King gonna be on the run. Root not gonna land. Fire King gonna be turning around. Depot on their last legs, and Fire King does not know death.
Fire King is just running rampant right now. The Dragon slain. The mid lane slain. The support slain. DJ Fire King is on an absolute warpath right now, and that's the strength, like we were talking about earlier, this lethal tempo mastery. You see how quickly he's attacking, how fast these claws are moving, and it's a result of not only a Warwick passive being able to get extra attack speed against low HP targets, but it's his masteries coming in clutch as well, and he can just output so much damage as a result there.
Yeah, and we're now at the point where if you're the jungler for Monroe R now, as J Hunt, it's going to be very difficult to try to match the tempo that DJ Fire King has already provided with 6 kills. All Fire King has to really do here, Tristan, is walk into the jungle, and there's not much you can do as J Hunt, especially given that you've taken teleport over the smite. And you know, I'm now starting to think, I'm wondering if it's, you know, with the lack of levels on the accounts where they don't have all the summoner spells unlocked. Not ideal to take teleport as the jungler. Look at J Hunt, cannot flash away. He has to stay there and fight, but it's Fire King who walks out victorious, and Dragonac still is looking to try to get the kill on back with a double damage, be able to hit and take the kill. Yes! Dragonac takes the shutdown.
More and more gold being funneled in as Friendly Cam is able to pick up the kill. Oh, so close. Depot, though, never one to let a kill go unanswered. No teammate shall die in vain when the teacher is around. It's rule number 1 of the classroom, and Depot is still looking for some vicious kills. Infusion, though, so consistent with the good walls and the stuns being landed as well.
Why do I get the feeling that all of Monroe V goes back to school with detention next week? They keep going down to the bottom there. Depot said you can kill me on the rip, but wait till you get to class. As we go back to top, Christian looking to teach Healy a lesson or two, and he does come out with a capital A as Christian takes home the kill.
Absolutely, and that's just the Riven power spike. Once level 6 is reached, you always got to be careful there. Hilly Warrior did retain both of the summoners, though, and so maybe once Hilly Warrior is back to lane, we may see some some surprising kills coming out there. But as I say that, down the bot lane, Depot walks right into a stun. That's going to be a whole lot of damage piled up early on. Manages to get the ultimate off, but Rajin can't really capitalize. No one low HP enough to actually be executed here.
Now we have Cam being able to take that kill. That's 5 kills now. As they're bringing to the Trinity Forest, a little bit of action does brew up in the mid lane. Ignite comes out of Dragonac. This could be what can save Monroe R here. We've seen how Dragonac can operate on these champions here that require high skill and a lot of mechanics, and if you're able to use it correctly, you do so much damage. They're going to look for the kill now onto the Rift Herald. Can they go for the steal? They look for it, but they do not get it quite yet. Fire King walks away with it, turns around with the ultimate, the infinite duress is going to be able to hold Dragonac there, but Dragonac still looking to run away. Fire King wants to go for it. Tristan,
no way.
Fire King takes the kill, looking for the double. Now it's getting ugly for J Hunt.
No
GG
way.
Indeed. And that's going to be kill number 9. J Hunt and GG 06 for the 0 and 6 of the KDA.
This Warwick is just unstoppable right now. I mean, what more can you say, right? Gets another objective and then 2v1s again. I mean, we saw that on the bottom side last time with the Dragon, and now this time the Rift Herald is the prize, and there is so much to plunder as a result. Moving towards the mid lane, can just drop that one down there if needed, just to get that extra bit of gold onto the mid lane early on before the all the plates are still active. Friendly Cam though, using that Fiora, that's a fantastic parry. Unfortunately, just not enough damage behind it just yet. Tries to move back in. It's so close. Regine gets the first. Infusion is running for the hills. Doesn't have any mana to turn this one back around. Put into the egg form. DJ Fire King though, where did you come from? Isn't going to save the teammate. They're actually giving him enough time to finish off the egg. Rajin gets another, beautiful stopwatch as well, but DJ Fire King is just so tanky. The 2-man stun, 1 finished off, and Rajin just not going to last. It's going to be a double kill yet again for DJ Fire King, who is now 11 and 2.
Still does start off as a 2-4-2 trade now, as Hilly Warrior looking to make it uneven, able to get the kill. Christian falls under turret. And Hilly Warrior now gets a chance to shove those waves in. Remember, we still have Fire King just lurking to the shadows there at the bottom lane here, Tristan. Looking to set up for that dragon here. It could be dragon number 2 already.
Absolutely. This is a quick second dragon take, and it looks like they have an idea that DJ Fire King is on this Drake right now. They want to collapse onto him. The rest of the team starting to show up, but I mean, level 6 to level 8 on the junglers. This Kayn will not be a match for the Warwick alone. It has to be off the back of its cold Dragonic. As I say that though, he jumps the gun a little bit early. In goes the smite. Somehow, DJ Fire King still winning that one out. He's not long for the world though. Should be taken down here, and the shutdown goes over to Dragonac, and he's going to have a lot of gold to work with because that was big.
Oh yeah, and look at, he did just get his slightly magical boots there, so it's saving him 300 gold because of the runes he took with free boots, and he gets a ton of gold from that pick. Unfortunately though, for the Monroe R squadron, they weren't able to steal that dragon. Was very close though. Still something they need. A well worth trade when you're behind. You want to get any sort of trade you can. But now BL9 just gonna go for another kill. Taking 2 for the road there. Monroe B still coming in ferociously with a couple more kills.
Absolutely. This is just never-ending fighting, never-ending kills going around. No one wants to give an inch. His Friendly Cam doesn't land the stun just yet, but Rajin is just in so much trouble. Will be able to use that flash. Perhaps he escapes as a result. And because Friendly Cam wasn't able to get the reset on the Q, now he does. The Vital being procced. One more will do it. Tries to escape under the turret. Just not enough range gathered between him and Friendly Cam. He will get pierced from behind, and that's going to be the kill netted in the bot lane. Now the Herald being dropped in the mid lane as well. They're getting a lot of plays for that. So much gold being given over. DJ Fire King now under a bit of damage here. There's the fear. J Hunt needs to get himself out of dodge, and he can't do it in time.
Yeah, we do have the flash, unfortunately wasted for Fire King after the fact. Just a little bit of a flex there, not needed, but now he doesn't have the escape route. Dragonac goes forward, ulti's used prematurely, and Dragonac takes out the Fire King. BL9 now in a bit of a 1v1, but a big minion wave was able to help out Dragonic. Dragonac looking to get some more damage out. Can the bleed end up taking him? He flashes away, but the blood is still dripping, and Dragonac falls. And that's another kill. Meanwhile, at the bottom here, though, Tristan, Regine, Able to take one now. God Infusion no longer has the Anivia passive. That is one egg that will not reborn here. The Phoenix is not able to utilize the passive proc, but Regine cannot go for it. It's still a 1-for-1 trade. 80 carry for the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, this is just intense as ever. And you can see the Warwick actually going for more of a tanky build here. You see DJ Fire King opting in for the Sunfire Cape first item. And so prioritizing the sustain and being able to last in the front lines over anything else. And we'll see how that works out for the rest of the team. I mean, we talked about being able to peel for your backline, being able to peel for the rest of your team. Well, if you're building like that, you can really last in the front lines. That being said, Jay Hunt may be able to win this extended trade. Level 7 to level 10. Not exactly a lot of damage available on the Kayn at the moment, but enough skill shots land, and anything is possible. The last one being hit. Just not going to have the damage to finish things off. Friendly Cam gets inside the brush just in time. Pops the ultimate as well. There's the parry. Getting so close to finishing the first kill, and they are just running over the competition. Goodbye, Rajin.
I'm telling you, there is someone on Monroe B who is going to school and going to find out they are having a world of detention up Monday here because they are just relentless on Depot. But look, Regine and Depot still doing their very best here. And to be fair, when you have DJ Fire King there just looking to jump on everything in that lane, they're not doing that bad and trying to still stay alive. But Fire King just does not stop. Goes from the bottom of the top back to the mid. And now it's Jay Hunt who's stunned. Ultimate comes out from Dragonac, looking to make a 1-for-1 trade. Damage comes out, but Fire King going to have a little bit of life still back, coming out with the Q proc and a double kill. Will it be enough? Yes, it will. The Ignite from Dragonac. Kill after death.
This Warwick is just so high on the damage with his masteries, with his build. Depot
I thought that was going elsewhere, man.
A little bit too far forward. Not going to happen.
And there's another kill here. Look at Monroe B have quite a bit of an advantage here now, Tristan, but I still have hope. Monroe R is not out until they are out of it. Remember, Regine going against 4 melee champions. You just got to get to the 2 items here. You have the Gale Force. I would bet you they would go for that Runin's Hurricane for the next item now. Woo! Meanwhile, top Healy going to drop the Demacian Judgment here, playing the court, jury, judge, and the executioner. As Blah now looking to go forward, but Fire King is just right there, ready to meet and greet. Says, hi, nice to meet you. See you next time, Jay Hunt.
Yeah, I mean, the last time I remember seeing this top lane fight, it was Hilly Warrior getting beaten by a Christian OPG for the first kill of that laning phase. Since then, Hilly Warrior has racked up 3 kills with absolutely dominating performances on some of those. And I mean, that's just the power of Garen, especially into this matchup against the Riven. Being able to silence the champion that operates mostly off of abilities is invaluable. As we see here down in the bot lane, Cam getting a little bit too close for comfort, and he touches the flame and gets burned.
We have Dragonac now looking to contest the Rift Herald here. Fire King, though, just so strong. BL9 there. It's not likely Dragonac's able to be successful here. And that's going to be the 4th objective of the game here. Going back over to Monroe. And look, we got the triple Trinity Force here from the Monroe V Squadron. And DJ Fire King can just build tanky here, and he still is able to do damage. Meanwhile, BL9 still has the Triforce ready and the Steel Caps. He's going to mitigate a lot of the damage that Christian can really do on that Ribbon. So he's going to be able to stay safe in that mid lane phase.
Yeah, absolutely. And 15-5 for DJ Fire King. There's the fear. Jay Hunt just going to get devoured. It is Warwick with an insatiable appetite. Now with the dragon back on the map, is going to be the Mountain Soul for this game. If they get the soul here, it's going to be shields, it's going to be extra resistances, and just all around very difficult to kill off anyone on this team.
All right, Dragon number 3, now ready for spawn. We're going to see Team Monroe now try to shove these waves out here. If we can get this pick, this is absolutely massive. Christian needs to go for it. Dragonac needs to shift tempo and go for BL9. Can Christian survive, though? There's the bleed still on him. He got to stay alive. But already Monroe B going to be starting onto this dragon here. It's going to be low already. Can Dragonac look for the steal? He has to go for it. Fire King immediately full sense for Dragonac. 100 HP. And it is going to be stolen. Oh, it is not. I just clickbaited you guys. Monroe B secures their third dragon. It is going to be Soul Point. It's
Look
been
how
a long
fast
day
DJ
for me
Fire
and
King
Dragonak
is.
as well. He's trying to stay alive here, but unfortunately he cannot get out of it. And they're still going. Depot gets hit with the ultimate. Flash Frost from Fusion does not land, but the Pop Blossom able to find a bit of a stun here for the CC. But now Regine in danger as he has to walk away. Depot cannot find the exit.
Yeah, this is just ridiculous stuff right now.
Yep.
Just J Hunt now. He's gonna try and get into the mix, but I mean, there's just so many strong members on the front row. You can't get close enough. It'll never happen as DJ Fire King just walking down Rajin as he has to flash away. Another 5-minute cooldown being burned just to stay alive.
We have a very high kill scoring game now. We're at 56 kills, and I gotta tell you, I would not expect, nor would I want it any other way. It's just all out bloodshed here, team versus team, some friendly rivalries here. Who can come out with the pride and bragging rights at school the next week here, and maybe some detention again. I gotta throw that in there.
Yeah, absolutely, and yeah, like you said, just for being rewarded with some detention. You know how it is. Bled in the mid lane though, slowly building up a quiet lead. It's been the rough early start being slowly shifted back, and that's kind of what you need to do as a mid lane. If you have a rough start to the game, you have to just slowly play it safe. Make sure that you're constantly building up leads steadily, and that's what's happening here. We see a fantastic comeback.
Yeah, I feel like every time we mention the detention, Miss Potter's like, yeah, absolutely. Same thing we're saying here. But here she goes. You know what they say, wherever you go, there you are. Can Depot, oh, it's looking rough there. I mean, look, you're the support when you're against a very strong Darius. I mean, there's not much you can do, right? You're kind of destined to end up losing that matchup now, and we see the Rift Herald drop now from Fire King. They're looking to break down this mid lane turret here, and it's going to provide a very big avenue for Monroe to just walk forward and take over the map.
Yep, the first one drops, the second one not long for the world. The rest of the team not really moving in to defend the tower just yet. Luckily, the creep wave isn't quite there, so they can take full advantage of it. But still, either way, nothing sitting pretty on the map right now. All outside towers being picked up. These give extra gold this season, so you're really just piling on the cash right now if you're Monroe B, which they have over a 10k gold lead at 20 minutes. That is pretty much like the maximum money in the bank you could possibly get.
Oh yeah, they're stacking up those bitcoins, and their wallet is just getting bigger and bigger. And I'm even looking at Regine here. This is one of the kill potentials for Monroe, one of their win conditions. But the issue is you just don't do much damage when you have so much armor. You got the Steelcaster, Bramble Vest, Apprehend comes out, pulls Regine over to BL9, and a couple of auto attacks will do the trick.
Wow, no ult even needed. Darius deciding just auto attacks will suffice here. I've got a huge axe, you've got a small head. Do the math yourself. And it's going to be a pretty easy pickup. DJ Fire King thinking about going over the wall for this one, but just exercising a little bit of restraint for the first time this game. But as I say that, it's called Dragonak. Yeah, good luck. You're going to have to run for the hills because...
Take a W away here. If it's off cooldown. Okay.
Yeah,
well, does
just
Fire have the
enough.
ult? No.
No
He's still
ultimate.
chasing.
Yeah, I'm sure he would definitely use it if he had it. DJ Fire
100%.
King has not been shy about just taking as many fights as possible.
Well, the crazy part is DJ Fire King's building all armor
look at
too.
that damage.
Meanwhile, a lot of fights going on now.
Oh, wait a second.
Okay, Monroe R, take one for the road. Fire King is so strong. The fear comes out. Can Miss Potter get the Pop Blossom? It does land, providing the support that is needed. 2 down for Monroe B. But I'm looking at the bottom here. It is getting extremely dangerous here. As Fusion able to pick up a kill with Cam. There's going to be 4 for Monroe R, 3 on the map for Monroe B, causing the recalls for Monroe B.
Yeah, absolutely. And pretty much just getting a nice little injection of gold into the team composition. That's what you need right now, especially now that your bottom inhibitor has gone down. That's going to be preoccupying you for most of the game. 4th dragon spawning fairly soon as well. That could be trouble if you aren't able to capitalize on your shutdown gold. That goes over to the other team, I mean, good luck killing them at that point. They're going to have a shield. They're going to have extra resistances. There's already such tanky members like DJ Fire King. And oh, it's cold Dragonic. Very nearly surviving the encounter, but getting a little too aggressive at the last moment. Either way, still the 1-for-1 trade. Not the worst thing in the world. Dragon spawning in less than 15 seconds. Is there a move being made towards that side of the map? It looks like Monroe realized that they are beat when it comes to an even team fight. They have to just let it go.
Definitely going to try to put the nail in here. J-Hunt still alive, but taking way too much damage. Remember, Baron is up here. This is looking free as ever for Monroe B. Utilizing that 5-finger discount here on the Baron here. We do have the Anivia in the bottom, though, so they can get a pick on Fusion, but still it's going to be 3 members alive. Now 4 as Cam responds.
Yeah, and I mean, this is just a difficult situation to be in. Christian, though, oh, what a wall placement from Infusion. I mean, good luck catching him when you've got a giant ice wall in your way.
Okay, well, Baron's now up. We're going to see these very, what could be the very last recalls of the game here, Tristan. Monroe B have it all. They have the Baron. They have the Soul Point. And look at the bottom right of the map. The Soul is now up. And especially being that it's Mountain here, and being that you have such a tanky team, I mean, I don't even think if that Regine was at full items here, he would even be able to really penetrate all that armor here. And we're going to see this last-ditch attempt for Monroe to get themselves back in the game here, but Monroe B just have it all going for them.
Yeah, Regine is going to tickle at this point because there is no armor penetration there. It is just the base stats, it feels like, and you know, it's definitely rough out here. Regine going to walk into the stun. No, stun doesn't land, but oh my goodness, the damage from friendly Cam is unconditional. Stun or no stun. He will absolutely rip you apart as it's Christian OPG7 trying to make the damage happen. Got Infusion, trying to run for the hills, but it's only a matter of time before Cam slices through your backside. It looks like that's just about the end of this final game. The bragging rights going over to Monroe B. A 54 kill score by the end of this one, and they are able to walk away with the final victory of the day. Congratulations, Monroe B. You have bested your counterpart, and you get to take home what is our final victory of the night.
Oh yeah, it's some of that bittersweet love there from each other's teammates here. And again, huge shout out to Naomi, Hilly Warrior, Donald, DJ Fire King, the most insane warwick the world has ever seen, Jose, BL9H. Again on the Darius, we have Cameron, Friendly Cam, and Joshua Fusion doing an amazing job and closing out today's tournament with a very exciting victory with the 50, I lost count, kill game, and making sure that Tristan and myself stay wildly energized till the very last second. But I do believe that is going to be it for us today. Not quite sure if we're going to be able to pull in Faith for one last goodbye hoorah, or if that is going to be it. But again, huge shout out to all the participants today, whether win or lose. You guys did a phenomenal job, put on a great show for us. I mean, us as casters were students to the game, and I know Faith was excited as well. Faith, beautiful tournament today. How are you feeling? Oh, I think Faith, welcome back, man. It was a great tournament here. How are you feeling after today's performances? Anything you'd like to tell, you know, the parents, the students, the players, the viewers, anyone that was a part of today's show?
Yeah, so first of all, I want to thank everybody. Thank you guys, Tristan. Thank you, Snecky. Thank you to the broadcast crew. Thank you to our sponsor. And I think most of all, thank you for the students, like the competitors, the participants. You guys are basically the driving force of everything that we're doing. You guys are representatives and captains and leaders of basically the world we want to create tomorrow. And you guys are really like the future, right? It's kind of cliche to say, but it really is true. So thank you to all of the students at the schools. Thank you to our partnered schools, Team Mirris, well, I guess Mirris Academy, Sora Schools, Xavier Academy, Monroe, and Team Xavier, as well as our independent families. Guys, thank you so much. If you're watching at this point, I know it's really late, long tournament, changing the format next semester, but like, yeah, I can't express my gratitude enough for you guys. And by the way, as tough as it was for me to be on the analyst desk, it was infinitely harder for these guys to be on, you know, broadcast and like their vocal cords. And I don't know how they do it. I don't know how they have the energy to do that. So do me a favor, do yourself a favor, and follow them on Twitter, follow them on Instagram, follow 2NU's Instagram, and follow our sponsors. It's basically like, it's Snecky and Tristan Cast, like right on your screen, right? If you have trouble finding them, we'll send it to you guys. So yeah, I just want to say, like, yeah, our gratitude can't be expressed in words, really. And So I think with that, there's nothing really else to say. I guess I'll see you guys next semester. This basically concludes the final portion of this semester. We have one more week, or depends on what how you signed up. But some of us have class tomorrow, some of us have class next week. Outside of that, that's it for this semester. See you guys in the next one. And
Awesome.
yeah, I think I'm about to close out, so I'm gonna pass it to our hosts, Neki and Tristan's, to round it out.
Yeah, and I think we can, speak for the entire Ekuso family and everyone that participated today. It was a very amazing turnout today and a lot of fun for everyone who participated. Again, congratulations to all the students who played today, all the victories, and all the bittersweet defeats. On that note, guys, that's going to be it for us today. Until next time.